So, ja. Jetzt was reinpasst.
Sieht aus wie dein Laptop?
Warum so ein Windows-Background?
Aus Nostalgiegründen, ja, jetzt hast du rüber alles. Ich hab das gern gemacht. So, Miroslav hat irgendwas.
Hallo.
Ja, passt.
Yeah, but it is the right. No, you have it. Meow, 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 meow.
So, Alex, what I want
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
It can take the whole evening. Yes. So we really want to have a nice QA discussion, but I have the fear that if we do not do it immediately after the talk, people will forget, and that's why I want to just gather as many questions as possible, so that we have enough topics to discuss in the end. So whenever you have some information for me, just
Okay, can do.
I will put it on the board.
Awesome. I'm gonna drop this in the room over there.
Sure. And I forgot to bring my bottle of water.
everyone, also people that are a little bit late, but perfectly in time to join it. I will start the slideshow. I will keep that slide while I do the intro. The intro is fully prepared, so I spent yesterday, I believe, 3 to 4 hours to prepare for today, just that I'm ready for this amazing crowd. And I want to start with what made the event, this event here. And that started nearly exactly 10 years ago. 10 years ago, we had something really cool. That was the first Angular meetup in Vienna. Back then, it was called the Angular JS meetup. Maybe some of you know that's not the case anymore. If not, Angular JS now is named Angular, just Angular. No, just kidding. we are over that. We are over that. No, what I want to point out is we have a long history. We survived COVID. We still work every single month, every year on that community. And we are happy that we can run NgGlühwein, a very uninternational name for a conference, the second year now. Last year it was a little bit of a funny coincidence. We just planned a little bit of a bigger meetup, 3 to 4 speakers, and we announced that, and out of the blue, a person contacted us, said like, I just booked my flight to Vienna. I was close, I was in Rome or so, and I will show up at the event. It was Rickabaugh from the Angular team. As you can imagine, my answer was obviously yes, but also yes, but then you have to go on stage. Maybe you want to have the call? No, let's take a second, all good. Is your mom fine?
Yeah, just continue, don't embarrass.
Okay, no problem. I'm not allowed to embarrass him more, okay. I lost it a little bit. Alex called us, and that was, I would say, the moment when it turned from the meetup to an event. In the next 2 days, we got 4 more speakers. We had a lineup of 8, I believe, speakers. We had a full day mini conference organized in a week, and it was a full success. So this year, we all obviously wanted to do that again. And even before we announced it or started to contact, we again get contacted by Alex, like, can you finally give me the date? I want to be part of it again. And we're like so happy about it that obviously we tried to make it even better this year. This year, just that you get a little bit of a update from last year, we have a better stage. We have a streaming room for people that don't fit here. We have 4 courses, food for you, that is just the must-have food. We have a lot of snacks in between. We try to have a relaxed schedule. We want to have longer breaks. We want to have your time to mingle. That is still the case. That hopefully will improve in quality. We cannot do longer breaks, but at least maybe the quality will be better. We also have a lot of helpers this year and sponsors that makes it very easy to also, after the conference, produce quality videos for you, put them online for free, so everyone that was not able to join the event physically or watch our live stream that our wonderful technician Alex here is managing, they can also download the videos later or watch the videos later. Good, that was a little bit of a history of the event. Let's see if there is a slide for sponsors. I have to talk about the companies that made this event possible. Angular, our premium most beloved sponsor. We love that an Angular conference is sponsored by Angular. That's really cool. Entain, a pretty cool and interesting company located in Vienna, in London, in a couple of other cities. They heavily use Angular. They are in the betting industry. They have a lot of interesting positions. Maybe you have time later to mingle with them. A couple of those people are here today, and they will also have a small intro later today. Then we have Leancoders, our wonderful partner in all meetups that we run, also location sponsor today. You can also spot most of them with the small elf ears. all of the elf ears should be able to help you today. Then we have NX. I'm very happy that NX is also part of this event. Miro from the team is also somewhere here. Another one with elf ears. Then we have the Angular Association that supports this event, and Pushbase that is also running all the organizatory efforts for that event. We will hear more about our sponsors later. I don't want to waste your time. I want to show you our amazing lineup, and that we have a lot of 45 minutes, 60 minutes, 45 minutes break slots. So that is really time for you to make contact with the speakers, talk to each other, hang out, and have some time that is not rushed. That was our whole event, make some relaxed event in a very stressful time of the year. With that said, I want to inform you that we will have a raffle at the end of the conference and a Q&A panel. If you want to submit a question to our Q&A panel, scan the QR code here. Look around, there are also small prints that show you all QR codes, even without the slides. Submit a question there, we will answer them in the Q&A panel later. And now I can show you that, prices. We have Enea, that is our model. We have hoodies, not only from Pushbase, but also from Leancoders. We just had no Leancoders model yesterday. And obviously, I bought special presents. I was so kind, and I bought 3 versions of Tomas Trajan's book, Angular Architecture, Enterprise Architecture. It's an amazing hardcover book that you really want to get, and you only get it if you submit some questions. So now you know where you use the QR code. We will maybe get more presents over the day. We don't have them here, but there is this raffle. And now, before my battery fully drops, I will switch to the talks, and I want to introduce the first speaker of the day, keynote opening the conference. And I have to mention a couple of historical information, why I know Martina, who she is, and why she is opening the conference. I know Martina now for 6 or 7 years. So long that I don't even know how long. Same with my relationship, I don't know how long I'm together. It's nearly the same with Martina. I want to say a long time that was very nice. We did a lot of events in the past. Martina helped us in Vienna to grow. NgGlühwein have a couple of free learning events, drove all the way from Germany regularly to us to help us to support this community here. She was also helping us to organize the meetup or other additional events, and the Angular Austria Association that I showed you before was also very well supported by Martina. That was all the community effort. I can tell you, if you hang out with her, the evenings are not really boring. It's the opposite, and we had a lot of them in our time that we spent together. And now, at I would say the peak moment of our community, I'm very happy that I could ask Martina to open our conference with a very, very interesting talk. And for all of you that don't know Martina's technical focus, she's an Angular veteran, obviously, but she always picks really nice and interesting topics that you need to understand very well when you also want to master the surroundings. One of those things is today in this talk here. It's about security. And please, with a very, very warm applause, welcome Martina Kraus on stage.
Drank a lot together and did a lot of karaoke together. That was really, really amazing. So yes, perfectly. Everything is already prepared. So yeah, as Michael mentioned, we know each other already for 6 or 7-ish years. I've been to Vienna, I guess I visited Vienna 4 or 5 times a year, before Corona even more, and after Corona also. I've been to Angular Vienna already so many times, and what I can definitely tell, the community is amazing. I love to be in Vienna. I'm from Germany. Obviously, you maybe can hear it at my accent, so I'm sorry for that. But I love everything about Vienna. I love the accent. I love even the beer here in Vienna as well. It's just amazing to be here. And I know how hard it is and how much effort you have to do to actually grow a community. I'm organizing also an Angular conference in Germany, basically, NgDE, next year, October, if you want to come, whatnot. So it's a really lot of effort. So please give it up maybe later and talk to the organizers over here and just say thank you. Because it's such a huge thing to organize a conference or to organize these kind of events and keep the community steady, basically. But today, I'd like to talk a little bit about security, as mentioned, and especially about how you can protect your tokens in your front end. And maybe I will tell you, you can't. Please go to the backend and keep your tokens to the backend, but we will come to that. So first, maybe a short recap. What is token-based authentication? I mean, we have an Angular application. We have an API we want to fetch data from, apparently. And the API is telling us, hey, you must provide an access token, otherwise I don't know if you have the privileges to get the data. Okay, so there's an identity provider coming into the place. This could be Auth0. I worked for Auth0 a couple of times. So an identity provider, it can also be Google Identity, AWS Identity, you choose it. I use Keycloak for my live demo, so it doesn't matter. And this identity provider I get redirected to. I put in my credentials, hopefully also a passkey in meantime. And I get my token back. This could be most probably the access token I want to have, but of course it could be also the ID token and additionally refresh token, but we'll come to that. And then I need to store this token in the front-end application, and there is the really tricky part. I need to store it in the front-end application, since every single time when I do a fetch request to the API with our beloved HTTP client, which Angular provides this great interceptors, I can just intercept all the outbounding HTTP requests and inserting a BIRA token, basically. And then the API is telling me perfectly, you have the privileges, you shall pass or you don't pass, but then it's depending on your privileges. So let's take a look how we can steal this token out of our front-end application. For that, I have a beautiful application. It's called Kittygram. It's like Instagram, but it just allows you to upload cat pictures. That's why it's called Kittygram. So in order to basically see the cats, you need to log in. So you will be redirected to using here Keycloak, but it doesn't matter right now. So I put in my username. It's called CodeKitty, obviously. And my password, I hopefully don't mistype it. It's just password123, all good. So now I'm able to see the beautiful cats over here. And apparently all are uploaded by me. I have really a lot of cats. And now I'm trying to find some XSS attack, because an XSS attack, cross-site scripting, basically provides me a huge window to actually be able to steal your token. And what do you think is the best thing to try out if there's an XSS attack on this website? Is there anything I can put in JavaScript code to try out? The global search. It's basically a search. I can search for any kind of cat name. It's called Mauzi. Mauzi is actually also a Pokemon, if you know Pokemon maybe a little bit. But anyways, so what I can maybe enter here as well is a super iframe. Oh God, we love iframes in security. Iframes are the best. Of course, we always think about inserting a script tag when we want to actually place an XSS attack. And everyone leaves SVGs and iframes sometimes out, but hell yes, we can also execute JavaScript with iframes, as you can see here. So what I'm basically just doing is trying out if it's vulnerable to an XSS attack. So yes, I do just an alert, and bam, oh yeah, we have found a vulnerability. Obviously, otherwise the demo wouldn't work, so there must be an XSS vulnerability. Of course, you could tell me now, yeah, but Martina, you now found an XSS attack in your own website. How can this be exposed in my website? Yes, but it's really cool. Here, you can't see it so much, but here in the query parameter is also what I typed into the search field over here. I guess I must stand here because the camera is not following me. I'm sorry. I'm a huge walk-arounder when I'm doing a talk. I'm sorry. So I can just basically copy this whole URL, send it to you, and of course, you trust me. Why shouldn't you trust me? Come on. So you click on this link, and then I have this X attack on your machine. Apparently, you might be logged in as well, so all is good. right now I don't have your token, so let us enhance this a little bit more. For that, what I will do is basically inserting another thing over here. And since it's really long, I just have it prepared over here. I hope, can everyone see this thing over here? Yes, perfectly. So what I'm doing here, I'm having my query. I just type into meow in this query, so I don't care actually. But what I'm also doing is inserting an SVG, which will not be displayed. I don't want you to see the SVG. I load, basically, as soon as the SVG is loaded, I will execute some JavaScript code. I create a script tag. Inside the source tag of the script tag, I will fetch an evil.js file, and then I will just append this script tag basically into my document. What does this evil.js file do? Well, nothing really special. I have a localhost 3000 web server prepared, and as soon as the script gets loaded, it executes this function basically, and this function sends a post request with everything that is stored inside the local storage. I mean, apparently what is inside your local storage, in your local storage, are all these beautiful, beautiful tokens over here. We have the access token. I'll make this a little bit bigger maybe. I have an access token, an ID token, and the refresh token. So let's try that out. I need to run my server over here. npm start. This is my localhost 3000 server, so if everything now is working as expected, we should get the token on my web server. So let's do that. I prepared this query already over here. Let's shortly go to the network tab. We see it, the evil.js file get fetched because I inserted the SVG on load. And what I have here are beautiful tokens. I shortened them up a little bit because it's like, woo, it's really, really big. So I shortened them up a little bit. I have your tokens. And maybe the access token has now, maybe has a lifespan of 2 or 3 years. And now I can do whatever I want with to pretend to be you. Yes, so of course you might telling me, yeah, Martina, but is cross-site scripting still a thing of single-page application? And now I must say, Angular is by far the best front-end framework when it comes to security features. Angular provides us injection token for inserting nonces. Maybe you heard already for content security policy. If not, go check out the content security policy header. You can directly tell what is allowed to be executed in a browser or what not. Angular has a built-in trusted type, basically. Trusted types is another mechanism that's bounded to content security policy. And Angular has a built-in CSRF attack prevention mechanism. No other front-end framework has that. Angular is by far the best when it comes to built-in security features. But nevertheless, I was still able, in an Angular app, to basically place this attack. Why? I injected a DOM sanitizer and disabled the sanitization. Yes, no one would ever does that, hopefully, but maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Maybe you do that because it feels convenient. Maybe, and this is really scary, and I'm sorry, Alex, please don't listen to that, but we have persons in Germany running around the conferences and telling, please use inner HTML, please use document.write in order to have some performance tips for Angular apps. So don't use the Angular API. Yeah, I'm so sorry to say that. I'm really sorry to say that. So don't use, but yeah, I mean, you're already working on removing Zone.js, so it's a good thing, basically, in order to perform it. So that happens, and if we do something like that, we don't have the sanitization, we don't have the zero trust mechanism of Angular, so please use the Angular API. But unfortunately, there was a stat, I don't have it right now, but NPM always released stats about front-end apps, and it was said that over 90% of front-end applications are actually code that's loaded from NPM. And who is reading every line of code in an NPM package? Don't. Of course, but we have even some security static analyzing tools like SonarQube or Snyk or whatnot. So there are tools that can do that for you, and I really beg you to use them, maybe even at least SonarQube. But otherwise, we don't know what the NPM authors are doing, right? And well, we have some great other stats. At Hacker Noon, this is a great company. They always release some stats regarding the most common vulnerabilities that has been found. Seems like top 10 vulnerabilities surfaced by bug bounty programs is XSS. Oh, surprise. Top 10 vulnerabilities surfaced by pen testers is XSS on the second place. Oh, well, oh, that's scary. So yes, apparently even we have all these things. People not using the Angular API, and that makes me so mad, and that makes me really mad. But people are doing that, and that's why XSS is still a thing. So the point I want to make here is that we don't control all the code. We need to have a good XSS prevention, but it's hard to prevent ourselves 100% from XSS, and I need to tell you that's impossible. There's always a thing because browsers need to support so many backwards features, you know, HTML and all these things. The browser also always wants to be smart. I mean, Google Chrome is the best thing, of course, ever, apparently. But the browsers always do be smart and whatnot, and we can't control the thing. So it's always an open vulnerability for XSS. So I would like to show you today how we can really protect our tokens from the front end. I'd like to demonstrate, I mean, I have a lot of live demos, what could possibly go wrong, how I can steal basically the token, even though you protect it so much. But first, a few words about me. I don't want to talk about too much about myself. The token are more important. But yeah, I'm also a Google developer expert in Angular. I'm an OWASP member. OWASP, who knows OWASP? Open World Application Security Project, perfect. OWASP Top 10, I always like to refer to them. Right now, I'm working actually as an application security engineer for a company, for the University of Oslo, basically. Of course, they're having Angular apps, and I'm helping them with the security, basically. As mentioned, I'm also doing an Angular conference in Germany that happens most probably next year in October in Germany, in Berlin again. But enough about me. Let's talk about how to secure tokens in our front-end app. I talked about this lifespan thingy thing, and I talked about, yeah, the access token might have a lifespan of 5 years, and now I can do everything what I want. Yes, of course, we're not doing that. In all the JWTs, there is an expiration date, and we set it to most probably 3 to 5 minutes. That's perfect. If you set it to 3 to 5 minutes, we need to log in all 3 to 5 minutes again, actually. But yeah, what we have there is the refresh token. Refresh token is a cool thing. So basically, with the refresh token, I can get silently behind the scenes a new access token when the access token expires. That's perfect. But the refresh token I also got here. So I don't care if the access token has just a lifespan of 3 minutes. I have just the refresh token, and I can get an access token whenever I want. Yes, but the identity providers, they're really smart. They're putting something on top, which is called refresh token rotation, basically. Refresh token rotation means when I try to get another access token with the refresh token, I get the access token, but I also get another refresh token, a new one, which is really great. And this continues and whatnot. Okay, but Martina, when I get a refresh token, here this one, for instance, like I'm now a hacker and I somehow steal the refresh token, and now the hacker gets the refresh token and the access token, right? Yes, this is really cool, but the really cool thing about refresh token rotation is that when the application now tries to obtain another access token with this refresh token too, the identity provider says, oh shit, oh no, there's something really screwed up. There was already a token taken by the refresh token too, so I will revoke all the refresh tokens basically. And that's a cool thing. Access tokens are going to our API, so it's hard to revoke access tokens. But since the refresh tokens are controlled by the identity provider, they can actually be revoked anytime the identity provider keeps a state of that. Let's see how we can bypass this, right? This refresh token rotation. For that, let me shortly make some adjustments. It's not really necessary that you get the code, basically. But what I have now here in my application, we actually fetch now every single time there's the first access token, basically, I guess, all 5 seconds. And you see it, hopefully, now every single time the refresh token basically changes over here. I get a new access token and I get a new refresh token. Yeah, that's so easy to bypass. Because you know what I'm doing now? I'm not calling this get data once. I'm getting the token also every 3 seconds. So if we refresh that we loading the script again, then what we will see is basically that I also get every 3 seconds, I guess it was, I get the access token and the refresh token. And I get kind of a heartbeat. As long as I get this access and refresh tokens, I know the application is up and running. What happens when now I'm not interested in kitties anymore, I close the application. So now I didn't do that in a live demo, but what I could do now is setting a timeout. Like for 10 seconds, I didn't receive access and refresh token again in the server. So seems like the app is not up and running anymore. So now I can use the last send refresh token to get my own tokens. And then I do this ping pong with the identity provider. So refresh token mutation is nice, but I can work around this. I can definitely, with a heartbeat and whatnot, work around this mechanism as well, basically. So, okay, this doesn't 100% really work out great. Of course, you're telling me, but Martina, no one is using the local storage. I'm not dumb. I know that I shouldn't store the tokens in the local storage. That's so 2020. So the identity provider started to do the heck of a work protecting the tokens in the front end. Like R0, for example, I worked there, so I know that really well what they're doing. They're inserting an iframe, and inside the iframe, they're doing this code authorization flow again and again. And since the same origin policy kicks in, I cannot fetch the tokens or can get access to the tokens inside this iframe. This is so great, it's so awesome and whatnot. But you know what? I don't need your token, I just get my own token. I don't need to really get your token. And for that, I need to shortly change the Angular, change not the Angular project, but the branch to get the other demo I have prepared, silent token. Yeah, all good. I'm at silent token, perfect. So let's do again an npm start. So what I'm basically doing, I mean, let's shortly go again to, be logged in. Okay, perfect. So what I'm doing now, it sounds crazy. Don't look at this too much, but what I'm basically doing is, the most important part over here is that I don't find it. Here is it. In this evil.js now, I load inside my Angular app. I create an iframe. We love iframes. Iframes are the best thing. Have you heard that in content security policy, you can just forbid all iframes, and you should do that, just as a side note. We don't like iframes, of course, it's sarcastically. Not then someone quotes me later, oh yeah, she loves iframes. So I do an iframe. Inside this iframe, I run my own OAuth flow. So I observed how exactly the origin is talking to the identity provider, and we don't need to go to the authorization code with Pixie so much. It doesn't matter, but basically all I'm doing is I'm preparing the whole URL to key cloak. Basically, it's running on 8089 and inserting another iframe, and then in the end, when this redirection thingy things happen with the authorization code flow, I call the token endpoint inside my iframe, and when I get the token, I send it again to my localhost 3000. So all I'm doing is basically actually the same what R0 is doing. I just create an iframe in your website, which is running the authorization code flow. And since it's basically in your origin, the identity provider would say, yes, another session to this origin, let's start it. Let's give a token because it's this origin I know, and everything is perfect and everything is fine. Okay, let's do that as well. Here is it already. If I hopefully didn't screw anything up with this demo, we should see after a couple of seconds, hopefully. Yes, oh, phew. So it's like in the last night, I did a mistake, so I needed to prepare this again. But we have a token, and it's my own private token. No one ever would recognize that I stole a token because, and it doesn't matter if there's refresh token rotation or whatnot, this is my own authorization code flow I just run with an identity provider in my personal iframe. I don't care about your tokens. You can protect your tokens wherever you want. I do my own token thingy thing with, I do my own communication channel with the identity provider, which is really scary. Okay, so you might tell me, yeah, but we have service workers, right? Service workers are great. I can register a service worker, and the service worker can observe all outbounding requests, basically, and work as an interceptor and canceling those requests I don't want to basically have, like create a filter. I'm not a huge fan of service workers in the first place, but we can just register a service worker. And then I say, yes, I unregister your service workers. All the super awesome fancy service workers you placed, I just unregister. And then you're telling me, yeah, but Martina, the service workers are marked for unregistering, but they're not unregistered immediately. So you can't place the attack immediately right now because you need to reload the application, then all the other state is gone. And then I tell you, iframes, I don't care about your reload state or whatnot. I just place another iframe in your application, and there I have my new browsing context in your origin, and the service workers will not be registered anymore in this iframe. The main point here is, so I like JavaScript in general. I like TypeScript. So JavaScript isn't that bad, to be honest. I like TypeScript. TypeScript, not JavaScript, basically. But the thing is, like, it's really hard to protect ourselves from JavaScript with JavaScript. It's not so easy, actually. And content security policy, HTTP security header, I can't recommend this enough. Basically, don't use XSS protection anymore. If you heard it, forget it already. Don't use it anymore, please, please, please. So the thing is, like, you can't protect your tokens in a front-end application. You can't. It's the truth. I know that like things like Osiro and whatnot, they're doing such a good job to protect your tokens, but as we saw, I can just get another token on my own. Yes, XSS prevention is the first line of defense. You definitely need to make sure, and Angular provides so many good stuff about that. Just in version 19, we got an auto CSP feature, which basically auto in-places the content security policy in your Angular app, which is so great. No other framework does it, and that's why I'm so in love with Angular as well from a security perspective. But I want to tell you, and like kind of a second line of defense, like not storing your tokens in the front end, but having something like a backend for front end pattern. A backend for front end pattern means basically that you have 4 parties in this whole communication channel. So you have your front end, and you have your identity or auth provider, and you have your external API you want to fetch data from. And now you have a backend for front end basically. And when you log in, when you click on the front end login, you don't communicate directly to the auth provider. You're not allowed to get any token from the auth provider directly from your front end. You get the token from a backend by you log into this backend. This backend is doing the whole OIDC, OAuth whatnot with the identity provider, and it gets the token back. And now you have 2 possibilities what to do with the token. One is to store it basically in a database in the backend for frontend. And of course, the backend is doing the whole refresh token rotation and whatnot, all the other security features that we can apply here. And we're sending to the frontend a cookie. Sometimes you also, some persons also store the token inside the cookie and places this in the front end. This has also some risks. For instance, of course, we have some cookie attributes like same-site strict and HTTP only that we cannot retrieve the token out of the cookie with JavaScript. But it's vulnerable to a CSRF attack actually, like when same site means subdomains are allowed, like when you run on kittycat.com and I have a subdomain takeover, which means kittycat.com, the cookie would also be sent to me since it's same site and not same origin, the same site strict. So it's still a little bit tricky. Then I would at least encrypt the token in your cookie if you want to store the token in the cookie, at least encrypt it. And the encryption key should be of course stored in a backend database far away from the tokens itself or whatnot. So basically, all the things like when the frontend is now wanting some data, it requests the data to the backend for frontend. The backend for frontend retrieves the token either out of the cookie or out of the database and forwards the API call to the external API and adds it inside the authorization header. So there's nothing to do inside the external APIs. There's actually just two things you need to change. Of course, it's an extra layer, this backend for frontend, but don't give me that. Don't give me something like, oh, my architecture is exploding and it's so growing and whatnot. Everyone has proxies in between. And actually, you can have a minimalist backend for frontend just with an NGINX and an NGINX config, even without having so many business logic like coded or whatnot. So it's not that of a big deal to place in a backend for frontend, actually. And yeah, and then the API call goes back to the frontend. Yes, one thing we need to consider, the latency might be a little bit higher. We have another thing in between, but I mean, we're using proxies all along, so it's always like having a proxy and routing the load balancer, whatnot, and just having something in between that maybe gets the token and sets it to the API calls. It's not that of a big deal. It can add actually another layer of security. Since you could protect your APIs a bit better, you could whitelist the backend APIs in the backend for frontend. Like you could say the front end, when there's a request coming from the front end, just API 1 or C is allowed to be called from the front end, since the front end is also not have direct calls to the backend API. So you can play around a little bit. You have a centralized point of truth when it comes to fetching your API. So the API protection is also a little bit better. I have 3 minutes left. No, good. But coming to the key takeaways, I'm already at the end. So I have some key takeaways. I know we all are the perfect front-end developers, definitely. We make everything right. We know exactly how to scan our code. We are aware of all the XSS vulnerabilities and whatnot. Did you, by the way, know, sorry, I'm doing also pen testing, and that's a really fun fact about process I just learned, which can also lead to an XSS attack. Did you know when you have you ever tried to nest diffs as far as possible? Like having maybe a nested level of over 350, did you ever try that? Do you know what the most processors are doing then? Now I have to lie, I'm not exactly know of the number, I have to look it up again, but I guess if you have a nested level of 350 and now want to nest again the diff inside the diff, then the process applying this diff as a sister node of the root diff. Just like, so it's like, hey, what, did I hear it right? What did she say? Yes. The next nested diff of the level 351 will become a sister node of the root diff. It's like, what? What happened? I mean, I didn't try it out on my own, and I have to look the concrete number. It could be also 380. Don't get me too much on the number, but there is a specific number where the browsers are putting this as a sister node, which is like, hey, cool, that's amazing. So I can easily maybe use that, and it's really easy actually. There's a huge research paper that you can read through. It's really amazing because browsers like to be browsers, and they're doing funny things. So you don't control all the things that could happen. Please remember that you can't really protect yourself from XSS. It's really hard. XSS is still there, and of course XSS prevention is the first line of defense. If you never heard of the content security policy header before, tomorrow when we after the party and go home at 5 a.m. in the morning tonight, so maybe tomorrow check for the content security policy header and protect yourself from XSS as good as possible. And maybe consider backend for frontend pattern as a defense in depth, like a second line of defense. It brings further benefits, so you can maybe apply some more policies in this backend for frontend, like whitelisting the APIs and whatnot, and which gives you even more control and maybe getting some control back. That's all from my side. I hope I woke you up with all the scary scenarios. And of course, if you have any question, at the end there is a live Q&A, but I will be here the whole day, so just ask me whatever you want. And I really want to thank you so much, and thank you for the Orga team that I'm possible to kicking off this great conference. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Martina. While we do the handover for our next wonderful speaker, we have time to bring in the people that waiting here. If you want, perfect moment to cross the stage and take a seat. If not, you can enjoy the space there. Good. Our next speaker.
Das hat sich überhören. Danke. Sorry, natürlich.
Okay. So for everyone that is standing around over there, maybe you grab a seat. Grab a seat. Ah, so die 60, nicht die 40. Okay. We had a wonderful opening. Now let's go on. Let me introduce our Viennese colleague, Rainer. I have obviously also something to say about Rainer. Funny fact, my mother knows Rainer longer than me. Yeah? Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that? My mother and Rainer work together in the same company. Rainer, I will bring, of course, a little bit of info later on his community parts, but at some point when he popped up in the internet, my mom was like, I know him. I'm like, don't I know something here? Are you the postman? You know, like, how old is Rainer? How old am I? No, just funny jokes aside. I'm very happy to welcome Rainer Hahnekamp. Rainer Hahnekamp has a couple of cool things that he does. First of all, he works for Angular Architects, a really nice and renovated consultancy agency in Austria. He is also giving you the latest updates on Angular for 100 seconds every week. The Angular news. I hope I did his intro in the same way how he does his intro. And yeah, I would say without more delay, maybe some 10 seconds of giving people time to sit down. And then I would be very happy if we can welcome Rainer with a very warm applause on stage.
Kind of transport the message that you really have to be careful before we go the micro frontend way. That's definitely not something which is easy. And then of course also the challenges and what will await us for the future. I think that this cover here is quite fitting. The three bears that you see here, the one to the left side looks a little bit young, thinks everything is possible in a way, like, yeah, we want to do this cool stuff. Then in the middle you have more or less this older bear which says, okay, I'm going to implement it. And then on the right side, you have the reality. It's not easy. You have to fix a lot of things, and you have also a lot of challenges. Yeah, so as Michael said, I am coming from Angular Architects. So we are doing micro frontends already for a very, very long time. And that's also why we see, especially for our customers, they are using micro frontends. So we see the different variations which do exist. And I also want to bring in here some of these things in this talk here as well. Good. Your introduction, we had it already. Maybe first of all, what are micro frontends? So the basic idea of micro frontends is that you say, well, you have an Angular application, or maybe also coming from some other front-end frameworks. You want to split it up into multiple sub-applications, and during the runtime, all of them should be merged together. My definition is a little bit different. What I always try to say is that micro frontends, at least the way how it's used most of the time, is this kind of art to really transform an organizational problem that you have into a technical one. So we as developers, we are not able to fix things in the organization and the structure of the teams and all of that. So, but someone needs to fix those issues, and that's why we say, okay, maybe from an organizational perspective, we can't fix it, so we try to fix it in the technical scope, more or less. And this is what it really is all about. And this is also the main necessity for micro frontends. You want to go with it if you have too many people working on the same project. This is the reason. Yeah. So if you say let's hundreds developers working on the same project, you're losing the possibility to coordinate them, and this is the big problem. There are also other reasons. Build time, separate deployment is also something we hear very often. Build time, we know you usually, when you have a code base of a decent amount, then we tend to use very often NX. It has the caching built in, but there are also some things which can be faster than caches if we don't have to build the things at all. And this is also what we can do with micro frontends. You only build just a micro frontend and leave the rest as they are. Separate deployment is also a good thing, if someone needs it, but in the end, it's really the coordination problem inside of an organization. Then, what I also want to kind of highlight is that very often we are dealing with the idea for micro frontends coming from the management, that they were reading some kind of papers or whatever, and they are saying, well, this is the same that as microservices that we have in the backend. We saw that it works there. It will also work in the frontend, because the frontend is always the easier part. And then we have to clarify, there are some differences between microservices and micro frontends. First of all, with microservices, we use them very often to scale. So I say I need to boot up 50,000 nodes because I need to serve my 1 million users or whatever. With micro frontends, that's not a necessity. I mean, this is a front-end framework. We have every user has its own node because the micro frontend is deployed into the browser. So there is no technical scalability necessary. That's one thing. The other thing is we don't really have a full isolation. So if you say again, looking at microservices, you can say, well, it's a physical machine or a virtual machine or a pod or whatever you use. There is really an isolation, so they can really kind of interact or kind of interfere with each other, except those boundaries or those APIs that you have defined. With micro frontends, it's different. We load the thing into the browser. There are some global things in the browser, like the window object and some other things, and all the micro frontends have access to that. So it's not like you have a full isolation. And then the last thing is that the frameworks, they don't have micro frontend support out of the box. This is then also, I don't want to say a problematic thing, but if you go with the micro frontend path, you have to be aware of it. We have some tools available that help you building micro frontends, but in the end, and it's everywhere you go, you always have some customizations that people have to build on their own, and as soon as you start to build customizations, you are in no man's land. No one will help you. It's your own code, and then you need to be able to control what you're doing. And what we see is that very often there is some kind of special task force team. So there is a group which know exactly how Angular works. They also need to read the source code and all that stuff. So they are really experts, and they are there to keep this all running. Yep, so remember this. Micro frontends means you need to have a specialized group which knows about all that stuff. Highly advanced people. Yeah, and this is kind of a simple image if I forget to mention it. That's the Zauberlehrling, or the, I don't know how it is called in English, the sorcerer's apprentice. If you know this poem, you know what happens. So the master goes away and the apprentice stays and wants to do the same magic, a little bit uneducated, and then all of a sudden everything gets loose. Good. Good. Let's say we go now micro frontends. The main building blocks that we always see is you have one application and it is separated into two pieces. We have a shell. So the shell is kind of the main unit in all of it, and the shell is then responsible to load micro frontends. It also knows when to show them. It will probably also provide some central services like communication or something like this, a message broker, because some communication might be necessary, and very likely that this shell is then written by this special task force team. Now, there are some frameworks for that as well, but we see very often that companies need to write their own shell. So, and what are now the common implementations that we see most often? The first one, and Martina will not be happy about it, iframes. They are still there. They are still there. Companies are using still iframes. We know it has some security concerns, also in terms of layout and so on and so forth, but we really see iframes. There are even frameworks which are built on top of iframes, and I can already tell you it looks like that there is something in the making, that something which might come out in the future, which might be a potential candidate, will also be based on iframes. But that comes at the end. Web components is also something we can use, but most of the time I would say modern micro frontends is done with module or native federation. I've put both together. I mean, there are differences obviously, but from the approach that they have, it's kind of the same. Good. Then I would say let's start with web components. What are they? Web components in the end, we can create them by Angular, so there is a support from the framework. We can say we have an application, Angular application, we want to have a web component out of it, and then we're getting one JavaScript file which contains the complete application. We take this JavaScript file, we go into the shell loads it, the shell assigns to this custom element, to the web component, a certain tag, and whenever the browser sees that tag, it kind of renders this app component. This is the way how it works. Web components is an umbrella term. If you look it up at MDN, you will see it's a combination of shadow DOM, of custom elements, and also of HTML templates. Yeah, but in the end, when we talk about web components, we mean the whole set. And as I said, it's kind of this squeezing the complete Angular application into one tag. So this is how you can kind of see it. And this is then also how it looks like. So from a high-level view, we have our shell that runs Angular, and then we have multiple Angular applications running in the same browser because we are using web components. And this comes already now with a lot of disadvantages, obviously. I also have to say that web components, I see them nowadays as something from the past. For micro frontends, they have found their niche, so there is some use for them, but not to kind of re-implement these full-grown micro frontends. The main problem is definitely the bundle size. So with every web component, we add another Angular application, so that really grows in size. I have seen once a website from a bank where they said they need to go with web components, and there they said the initial bundle size, the total of the bundle sizes that they had were 30 megabytes. They could afford it. They were running also on the internet, but they said, yeah, I mean, it's the bank. If you want to do something, you need to come to us, so we can afford it to have this long loading time. But of course, it's not optimal. Yeah, that's not the question. Multiple Angular instance, and with that, there are also coming now some certain challenges. First of all, you might have issues with the router. We know this. If you say provide router or router module for root, you have to be careful, because then again, the Angular routing system wants to connect to the history API, and then you don't know what happens if multiple Angular applications want to access the same thing. That's an implementation detail of the framework. We don't know, it could change, but it's just a potential collision that we could have then. So you have to think about alternatives, how you can do it. Zone.js used to be also a huge problem in the past. I think in the meantime, there is a solution for that. Just go zoneless, then you don't have the problem anymore. Exactly. So I would kind of say yes, that it used to be. And then the niche case. So I said before, web components are still used, but for UI components. So whenever we have something, a UI library, where we say this is meant for corporate identity, we want to use it also maybe in React or in Vue, whatever, then this is where we see web components quite often. The question is then also, do you really want to use Angular for it? In the end, it's just HTML and a little bit of JavaScript. You know, if you only use Angular, then you have to be careful about the bundle size, but usually there are then kind of specialized other frameworks which you can then also use. The advantage is you get this high isolation. This is true. And this can also be a disadvantage, because if you say there needs to be a certain amount of communication between these micro frontends, well, then it's going to be a little bit harder. Good. So that's web components. Let's move on to the main part. Yeah, or maybe, yeah, good. I have to say this as well. Before module federation appeared, we tried to kind of work on solutions for web components, sharing dependencies especially. For example, if we use Angular 18 for 5 different web components, then it would make sense to load it only once. And there have been some tools like Webpack externals, where you could say during the build time, you don't want that the Angular framework is now part of this web component. You want to load it separately somewhere else. You know, that also exists, but I think it's not really the current direction that we're going to. Module federation. What is module federation? So let's say we have one application, and in this application we have the Angular framework, we have also third-party libraries, and then we have a certain feature which a team wants to work on. So, and this feature, and this is how it starts, it needs to be lazy loaded. Then let's say we have another application where the same thing happens. Careful again, this is not like meant you have the feature is just one component and 5 people are working on it. It's really like it's a big feature. So it's usually much larger than just 2 or 3 files. Then it doesn't make sense, because otherwise you can put everything together. Good. So we have then these 2 features, and they are now becoming candidates for micro frontends. So let's put them to the side. What I maybe want to highlight, when we are in the scope of module federation, the terms also change a little bit, the terminology. We used to call the micro frontend then the remote, and the shell, then we usually use the term host for it. Good. The host is here on the right side. It's empty, so it provides the shell. It provides also the Angular framework, some third-party libraries. So far, so good. And then we start with the compilation. Because the feature is lazy loaded, we get one JavaScript file which only contains the application code for this feature. If it's using NGRX or something else, then the third-party libraries will end up in another JavaScript bundle, which you see here in white color. The Angular framework, of course, is also part of it, but not of the lazy loaded feature bundle. The host is doing the same, it also builds. And then we have the possibility to say, well, all 3 applications that we see here can be hosted on different domains. So I can say host 1, host 2. These are the micro frontends. It could be simple file web server, so just serving files and nothing else. And the shell also. Now, when the shell wants to load now the green feature, then it would more or less just say, okay, I'm now requesting only that JavaScript file with the application code, and I ignore the rest. So I'm only loading the JavaScript file from host 1. And it can do the same also to host 2. The reason why it can do that, why we can only load the JavaScript file, the application code, and nothing else, is that the shell contains already the Angular framework and also maybe a lot of third-party libraries. So it's already there. We don't need to bring in the Angular framework from the other micro frontends as we have done it with the web components. That is the trick here. The question now is, and this is now where it becomes interesting, how do we deal with those sharing of libraries? You know, let's say you have NGRX, you have Angular Material, you have RxState or whatever. This is also something which is quite common, that in large organizations different state management libraries are used. But how do we continue them? You can and you should share libraries. So there are some settings. That's also the default behavior. what module federation is doing. It says if I have already loaded one particular library, then I keep it, and then if another micro frontend needs to use the same library, then it gets the one that I have already loaded. That's the default setting. So it should be shared. There are some edge cases where you want to load a library multiple times. That could be that maybe there are different versions, but there you have to already be very careful, which comes afterwards. But you can also load your, for example, what a use case was now that I've seen is an open API library, 3 different micro frontends. They the one was using the open API version from half a year ago. The other one was using a modern one with a new API version. And then they said, well, we need to load multiple versions of that open API library. I know it's the same kind of name, but this needs to be possible. But yeah, these are edge cases. We don't see it that often. This is the problem of module federation, because it sounds too good already. There is, as we all know, Angular is compiled. So the commands that we write, they will likely look a little bit different. There will be other commands which the compiler will use in our final bundle in the JavaScript. Now we know that there is such a thing like semantic versioning. Yeah, so this means if I have a form group and I say form builder group or something else, then I can rely that if I use Angular 18, that it works in Angular 18.1 and in Angular 18.2. But as soon as it's 19, I need to be careful. There could be a breaking change, although most of the cases there isn't one. So in a way, we could say, well, then I can just mix all my Angular versions. Why not? This should be possible. Yeah, but the problem is the commands that you see in your source code are not the ones that you are then running in the browser or when it's compiled. And the Angular says this API that is used in the bundle in the compiled code is not a public API, so we are not in a way there is no necessity for us to follow the semantic versioning, which could mean that even within a patch release, in a different patch level, there could be a breaking change somewhere, and then you have a real problem. So if you say you're using Angular 18.01, 18.0 then 2, you mix both together, it could happen, it might not happen, but it could happen that there are some incompatibilities. And then, yeah, you will not get a real error message. We don't really know what's happening. It's a little bit risky, so to say. Alex, do you want to say something about this? Yeah.
That was a great explanation.
Okay, yeah. So I heard the explanation from Inco 3 years ago, and I also asked him, did you ever actually encounter such an issue with different patch versions? And he said, yesterday. I said, okay, good. So yeah, again, so it's a little bit risky if you mix multiple Angular versions together, and it doesn't only apply to Angular framework itself, but every Angular library as well. So everything which is compiled with the Angular, which obviously is quite a lot. There are, though, runtime protections built in. So we know of this issue. Module federation has something to help you. And I had to remove the slide. So what you could do in module federation, it comes with 2 different parameters. You have strict version enabled and you have singleton. You can tell module federation, I only want to have one instance of a certain library. And then in addition, you also say it needs to be strict versioning. If you say you only want to have a singleton and you're running within multiple libraries in the same major version, then module federation would say, okay, they all should follow semantic versioning, so I'm just taking the highest version. Yeah, but not so with Angular. With Angular, we need to say it needs to be 18.1, 18.01, or 18.02, but I'm not going to allow anything else. And what you will get then during the runtime is an error. So it will then fail, and then you know at least that it's not going to work. This is this runtime protection that we have. There is a tweet from Brendan Roberts, which I saw yesterday. I thought, yeah, it's a good opportunity to include it here as well. So careful, you really have to see it like internal API that you are using there. Good. So, so this is what we see here. We are loading now third-party libraries. Let's say it's NGRX or something else. And then there is this module federation logic included that I've just explained. So it will find, depending on the settings that you have done, it knows what it has to do, and hopefully there are no collisions. So module federations. In the end, we don't have these disadvantages that we have from, for example, from web components, because we have just one Angular application running, and that's a good thing. Also for Angular itself, there are no bad surprises, because from the perspective of Angular, there is just one Angular framework, and it loads just lazy loaded modules like it would also normally do. The only difference is that this lazy loaded module is now coming from a different location. Yeah. But if everything kind of fits together, it's one Angular application at the end. This is the big advantage. Which means you don't have issues with multiple zone jazz. You don't have issues with the router. You don't have issues with dependency injection at all. If you use the HTTP client, the interceptors will work for all your micro frontends. And then also you can also share services. If you have a user service, these central platform services that are provided by the shell, then you can reuse them also in your micro frontends. That's a good thing. The bundle size is also nice. Yeah, obviously, because we don't have multiple Angular versions. But careful, it's suboptimal because we cannot do tree shaking for shared libraries, obviously. If I'm the shell, or if I need to build a library, then usually tree shaking, we know what kind of things from the library we require, and everything which is not used gets kind of thrown away. But with the micro frontend, I don't know who's going to use that library, so I need to play it safe, and I need to include everything that this library from its API is exposing. So this is, yeah, bundle size is good, but it's not tree shakeable. There is this compromise where we say, yes, it is as it is with this versioning of Angular. We need to be careful there. And then the question always comes up, yeah, but if we again need to be even on the same patch level, how can we reach this full autonomy? And then, yeah, monorepository is always a good approach. You're coupled. We have to be. You're bound to the versions, to the libraries. There is no autonomy, but it leads to everything else. You can have separate deployment. You can use a different state management library. So this is all possible. Right, and it's also bound to the bundler. And this means I use, for example, in the use case of NX, we have Webpack and the NX, which means during the runtime, the loader needs to know, okay, this is now a JavaScript file which was built with Webpack. This is one which was built with RSPack. And this is now where we come to native federation. Yeah, because this is now the one of the main differences between these two approaches. I also want to say maybe a quick, so module federation, when it came out, it's the pioneering work for Angular was done by Manfred Steyr, obviously, and he had this contact to Tobias Koppas, who used to be at that time the Webpack lead, and he brought in the prototype for Angular, and then from there on, it kind of found its way into other environments as well. And today, for example, NX is also known to have a very good support for module federation. Native federation is then something where I would say this comes more from us, from Angular architects. It's like module federation, but without this kind of coupling to the bundler during the runtime. Yeah, so this during the runtime, that is important. If we take here a look at module federation, and in this case, I would say that's the NX use case, then at the moment we can say Webpack or RSPack. This is used then to build the JavaScript files, and these JavaScript files, they have a little bit of metadata, which is then understood by Webpack because it needs to load it during the runtime. What native federation is doing, it says we also obviously need to use a builder. So in our case, we are using ESBuild at the moment, but what changes now is that the outcome of the JavaScript file is not like an ESBuild format, it's ESM. Which means we could theoretically, I mean, there is at the moment just one adapter, but we could have multiple bundlers, different bundles for the micro frontends, because during the runtime, it only accepts ESM. So everything that you need to do is that you need to make sure that the bundler that you are using is producing ESM. That's the main thing. So this is what I meant with we are decoupled from the bundler during the runtime. But yeah, again, the net adapter is necessary. So if we want to support Webpack, RSPack, Vite, someone needs to write that adapter which is doing the ESM compilation. It also opens it up the new use cases. We could, for example, make use of CDNs. So if you say there is a CDN which provides the Angular framework in ESM, then we can just very easily point to that, and chances are very high the more native federation is used, that it also is more in your cache already, and you don't need to load it then from your own application. It's also web standard, so we're using import maps in the end, which means we are telling the browser, if someone is importing from ABC, you fetch the file from this location, from this URL. And we can also use module federation as well. That's one of the latest features, so we can use both. And this is the downside, you require ESM. So if you have a CommonJS library in the end, in your node modules, for example, you cannot share it. This is something which you could do with Webpack or with RSpec, but with native federation, it really is like it's then part of the micro frontend. Good for us because in Angular, all the libraries are already running on ESM. So it's really like libraries, Lodash, DateFNS, something like this. If they are kind of coming without ESM, yeah, then you need to exclude it from the shared part. And that was, these were the three main implementations we see. I also have a few other ones. The hyperlink integration, which always comes up in the topic of micro frontends, that actually means you don't do micro frontends, but you split up your application into multiple domains. So for me, that's not a micro frontend, but that's the last exit before I really go straight into micro frontends. That's an alternative. SingleSpar is a framework which kind of is framework agnostic. It allows you also to use other front-end frameworks as well. You can mix React. I don't know if they still support AngularJS. Custom solutions. We have the story of Google Cloud, where they have 2,000 Angular developers working on one project. What they are using is they have two iframes. One iframe is always shown. The other iframe is the container for the micro frontend, and they are mirroring what the micro frontend iframe is doing into the main iframe. So the user never sees the micro frontend iframe, but they're kind of mirroring all the things into the main iframe. Yeah. Also works. You have then full isolation, and maybe at that scope or at that dimensions, you can allow to do it. There are also hybrid things that are possible. You can mix module native federation even with web components. Typical use case, big organization, internal development happens. The internal development, they are working within a single mono repository. There you have the versions under control. There you can then use native federation. You have some external companies which also provide you micro frontends. You integrate them with web components. That is also a possibility which is quite common. And web fragments. This is something which was announced last week at NgBelgium. I've heard about it the first time. I wanted to bring up a showcase. It's not at the moment where I would say we can already, it's already production ready. But this is a technology coming from Cloudflare together with others, from Igor Minar, who used to be at Angular for a very long time. And they are also depending on iframes. So this is very interesting. So in the future, if you hear web fragments, you've heard it here for the first time. Good, except you have been to NgBelgium. Good, and that was it from my side. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Rainer. Yeah. On our schedule now is a 45 minutes break. We will adjust it. We will use the breaks to align with the talk. So if it is not sharp 45 minutes, you may excuse us. Please remember, there are these QR codes. You should, can, and have to submit questions. You can upvote them. This is a Slido application. Do that. Other than this, enjoy the break and see you in 40 minutes. now that Michael is here, we can go on. Our next sponsor is Code Pushup. Code Pushup is an open source conformance tool. Vojtech will tell us way more about it, but what I can tell it is the goal aims for replacing all the other tools on the market that cost a lot of money. There is multiple different framework stacks included already. There are tech stacks already included. And I believe there will be a lot of live coding, so I will not give more information on Code Pushup. And I want to introduce our next speaker, Vojtech Masek. He is obviously also a very, very old member of our Angular community from Czech Republic and speaks Czech fluently. If you ever tried to read my last name, you maybe realize it is not German. It's also a Czech last name. And let me tell you a small story about how it happened when I met Vojtech the first time. I was on a meetup, different location back then, like 8 years ago or so. And there was this very motivated dude in the crowd that approached me and spoke in Czech with me. Something, used my last name. I was like, hi, English, German, Michael. He's like ignoring whatever I said. Czech, this, that. I was like overwhelmed of all the foreign language words because I cannot speak a single word Czech. But he also didn't listen to that I only speak German or English. He was so excited about he can finally speak Czech with someone that I don't know how, but we missed each other in the conversation. He went away in his head, such an impolite Michael. He didn't even say anything to me, and I was sharing so much information, and I was like, whoa, it was a very active Czech dude. So luckily, we had the chance on the evening to meet again. Cheers, and I said like, Prost, how did you like the evening? And he answered in English, and that was the moment we realized, I don't speak Czech. Okay, so welcome on stage, Vojtech Masek.
Oh. Thank you. Yeah, it's a true story. After this meetup, I thought that he didn't even say a sentence to me, and then a few hours he invited me for a meetup in Vienna, and I was like, that's embarrassing. Yeah. I will be talking about code quality tonight, and I will be also showing you what can we do with our new product that we are trying to get to the market. There is a Slido QR code. Please use it. I will make it better. If you don't have it already, we'll wait a few seconds. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions. I have a lot to show and a lot to say. I don't think that I will make it, to show everything. So at some point they will cut me off, and that means that if you are still interested, we can talk about it, later in the evening. I don't care. So just approach me, and it's fine. Let's start. What is technical debt? It is very easy to understand for technical people what technical debt is, and it is very hard to understand for non-technical people what the technical debt is. I try to explain it in a way that you tell a non-tech person, like, imagine that you have a sink full of dishes and cutlery, and you just keep on adding, and at some point there is so much that you cannot even wash the dishes anymore because there is so much technical debt. So that's something where I like to imagine it, and suddenly people start to be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So if you have enough of debt that it starts to be so critical that you cannot even repay it. There are things that you can do. Most of them include watching the technical debt, trying to keep it under control, and second thing is improving. Improving is hard, especially when you don't know what to improve. There are tools to help you, existing pretty great tools for tech quality monitoring. And if you do tech quality monitoring correctly, or good enough, you probably have some kind of automation set up. One of the most used automations right now I would even say thanks to Angular, like in our community, definitely thanks to Angular, is that it ships with ESLint or previously TSLint, and that means that every new Angular project is with static analysis, and you can focus on actually, trying to keep it in a reasonable state. So, ESLint, obviously, what is it? It is a very neat tool that was created for JavaScript. Later on, it adopted all the TypeScript rules, and it ensures that you ship consistent code and try to prevent bugs. There are many presets. It is very pluggable, and these presets includes TypeScript, it includes Angular. There is actually like officially maintained Angular repository with rules that allow you to, for example, check what the modern Angular should look like. We will showcase that later, how we can use these rules. It is very easy to write your own. Creating a new ESLint rule is very simple, not a huge rocket science. And I would even say, not sure if we are able to make it, but you can prompt a ChatGPT to create you a rule, and it will literally work. Like, I do that often. I'm like, okay, this is something I want to check. Last time I did an inject migration, and I was like, there is no rule for checking if I use inject or constructor parameters. I just told ChatGPT to create me a rule, and there I have it. It now works and now follows, everything. Yeah, so it's quite easy, and there is no reason why you shouldn't have a properly set up ESLint in your project. Many things are auto-fixable, or provide good enough suggestions that you are able to fix it. How to get most of it? So you should have the linter set up. It should pass, even if it's not actually telling you anything important. It is quite important that it passes eventually, with warnings at least. So sometimes the people are caught up with linters as formatters. So that is not something that you should really do, because the stylistic and formatting rules are now deprecated. They recognize that that is not a good idea to yell at developers that they are missing a space or have too many new lines. What should be used is prettier, or some alternative that actually does the formatting. Never lint something that you can format. And there is many already prepared presets that you can start extending. It's not just TypeScript recommended, there is many more. We ourselves maintain a repository with a lot of presets curated to the frameworks, so they, Svelte has its own preset, Angular has its own preset, Cypress has its own preset, and we maintain these rules, extending others. It is very opinionated, and it should be. Every project is different, so it is nice when it is opinionated. You should be able to configure what you want. And you should put in this effort, because it pays off in the long run. So what can you do? You can potentially semi-automate all the reviews. There is complexity that comes in with every code. And if code is complex, it is very hard to maintain, and basically it is said that most of the developers burned out because of the complex code they have to maintain. They do not even know where to touch, what can break. They are not confident in shipping new features, so they basically, switch jobs. You don't want that to happen, so you try to do something about it. Yeah. If you violate principles, well-known principles, single responsibility, it can be quite hard to actually maintain the code base. So there are things that you can do about the complexity. And I will just list the rules, because we do not have enough time to go through all of it, so sorry for this. There is a bunch of rules that you can start using, and most of them are already in the TypeScript recommended. So you are probably using them if you have everything configured. The cyclomatic complexity from the Angular ESLint is especially nice one, because that offers you the same complexity you would normally check in TypeScript, but for templates in Angular. So it tells you when the template is too complicated to keep the way that you have it. There's type safety, a huge thing. Who wants, or would you say that your project is type safe? Yeah, who has no any rule set up? Who is like passing no any? You can have few, you know, okay, I've seen 2 hands. Beautiful. So, it's a safety hole. Of course, sometimes you need the any type, but in most of the places you don't need it. And the worst thing is when people put it there just so they override something that TypeScript would natively like pick up from, you know, the return type or something. So it is a hole that actually leaks through all of the code base. Like once you have it in one weird place, suddenly everything that uses is not safe and shouldn't be like that. So it's quite important to track it. You can combine some of the any or type rules with compiler flags. For example, no implicit any as a compiler flag. And something that we eventually want to come up as a plugin in Code Pushup is that we would be able to run the compiler flags separately. Because currently, if you set strict in your TypeScript config, you will fail your build. And you will never be able to ship a feature with failing build. But what eventually you will be able to do with us is that you will get a report of what you have to fix before you can flip a switch on strict. Yeah, there is a lot of information in these type safety rules. Unfortunately, many of them don't have the fixes. Some do, but you at least get the information on, you know, what should be happening. And there are some framework-specific best practices. I already told you, you know, we also maintain some stuff, but Angular and RxJS is quite important. Again, set up by default in many presets. You can follow the deprecation every time there is a new deprecated API after update. You will get a notification in your lint that you should not be using it anymore, that you shouldn't nest subscribes, that you shouldn't use take until in an unsafe way, because unless you put take until as your last thing in pipe, it can leak memory, because it has to be last parameter. And many people do not know that and put it as a first or somewhere in the middle. Yeah, there is a rule for it. There are others. Again, sorry for this. I do not have time to explain them all. It was not planned as 30 minutes. Architecture. You can lint your architecture. NX is doing a great job providing you with some base of what you can do there, and I very much like it. You can enforce the boundaries, and you can also create something like this. I'm not sure if it's readable, but I will explain. You can restrict imports and create something that will be a path saying dump components, and that means that if in any library or app you have a folder dump components, that's where only dump components should live, and dump component should never import from HTTP router, have NGRX store, because it should only communicate by inputs. So that's how you can enforce this and have a pretty nice standard where, you know, it's not you in a review yelling on someone, it's the computer yelling, so that's fine. Okay, how strict should you be in CI? I don't like when CI is failing. Most of the people don't like it. Why? Because when it just fails and doesn't do anything of the jobs you would expect it to do, for example, deploy a preview, give you some kind of, you know, other information that is useful, it's not good. So when you have large code bases, it is almost impossible to start adopting new strict rules. Why? Obviously, because if you add the rule, what is it, like 16,000 new issues? Like there was a project that I added a new audit to, like a lint rule, and I realized that I have to go to the portal application, and in the cart I have to make the space for the number bigger because it could not fit there. It was like 100,000 errors or something. So too many things can happen at once, and most of them of the stricter rules are not auto-fixable, so you cannot add a rule and automatically fix. People are putting workarounds in the CI, and one of the worst things is to just set a warning, so we see it in IDE or CI, but what starts to happen is that everybody ignores it, nobody cares, and you will eventually end up with a very long running non-skippable CI that nobody actually fixes. or you temporarily disable and then find this command after 2 years and nobody switches it on anymore. So, what can you do about it? Well, it is very difficult to track. If you don't track the new code that you are adding, then how can you possibly, fix something and create a better code base? If you have audits on your packages, npm audit or anything that tracks vulnerabilities, it's the same problem. So you put an npm audit into the CI, which runs regularly on each of the pull requests. Most of the time it fails. It is not fixable because there is not a new release on that package you are using, or it is not in scope of what you are doing. It's outside of your control. Many people at the same time start fixing the same pull request or different pull requests. So you are basically wasting a lot of money on having a parallel work on same audit. And there are alternatives that do not really give justice to how it should be used in Angular or in NX, because they don't run the migration. So dependent bot is nice, but not really usable in our cases. So again, something that is a problem you can somehow fix later on. Bundle size. Angular has bundle size as a metric for load time performance. It's quite important to have a small bundle. But the thing is that once you configure the limit in Angular JSON, it starts failing at some point. And I'm not sure how many of you like how it currently works in Angular, but I sure don't. And I don't because I've never been in a state where it was actually useful. Like when it catches something, it usually just fails at the third pull request after something that breaks, Or you get into that state where you cross the limit by 1 kilobyte and you have to bump another megabyte, because if you don't, then there are 7 other pull requests that will start failing right after you bump, and you have conflicts. It's not good. So yeah, again, something that should not be probably tracked there. And second of all, it should never fail your build. I wouldn't say that something like that should fail a build. There is not an option for warning. It fails. And the thing is that imagine that you try to ship a preview, but your whole build fails, and you don't even see the preview, so you cannot inspect the bundles. You are working on a project that takes 17 minutes to build on production, and you have to locally start building the whole thing in production modes so you actually see the bundles. Where you could go to the deployed preview and instantly see with Webpack Analyzer or something, this is where the problem is. And I have the warning. And I have a comment on pull request, for example. And so all of these developer experience improvements could happen with all of the audits that you can potentially track. Lighthouse, same thing. Like, it can fail randomly, not even your fault, something happened along the way. Sorry. Introducing code pushup. What we try to do is that we are creating a solution that is able to integrate many tools, existing tools. We are not trying to replace ESLint, we are not trying to replace Lighthouse, code coverage, whatever. We are taking the tools that you already have in your stack, that already have a pretty good output, they are pretty well maintained, and we are wrapping them. We are wrapping them in a way where if it has a machine-readable output, we can put it into audit. We have our own special audit structure with weights, with calculated values. That is not so important. You just feed it the output and it does the magic. You can then compare everything between commits, because you will get an update on each of the commits and you can see all the changes. It will never block your CI, and everything that we are currently shipping is open sourced. So you can find it. Either we maintain the plugin or there is a community behind it. And we already have a few customers that actually ship their community plugins. Like there was a case where DevOps engineer created an Elixir plugin in like 20 minutes, and I was like, what? Who uses Elixir in production? Yeah. So yeah, everything is possible. It is very flexible, and we like to say that we are highly customizable. Like you can configure everything. You can decide to start, tracking the syntax like on the README, or I don't know, and you can probably create a easy plugin for it. So whatever you desire. And the portal, the thing that we live off, that's why we eventually do it. That's what is paid. That's where we get our money, because we are actually hosting and providing you with the reports, progress, trends, and all the nice features for the management. Not for the developers. I'm joking. Developers actually like it, because I heard that it's the missing UI for the ESLint, because ESLint doesn't have the UI. Well, now it does. This is what you will see. It's not very visible, but this is eventually what you will see in the local or CI execution. A list of things that happened with the values, with the information. This is the final list of categories that happened, and there is a bunch of plugins, like a lot of them. We are actively working on new stuff, and we have Lighthouse, we have ESLint, we have all the package managers that are widely used and support the auditing or outdated packages. Yeah, it's getting there that we are on pair with most of the existing solutions. So what you can do with the plugins? You can register your own plugins, and they evaluate their own audits. It gives you the score, 1 to 100, and it gives you the value, number or something, plus whatever it should display as a format. You will get details, because then we can show you a preview of source code, for example, and you will get a nice comprehensive update on what was happening, what started to appearing on your code, and you can closely inspect each time. We have a bunch of categories. Categories are the highest level that you can create for the overview, and we use categories in a way where we actually name something, some weighted average of audits called results, and create human understandable categories. The formula for the calculation is highly configurable, and you can combine multiple reports to the category. So then something like this can happen, that you will have a separate performance, security, accessibility checks. You will have a check if you are PVA compatible. You will have some SEO checks on each of the builds. From Lighthouse, you check how much of your application is actually translated. You have test coverage there, everything at one place. We replace multiple products, the money talk. So if you are already paying for Sonar, CodeCaf, Lighthouse CI, or whatever other tests on the dashboard, we can probably do that for cheaper price. How do you set it up? You set it up pretty easily. Install. I will not go through all of the commands. Configure with a TypeScript file. Run the code push-up either in CI or locally. If you are on GitHub, you can just use our action. It will work like that. And you are starting to get reports and automated comparisons on each of the commands, on every PR. Here is a custom plugin example. I'm sorry, it is not that readable, but this is how you can hack together a way that you will track a migration from JavaScript to TypeScript. You create a custom piece of code, one JavaScript function that checks the extensions of your files and tell you how much of your code base is already migrated to TypeScript. It's not very clever, but it is something where you can start, and then you can start adding more and more. Often customers create these custom plugins to start checking things like migrating to somewhere. For example, Michael had a great talk on how we helped a customer to migrate to NX monorepo, because they created a custom checks for a folder structure and everything for that specific case, and then migrated a lot of projects into one single monorepo. Similar thing when they were trying to migrate from custom components and styles to a design system. Basically a simple check that tells you, yes, now this library or this app already uses the design system. You can delete the styles imports for the old old UI library, and that means that you are effectively bringing your bundle size down, and you know that it is not broken because you do not have an import to or usage of that CSS anymore. I would like to shout out to my colleague Matthieu, because who was on the yesterday's speaker dinner know that the CI and a lot of stuff was broken yesterday because of some GitHub actions issues, and he managed to wake up today and fix everything for me while I was creating the slides, and all of the things about the informations for the lint rules. He's doing all the research behind it, and he's actually the one maintaining the presets that we have for all of the frameworks, including like new cool kit in town, Svelte. Yeah, it's pretty nice. So thank you. And now I can show you the demo of how it looks finally. Yeah. So how many minutes I have? 5. Beautiful. Almost spot on. So 7 more? Beautiful. So I created this demo. Yeah. You probably recognize the shape, whatever it is. It is a clone of Devto, like the block platform. Yeah. I took something that was created 6 years ago in Angular 12 and updated it to newest Angular. And as I was doing all the migrations, I put it into NX monorepo. I do all the interesting stuff, all the lint fixes. Every time I was creating, a new commit, or new commits of something like finished migration or fixed lint issues, I did a record of that report, so you could see how much it tracked stuff and what was going on there. So that's an explanation on what I'm going to actually show you. So there is the Wi-Fi is not so. I'm not on the Wi-Fi. Okay, maybe this will work. Okay, let's stay here. So this is the dashboard of the actual project. We can see that we have ESLint and JS package is running as a plugin. We can see that this is my last commit, migrate output, where I run the migrate output migration for the old decorator to go to a new output function. And I have a bunch of categories. The most interesting ones that I created just for the purpose of this repository for this demo is modern Angular and type safety. So what is modern Angular? Let's have a look. We can see that there are 8 audits running in modern Angular, that the trend of the score went up 66 points because I fixed a bunch of stuff. And this is the calculation. So I can see that almost 1/4 of the whole score is ensuring that everything is standalone. And second thing is that I'm actually using new control flow. Yeah? So I have a check for that from ESLint, and everything else that is failing, it's telling me, I have a bunch of change detection set that is not set to on push. I should probably be using the on push. And even if I'm not for current components, I should create the new ones with on push, preferably. So I have report on every case that doesn't have the on push. I can click view in GitHub and see it there. I can go to my IDE, directly fix it. I have the preview. I have the score change. Everything is there. Yeah. If there is anything else that you would like to see or add, you just put a single new rule into your configuration, and it picks it up. And it even works in a way where you don't have to have a different configs for ESLint and for us, because we just pick up the ESLint config. And what many people start doing or stop doing is actually running the lint in the CI in a way that it starts failing things, because they now get a report back on the pull request. And the report looks something like this. You can see it's a comment on GitHub or GitLab, but this one is GitHub. And you will get all the categories. If you are interested in what actually happened inside, you can see what are the exact changes, what audits have changed separately, that the branch coverage is now better in the code coverage, that you are not adding, like we actually enforce immutable code in this repository, and someone decided that he will not follow that, so we added 16 more or 10 more warnings. If you like to see more and identify what is the actual thing going on there, you can click on the portal link, have a full-size comparison of what was happening between these two commits. That's something that you can do at any point of time. You can decide that you will be like, what's a difference on all of the categories between version that I have currently released and the state we were half a year ago. You can set it up, it will do the diff, and you can literally go through the whole diff. Like, same way as you inspect code, you can inspect, this is how much your time to interactive went up and down. This is how much you influenced your IMP in the last half a year. This is how much you edit or subtracted code coverage. Even things like if you don't know how to properly set code coverage thresholds for your whole project, we support it in a way where every lib of your NX monorepo can have different code coverage threshold. So it will be, if there is an important lib that everything uses, you set the coverage to very high, 80, and then it's green on 80. If it's a front-end app that you do not cover that much, you can set it to 10, so at least your pipes are covered. It's pretty nice, because then you are actually actively encouraged to make code better, incrementally improve. Yeah. If there will be anything else that you are interested in, you can, as I said, catch me up later, and I will try to answer everything that I can, or I can show you more from the demo, because frankly, I spent 4 days migrating the project and I don't have the time to show you everything. I would like to end with less technical debt, happier devs. Observability is the key. If you don't measure and observe what you are doing, then you are basically going blind and you have no idea what you are doing. So it's not only about keeping track of ESLint or keeping track of how Lighthouse is scoring you, but it is about knowing what happened, when, who introduced it, Obviously, some of, I'm not sure how many, but some of us are managers, so we have to know these things. And most of all, and most importantly, you can improve incrementally. There is like a scout rule that you should leave the fire pit in a better state than you found it. So it should work like that with new code, because every new code you will be adding can be subjected to a much higher standard than what is already existing. And then when you eventually have a free time in your sprint and you are like, what should I fix? You can go to the audit, you can sort it by the, I don't know, highest or biggest occurrence, and you can just pick these 40 lint errors and ship it, and the score will go down, and it will, or sorry, up. And it will all be nice, and people will be praising you for getting a better category score, and it's like a gamification. I will ask you to give us a star on GitHub, because that's something that we really like to see, that people give us a nice GitHub stars. There are certainly things like GitHub stars-driven development. People choose tools based on that. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Is my microphone connected? Yes. Oh, how wonderful. Nearly as wonderful as this talk was. Let's give a 10-second time here to set up the next speaker helping Hobbit on our conference here. Because of the ears, not his size. Okay. Yeah. Let's go back. Who was the person that went late? You. I switched. I'm not making jokes about Chris now. I make jokes about the person that was late today. No, maybe. Maybe let's completely stop making jokes and let's get the HDMI connected. Okay, before I introduce the next speaker, I want to introduce our next sponsor. It's a black screen, as you can see now, but if something, interesting. It's keynotes. I already told like we should not use it, but it's okay. Let me introduce on stage our next sponsor, NX, and from NX I want to introduce our community friend too. There is history, but I have no time for that. Miroslav, Jonas.
We have 18 million downloads. I think it's even bigger than that these days. Here are some of the quotes from our local heroes. By Michael saying that he used NX and ran just a single command. In 5 minutes everything was set up, which saved him 2 hours of work. And then Michael, who is a heavy fan of NX, and he mentioned that NX feels like a second team in his company that handles all the DevOps and all the heavy lifting. Easy to start using NX. You can either run NX init in your existing repo, or even use NX import to import your project into the existing NX repo, or you can start with create NX workspace, here you build and everything from scratch, and you can just provide preset Angular. Next will ask you what type of preset you want to use, so if you're looking for Angular, you would probably choose that, and then just follow all the steps to get everything set up. And now we have a microphone as well. I don't know if this works. And one tool that we have accompanying our CLI is the NX Cloud, which is our SaaS product. And it gives you ability to really benefit from those affected graphs, to only build and test and lint what has actually been changed instead of building everything. Then you can have remote caching where, again, if you're trying to run the same task for the second time, we'll simply replay it from the cache instead of running it from the scratch. And then we have more cool things like distribution, so you can use multiple machines to distribute work. You can now use also flaky detection, so if you have tests that sometimes passes, sometimes fails, NX can detect that and rerun it from the scratch, so you don't have your failed CI runs. And finally, we have atomizer. When you have these super long tasks, NX can split them into smaller chunks automatically and distribute them across machines. So go to NX Dev for more information, and you have a bunch of stickers over there if you want to pimp up your laptop. And also there are some cheat sheets for how to set it up, and also some cheat sheets for module federation in Angular. So thank you for the time and enjoy the conference.
If you don't know Miro, he has ears, and having ears on that conference is a good sign of being part of the organization team. Let's share that, let's give a 10-second time window for the disturbing people to cross the recording and the stage, and then go back to Miro, because Miro is a core team member of the Angular meetup of the Angular Association, and ever since supporting and helping us with his time, energy, and funny jokes. And now, even as a sponsor with his cool tool. The next very interesting talk here on that laptop that is not mine is from Christopher Holder. Christopher is a very, very interesting human. In between, I think, like, is he extraterrestrial? Because, like, over the time, you know, when you know someone, you have a limited amount of knowledge about that person, and when you spend more time with someone, you discover, like, more and more of that person. And by accident, I regularly discovered that he can speak not only one language. At the beginning, I was, like, impressed about his English skills, right? I was like, really sounds like a native. I want to talk English like Chris talks English. That was my first impression. And then I invited working colleagues of us at home. One of them was from Russia, and they started a fluent conversation in Russian language. I was like, what is going on here? Later on, he met Matthieu Riegler. Matthieu is from France. He speaks French fluently. I don't. And Chris, the same. He just started a full-blown conversation in French. I was like, wondering what is the next language that I will discover Chris is speaking. So welcome on stage with a very warm and loud applause, Christopher P. Holder.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I guess the coloring is not perfect to see on screen today. That is supposed to say SPAs and instant navigations. Unfortunately, I was not expecting that, so I might have to dictate a part of the slides as we go. Today I'm going to be talking about performance and about how to improve the performance of navigations on your application. Here's the deal. We all are Angular developers, and we work on real applications, not just a website that is a landing page, which means there is a minor difference to the way that this works. And so the main thing is, on an actual application, a user spends his time interacting with the website, not just loading it. So for some weird reason, we only focus on this kind of initial load and how fast do we get to actually display something on the screen when that's not what your user's there for. He's there to actually interact with your application and do things on it. And so we can see that Crux data is showing us that 90% of their time is spent actually doing things on the website. So navigations and interactions as such. Today, I'm not talking about the first navigation. I only talk about future navigations, the secondary navigation on your website for single-page applications. And I hope to show you how to go from the image you see above, where it takes about 2 seconds to navigate to a different page, to something that it takes about 100 milliseconds to actually navigate. So it's a huge, huge difference. Michael already introduced me, but I am Chris. I focus on performance and user experience, particularly today, talking about how to make the secondary navigations blazingly fast. My Twitter is Chris P. Holder if you're interested, and I'm a software engineer, trainer, and consultant specialized in performance. So let's get into the actual topic. Usually, you think about how do you measure something like this? How do you measure actually navigation performance? And we have a golden standard for this. It's LCP, largest contentful paint, right? It doesn't exactly measure how fast your application loads, right? It's just kind of a user perceived. I love how the red that is supposed to highlight the colors of the important pieces is removing them. It's a perfect touch for this. So essentially it measures user-centric, it's a user-centric metric to tell you how your user perceives the speed of the application, the speed of the navigation. Doesn't really measure speed. It actually just measures largest piece of content. You're probably familiar also with the estimated amount of time, under 2.5 seconds is good. Between 2.5 and 4 seconds is kind of an okay, but it needs improvements. And over that, it's actually getting pretty bad. And fortunately, we also have a little cheat sheet or framework that we can use to think about how do we optimize the largest contentful paint on a page. Essentially divided into 4 parts. How long does it take for the server to actually send you some data? After that, how much needs to happen so that we actually start loading that important resource? The important resource could be an image, could be a piece of text. To simplify it, in this case, we're just going to use an image as the largest contentful paint. And of course, maybe your use case has something slightly different. It is the most important resource on the page. Finally, whatever additional time it takes to actually render it on the screen once the resource is already loaded. But you might have noticed something already. In a multi-page application, that totally makes sense. How long does it take for the server to respond? And then you actually load the content and everything. But in a single-page application, we don't essentially load a new resource every time. We don't load a new HTML document. And so therefore, this metric doesn't really work, and it doesn't really handle our use case. That does not mean we cannot measure it. There is an experimental feature called soft navigations. Soft navigations is a way to actually measure core web vitals, but focusing on multi-page application, single-page applications. Sorry. Essentially, it allows you to get the same type of metrics you would usually get your core web vitals, but also for subsequent navigations. Now, what is a soft navigation? A soft navigation essentially means we render a user clicks on something, we render a new piece of content, and we switch the URL itself. There is an actual change to the history API showing that there is an actual rendering change, and it can be considered a navigation, even though it's a soft navigation. It is experimental, but it is in its second trial. You can try it out on your browser, and I'll show you it on the demo. And so here is the major change. Essentially, the first block that we'd seen in our framework is kind of gone. We no longer have this first input, like this first byte, because the HTML document has already loaded and we're not loading a new one. Essentially, most of our navigations will look something a little bit like this, where you click on a button, then we load something related to a route, some additional bundles that need to be loaded, fetch some new data, and then load the actual element and then render it on the page. Essentially, as you can see, that would be more or less a visual of what that transition looks like. I don't like to reinvent the wheel, and so I'm very fortunate that there is already a way to focus on improving the secondary navigations for the websites. This is something called the Speculative Rules API. Essentially, it allows you to pre-render and preload and do some additional work behind the scenes to load and create some additional resources so that when you interact again on the page, it will load the next part faster. Unfortunately, this is not for single-page applications. It targets actual documents and does everything specifically for multi-page applications, so it's not for our needs. It's also experimental and not available everywhere. So you can see, for example, that it's still not available on Safari or Firefox. So even if we were able to use it in single-page applications in Angular, it wouldn't really do the trick as it is not available in Safari and Firefox. But there are custom implementations of it that allow us to do some part of the actual work behind the scenes in just using JavaScript that would allow us to make it work on all different browsers. For example, quick links, and specifically NGX QuickLink, which is a library developed by NgGlühwein, which essentially allows you to identify which routes are possible, which links are available on the page that could lead to the next navigation. So essentially, we would be able to preload all additional bundles that would be necessary for the next navigation. Essentially, getting rid of this initial part where we are going to load all the bundles related to the route and then be able to fetch the data, which visually speaking usually would be something like this, or some additional type of loading spinner during the transition. Already a very, very large improvement. Also means that your website will react much, much faster to this transition, right? Now you can actually see that we have an immediate reaction. We start loading the route, visual change, we render something on the screen, fast and beautiful. But we still can improve further. We still can go ahead and think about loading the critical data on the website. So what data is going to be necessary to be able to load the next piece of content on the page. And for that, we can take advantage of the Angular router, right? We can go ahead and match the actual routes that we're going to use with specific links and figure out which resources we're going to need in advance and use this concept that we call pre-resolvers. Pre-resolvers are essentially functions that you can run as part of your route so that when you have a link on the page that will match to a future route, you can go ahead and just run a function, get some data. This usually would mean instantiating some type of cache, initiating some type of request that might have some HTTP cache or any type of state that you might want to handle in the background as a side effect. This, of course, runs inside the injection context, which means that we can either run it from the injection context of the route itself or just the root injection context, allowing you to actually use services and not just functions for your application. And that will target these two new spaces. now you have a situation in which the data is already there, so we're not having to display an additional loading spinner or an additional empty space, but we can go straight into actually rendering the elements. I still left the white space there, and I'll explain why in a second, and that has to do with like general rendering performance. But I will show you that in a moment. Of course, that leaves us with the last item. We still have the actual element itself, the image or whatever is necessary in that case, and we, of course, have some native browser implementations that we can actually use to load that in advance. For example, we can go ahead and just inject a link tag to preload the image, get it ready before time. The implementation might require to do some special like patterns to actually get the size that you want to display, but essentially you can just add a link tag that will allow you to preload the actual link, the actual image before time, and get it ready on server, on the browser. This means that we now would get rid of this additional loading period where the image is being displayed, essentially being able to render it directly on the screen with the addition of this rendering delay, element render delay. And so for that part, you actually have to focus on how do we go ahead and optimize the rendering of Angular itself, and how do we render the items faster. I am not really going to go very deeply into that. There is an awesome talk from Julian, RMC here, who's also the guy who started the implementation of the speculative links that we have here. The QR code will send you to a YouTube video, so it is online. You can check it out from I think NgDE, so it's already there. NgDE, yeah. And of course, if you want to try out the actual repository, the library, to be able to improve rendering performance of your application, we have here a link to RxAngular. So let me actually show you how this looks like in practice, show you a little demo, and show you some of the internal details there. We have this beautiful Angular application. Let me go ahead and just show you what that is. And it's essentially a movies application where we're displaying all the different items, and we have multiple different routes. This is just going to be the demo application that I use, but of course, the implementation doesn't require these specific things. First of all, we need to configure the router to actually preload the important information there, the specific routes. Here we can use the speculative link route preloader strategy. So you essentially pass it to the router so that every time a link appears on the screen, it will go ahead and actually load the important routes for it. In your actual template, you just have to add the directive to it. There are other ways to do that, but essentially we go ahead and add the speculative links directive and pass it the URL or the path to the future route that you would be navigating to. Pretty straightforward, and you can kind of just sprinkle this around in your code to actually get it to load different bundles and different routes. And finally, we have the router itself. We have a simple path here, so the list type an identifier, and we're able to extract some of the key pieces of information from that. For example, we can go ahead and extract the parameters from there, so we know that the type, if it's the genre, so it's one of those, or a category page, we can go ahead and execute any specific function. It's a side effect, so we're not really storing something in there or accessing that same piece of data directly through the application, through the component or the router, but we can instantiate the cache that way. And we would go ahead and just load the data and do whatever additional things you want to do, like inject image tags within the router. So if we go back into the demo that we have, this is the actual application. And I'm going to go ahead by just showing you how it looks like without the speculative link preloading. I'm going to go ahead and clear the cache just to get a nice little clean thing. Just reload that for a second there. And you can see that we have the actual application. I told you that we can go ahead and measure the performance of the soft navigations to secondary navigations. And I have this very simple script to do that. It's essentially using a performance observer to log out every different LCP event that happens that are soft navigation specifics. This is done through activating a flag in Chrome itself, so you can actually measure that. Now, I'm going to go ahead and turn on that script, and I'm going to go ahead and throttle the network to a slow 4G network, right? essentially representing what a mid-tier device actually is. Now, we can go ahead and just click on a link, and we can see that it took 1.8 seconds to actually load the next page. This is a pretty well optimized application already, so we have focused a lot on minimizing the actual bundles, but you can see that even there, you're still loading additional things, and that is going to take some additional time. Now, if we compare it to the different application that we have here, which is just served locally, go ahead and do the same thing. So let me just go ahead and empty cache and refresh. Going to go ahead and do the same type of network throttling. And first of all, I would just like to show you what happens if we were to, for example, open up a widget. So let's say that here we want to check out the different options, different categories and different pages that we want to see. You'll notice here that on the side, once that loaded, I went ahead and started to load data related to that. So I loaded the potential routes that might be necessary, as well as loading additional data that might be necessary for that. For example, you can see that here. Now, if I was to take a look at the images that are loaded, you would also be able to see that not only am I loading the additional ones here, but essentially from the links that are in place, I'm also loading the future images that would actually be necessary. Let me go ahead and show you what that actually means in practice. So let me clear this so you have a clear view, and we can go ahead and load it. 81 milliseconds. I would say that's a pretty dramatic increase from approximately 2 seconds for a very well optimized application already to 80 milliseconds. Yeah. If you want to actually see this in a production application, this is currently present on one of our sponsors, which is Entain. Sorry, Michael, you're looking at me. I thought that. So if you actually want to check it out, you can go ahead and take a look, for example, at bwind, where you can actually see that it's activated on certain different navigations. There's also a wonderful article written about this, how to improve the navigations on secondary navigations, so the performance of secondary navigations. And finally, if you actually want to take a look at the implementation, we still have not published a repo. We're still figuring out some of the details. For example, how we should handle guards or redirections inside of the actual pattern matching and what routes should actually load a pre-resolver. But if you want to go ahead and take a look at that, this link should take you to a nice little repo where we have a functioning implementation already. Still discussing some of the additional APIs. If you want to try it out for yourself and give us some input on what we can do better, what APIs you would like us to have there, please let us know. Yep. And that is it for me.
With the end of this talk, you know, every end is a new beginning. We will begin the lunch break. I'm not sure which kind of food is ready now, but they getting the next course ready. Enjoy the lunch break. We see each other back in 1 hour, right here, same place, same motivation. Don't eat too much. If yes, we have like emergency rescue sofa rooms over there where you can do the power nap after the food. See you later. Before we introduce our next speaker, we want to introduce our next sponsor. And I will hand over the mic to Florian Bacher from Leancoders. That was my ear. I will not hand over my ear. I hand over the microphone. And then we do the introduction.
Okay. Okay. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Check, check. Nice. So, thanks, Michael, for giving me the honor to energize you again after the break. It's hard, I guess. Yeah, awesome, awesome, awesome. Last minute changes. All right, our beautiful logo. So I thought a bit, just spontaneously, did not prepare like 3 hours like Michael did because I'm not such a professional. But I sat down and thought, how can I energize the people after the break? I thought, should I tell them Leancoders is an awesome company, we do full stack, TypeScript, everything. Of course, Angular in the front end, but also Nest.js in the back end. Shout out to Nest.js, awesome. Yeah, then I thought maybe that will not energize the people so much. So I'm kind of more interested in to know how do you like it so far? Do you like it? Nice. So my reasoning now is that when so many people like it, then we, with the partners push-based, created some value. And yeah, that's how we roll at Leancoders. That's our goal, always create value. We always try to do and look and try to get out to our goal with partners on eye level, and that's what we do with push-based as well. And yeah, we want to provide the biggest value without waste, and that's create value without waste. Enjoy the rest of the talks, and I will hand over to Enea.
Thank you, thank you. Before we do the real handover, I want to do an introduction about our next speaker. I just fiddle around with the microphone a little bit, 1 second. Test 1, 2. Okay, our next speaker. Maybe you don't know him, maybe you know him. I would assume you do. Is Enea Jahollari from Albania, traveled here all the way with his wonderful fiancé. And what you should maybe know about Enea is he has many special skills, right? Besides having really funny jokes, he is also a real brutal hardcore nerd when it comes to the source code of the Angular framework. He, I believe, got famous as the one that knows all PRs. So he really, I work with him, he knows everything. He knows all PRs, he knows what got contributed a month ago, what will get contributed next month, next week, whatever. And it is in between shocking how many different things you can keep in your head. So without further delay, let's give a massive, loud and warm applause for Enea Jahollari. Thank you.
Thank you, but I need to fix some stuff first. Good. Should I continue? This is part of the talk, just so you know. I don't think I will. Oh, you can see me now. Cool. Okay, migrating to modern Angular. Why do we need automated migrations? Please take a couple of seconds and remember your old pain points, like when trying to migrate some code. Not Angular material, other stuff. Good. The thing is, manual code migrations have a lot of pain points, and for example, they are boring and repetitive. Of course, making the same code changes over and over again makes coding boring. And of course, having old code in your, let's say, code base or old features that you can replace with newer ones, of course, is going to be better. And of course, time is money. Updates take too much development time, and of course, because of that, they are also expensive most of the time. Angular has like 3 core values, and of course is, let's say, based on these 3 ones, like performance. Angular is about being performant by default, having a good developer experience, and of course being always stable and reliable, no matter what we do. But I'd say that it's not just delivering web apps with confidence, but it's about delivering with confidence itself, because it's a compliant framework that, of course, gives us things like good documentation. This is, of course, new, so we can learn easily the new features, but also old stuff. Having good component development kit that we can use instead of recreating everything from scratch. For example, accessibility module, building accordions, collections, drag and drop menus, list boxes, dialogues, clipboard stuff, and many more. And of course, on top of that, also giving us at least one type of design system, that is the Angular material design or material design system, but with Angular components. This means that you don't have to always use it, but it's there. And the thing is, most of the time when we have breaking changes is because we want to go against design system principles, material design system principles, and put our own into that. The second one is standards. Angular is about, most of the time, standards. And by that, I mean it pushes into you, but not just Angular itself, but at this point also the community, it pushes you this, let's say, coding style guide. Is that saying that all Angular apps are the same? Until they're not. And the thing is, because Angular has this, let's say, coding style guide, it makes it easier for all the developers to, of course, get onboarded easily into any Angular project, because most of the time you'll find the same forms module, you'll find the same router, animations, what else? HTTP, what else? You don't work with Angular? Anyway. The thing is, style guides change because coding patterns change. And of course, there's a new RFC that gives us some ideas on how that, let's say, Angular style guide can improve. And of course, it says that the first one was released in 2016, so I think 8 or 9 years now, because a lot of web development has changed, and of course, patterns has evolved. Angular also has to update its own. So take a look at that one, and of course, give your opinions if you haven't already. The third one is security. Angular is a secure framework, and as Martina said, it's, I think, the only one who takes security into really seriously and into consideration. It releases every 6 months a new major version, and of course has long-term support for at least 1 year. The third one is maintenance, and I want to focus that because Angular is always about migrating to the, let's say, latest without never breaking the old code. So even if there's new things in the Angular roadmap that look like, hey, this probably will change Angular forever, probably it will, your old code will still keep working the same. So, and if it doesn't, then probably will be some kind of migrations that migrate your code to the new stuff. But probably it never will change, or it never breaks. And of course, sometimes feel like we're trying to always catch up to the new Angular stuff. Sorry. Basically, we have let's say, Angular just really going really fast. And of course, a lot of big projects cannot just easily migrate to the latest because, big code bases. But there's tools to make it easier. That's where automatic migrations come to the rescue. And of course, because everything becomes automatic, we can say bye-bye to repetitive work. We can update incrementally. We don't have to go big bang refactoring the whole code base all at once to just get this all new features. And of course, because things are automated, you don't have to do code changes manually. You save time, and at the same time, you save money. I'm Enea Jahollari. I'm working with push-based on large migrations sometimes, performance improvements on big apps, and of course, scalable Angular architectures, which sometimes you'll use a lot of old Angular, let's say, code, but also at the same time having those things migrated to the new ones, like new features, easily using these migrations. And of course, instead of just using built-in Angular migrations, I'm also, let's say, been working on writing my own code migrations that most of the time they were published on ng extension library. How to migrate? Well, there's this thing called ngupdate that you probably have used at least once, twice, or third, depending on when you started, using Angular, or I don't know, if you got a project that is on Angular 8 or 9 and had to run it at this point, you have to run it at least 10 times because we're on 19. And in order to migrate to the latest, you just say ngupdate, Angular core at latest, Angular CLI at latest. And of course, you should always use -- force because probably that won't work. Your dependencies probably will break. And of course, ngupdate will migrate the breaking changes that Angular introduces, or when some default patterns that were used before change, then Angular probably will go and migrate those by default. For example, it will always migrate your TypeScript version, your RxJS version, or your Zone.js version. And you probably won't see it because at this point, we have seen that it's reliable when it migrates those things. And of course, sometimes it migrates imports for classes from one entry point to another. I think the last one was replacing HTTP client module with the provide HTTP client. And we also saw, I think, in version 14, where it migrated all the reactive forms from just, I think, form group to untyped form group, for example, or untyped form control. So now it gives us the possibility to add, let's say, types to our forms without having to do all the changes, or not being able to migrate to the latest without changing those further. So these kind of things are really good, and of course, Angular will always take care of them. But what about all the new cool features? And I mean cool ES-build, build tooling, or standalone components, new control flow, signals, signal input, signal queries, route lazy loading, self-closing tags, inject, and a lot more. Well, in order to look at what Angular offers, you can just write ngg at Angular core, ngupdate -- help, and it will list all the optional migrations that Angular supports. And in version 19, you'll see something like this. It offers you control flow migration, inject migration, route lazy loading, signal inputs, queries, and standalone, and we will check all of them one by one. And of course, there's a part of community provided migrations that I talked before, and of course, ng extension. I had to put it out there. Basically, it provided some kind of migrations before Angular official ones were released. And of course, it's thanks to all the contributors that make it possible. And at this point, it's like, thank you. At this point, it has 32K weekly downloads, so that's a lot to me. So check it out if you want some reactive primitives and, of course, migrations. And of course, same as we can list migrations for Angular core, we can list the migrations for, let's say, community libraries. And we can use the same command. Like instead of Angular core, we use ng extension with ngupdate -- help. And at this version, I think in version 4, it will provide basically what Angular provides today by default. So DI to inject. It also gave you outputs, queries, signal inputs, self-closing tags, and single file components. But of course, the Angular ones are better and of course, well-tested and more powerful than what we provided. We did something because it was needed. So we also have that, last one, like 2 self-closing tags that probably will be provided in Angular 19 if I have time to work on that PR again. So ask Michael to give me some time off. So let's migrate. Going standalone. The reason that standalone, I think, is a must is because it gives us a simplified mental model. We don't have to think about the indirection that ng modules, let's say, give to us. And of course, better developer experience, better tree shaking, easier tree shaking for the compiler, I guess, even though it does it with ng modules too. And of course, easier lazy loading. Standalone, of course, the flag is true by default in v19, so you don't need to put that standalone true anymore. It's true by default. But if you have ng module-based, let's say, components, Angular by default will migrate all your components to be standalone false. It's that kind of migrations that NgUpdate provides by default. And of course, in v19, you also get a warning on your VS Code or the compile output where you can see what kind of imports were unused in the template. So now you will see basically what you can remove from that imports array. And that's, I think, one of the best features that Angular has released when it comes to standalone. Not yet. It's available, just kidding. So what other features that standalone enables is host directives, or directive composition API, which is, I think, one of the best features when it comes to creating, let's say, reusable logic. For example, the whole CDK module that we have on Angular CDK now can be easily applied on your components, and you don't have to do, I don't know, crazy tricks to extend them, but you just put them as host directives, and instead of having to recreate all those menus, with custom solutions, you just, let's say, add CDK menu into your, component, and you just get those things for free. And I think that's crazy good. And of course, the second one is the defer block. In order to lazy load components today in Angular, I mean, not today, but before defer, you had to just do some crazy tricks with view container ref, ng templates, knowing when to show the loading, when to cancel the loading, show the error, show the component, and all those crazy things. But with defer, you just get all those lazy loading out of the box. Of course, defer itself now also enables us to do partial hydration or incremental hydration, which, of course, Michael, I think, will give a talk later, right? Good. And in order to migrate to standalone, of course, there's also a schematic, which is Angular core standalone, and that will give us 3 ways of migrating. And the first one is just converting the declarations of modules to standalone. That probably will work really good if you're not, I don't know, doing a lot of component extensions or extending components and declaring them in multiple modules, because that probably, there's no compiler or magic thing that can fix those components. And the other thing is, the moment that it converts those, let's say, standalone components, not standalone components to standalone, it says, hey, you can now remove empty ng modules that you don't need anymore. And after that, gives you the possibility to just also remove that up module and migrate to the Bootstrap application API. There's also another, let's say, schematic that is about migrating the routed standalone components to be lazy loaded. I also contributed this one to Angular, And what it does is, if you have, let's say, a path, a feature, for example, and you have a component, feature component, that now is migrated to standalone, you don't have to go manually and convert that to load component, but you just run a schematic. And of course, it does all the migration for you. Basically, goes from the first one to the second one automatically. And you just get that by just doing Angular core route lazy loading. It may save you, I don't know, 20 minutes, but 20 minutes is good. This is, I think, a demo. You just run it, migrates, that's it. Then you need to run probably the formatter after or when you commit. Migrating to inject. Inject is great. I think it's also one of the coolest things that Angular has released. And I think it made possible all the new cool APIs that we have today that are function-based, gave life to inject, function-based interceptors, function-based guards, resolvers, I don't know what else, a lot. Of course, when you extend components, you don't have to pass, let's say, the services anymore to those components that you extend. You just inject once and you don't care anymore about it. And of course, there's no decorators needed. Of course, in order to just migrate automatically, you just say NgG Angular core inject. That's really great. There's a new control flow. Who have used the new control flow? Good. Who has done that manually? Sad for you. Good. Control flow, of course, is really good. It's an easier mental model. You don't have to care about ngIf or ngTemplate and ng other templates when you want to do something like else if and stuff like that. It has better type narrowing. And with the new 4, you also get better performance because there's less stuff to do at runtime. And of course, in V19, I guess, or V18, at 4, we'll also give you diagnostic about wrong track usages. Like if you're rendering too much a list item, it will say, hey, look, you probably want to change the tracking function. Also, if you're having issues with formatting, you'll need to make sure you're at least in version 3.3.3 with pre-tier. And to get to the new control flow, you just do Angular core control flow. Let's migrate the signals because I don't have a lot of time to lose. Only 5 minutes. Good. Why signals? Well, with normal change detection, like that we have had before with observables and normal values, the moment that you change something in your app, Angular doesn't know what changed. So it has to go and check all the bindings that you have in your application. But with the new signal stuff, and if you use onPush at the same time, Angular now can just skip a lot of checks and only go check what's needed or what changed. And that's possible because of signals and how they work. So basically, the moment that you change a signal, Angular will go and just do the binding check first. And if it changed, also refresh the DOM. And that's local change detection for you. The coolest thing about signals is that you probably won't get this error anymore. So I think that's the only reason you should migrate to signals. You shouldn't have to see that anymore. And of course, I also gave a talk about it at NG-Rome, so that's the link that you can watch it. Let's skip signal inputs. You can migrate to signal inputs just by doing Angular core signal input migration. And what that will do is, if you have those kind of inputs in your apps, like with types or no types, with required or no required, with alias or not, it will migrate all of those to the new input signals or signal inputs. And of course, do all that automatically, and it just works. Of course, if you extend components and do, let's say, crazy things with your inputs, or you set your inputs in a child component, then probably Angular won't migrate those, but tell you, hey, look, we cannot migrate this for some reasons. And signal inputs, of course, makes computing properties possible, and of course, in a performant way, makes using resource and the RX resource APIs easier, linked signal too. And of course, there's a, let's say, feature on VS Code now, thanks to the Angular extension, basically that you can just click a bulb and it will migrate your, let's say, inputs incrementally. You don't have to do it like big bang. So you can do per input only or for the whole file. And of course, there's two ways to do it. Safe mode, where it only makes sure that changes things that are safe, or just say, hey, I don't care. Break it, I just want to have the new signal inputs, and it will, of course, ignore all the errors that you probably have caused. And of course, there's this new two APIs that is insert to-dos on best effort mode that will add this to-dos to your code base to tell you, hey, you cannot migrate because it's too complex to migrate this one. And if you have input setters, you probably will have to do those manually. Signal queries. Of course, as I said, better DX than normal queries with decorators. You don't have to care about, I don't know, query.value changes or something changes, because you can just put that inside an effect or compute it, and it will work same as the other signals. And just like inputs, you can migrate incrementally per input file and in safe mode or force. And this is, of course, the query migration that you can use. Outputs. Outputs are not signal-based, but it was needed because it would just look weird to have decorator-based APIs and not decorator-based APIs. So it's a stylistic change. It has better types than the old one. And of course, you can also migrate incrementally. This will just work the same way as the old inputs. You can also emit from these outputs. And of course, you can migrate to them just by doing output migration. You can migrate to self-closing tags. Who hates self-closing tags? Yes, hey. OK, no one, good. You can migrate to self. OK, well, you can migrate just by using ng extension this time instead of Angular core, but maybe we'll, let's say, land this in Angular itself by doing convert to self-closing tag, and it will go migrate your whole project to self-closing tags. You can migrate to single file. Who hates single file components, so inline templates and styles? One? OK, good. To you haters, you can migrate to single file components by doing ng extension convert to single file components. And what this will do is copy your HTML file into your inline template. There's option to skip styles, but also include the styles too. And of course, you don't have to maintain 3 files now. This is, I think, the best part. You can migrate incrementally easily. You don't have to do big bag refactorings. In WebStorm, there's run configurations where you can do this run configurations where you can pass this file path relative to project root. And of course, what this will do is give you the possibility to just click a button and, of course, migrate around that migration. So in this case, we have old control flow. You click a button, your component just changes, and that's, I think, really great. There's also some love for VS Code users. So you can create user tasks. So you click on tasks, open user tasks, you add a task, and instead now you use relative path, and you just run it when you need it. And of course, it will list all your custom, let's say, tasks. If you can migrate to latest version and you want to use these migrations, what you can do is you can do it step by step. So you just create another branch, update Angular version, run the schematics, but not push the changes of the package JSON, but only what you, let's say, need from the, let's say, migration changes. This is a table with everything. Like, it doesn't look OK from the light here, but there's a version of Angular where that feature is supported or that migration is provided. The developer experience or performance or maintenance impact, and of course, the effort it takes to run those migrations. There's also this Angular experiment roadmap where you can find, let's say, what's possible and what's not to use. And I'll have to probably say this. Angular is about having incremental, backwards compatible, migratable, focused on developer intent and evidence-based and delightful migrations and changes. What else can we migrate? What else can we migrate? Maybe these things in a close future. Or I don't know, new function components. No, just kidding. I'm Enea Jahollari. Thanks for your time. And again,
Thank you, Enea. Come on, okay. Thank you, Enea, for this wonderful talk. So we have a little bit of a switch now. I will be MC for the rest of the evening now. And slide, please. While Tomas, our next speaker, is getting ready, mic'd up, and let me quickly introduce him to you. So Tomas is a GDE from Switzerland. He's actually from Slovakia, but he's living in Switzerland. He came all the way to here to present us something nice about architecture automation, like how to automatically validate architectures. And I have a fun story about him. So he started doing Angular with Angular.js back in the days. And I asked him how he fell in love with Angular. And he told me he was visiting one example that was live, and he's seen the internationalization pluralization features. And it was about beers, and it was 1 beer, 2 beers, and he has seen that it's in his own Slovak language. And then he figured out it's not even based on his IP address, but instead it's hard-coded, and that's how he fell in love with Angular.js. So give him a warm welcome here. Tomas Trajan.
Hello everyone, very happy to be here. So today we are going to talk about long-term Angular project success with automated architecture validation. So maybe my clicker will work as well, maybe not. Okay. Slight technical issue, we had this before, but now it seems to be a little bit stuck, sorry about that. Okay. All right, now it's starting to react. We had the... Not an Angular app. Google Slides, who knows, right? So now we had already the stress moment, that's perfect. So I prepared this little introduction for the Vienna. There was also an original one with the GPT. So who of you had this experience? I think most of us, when we start working on a new code base, right, and we have like the architecture documentation, and we have this cool team, and we start shipping features, and everything goes really well, right? We can deliver very fast, the managers are happy, we are getting the new users, it's really pleasurable to work on this code base. It's just, you know, you are having a good time, right? And then what unfortunately tends to happen over time is that it slowly starts to turning into something like this, right? Even though we have the best intentions, even though we try to keep it as clean as possible, if it's like a year 2, year 3 down the line in the same project, then you go to work and you try to move fast, but you feel like you are kind of like wading your way through a swamp, and it's kind of pulling you back. And when you come home, you feel like maybe you take a shower, feel a little bit dirty. It's like you have to get stuff done, but it gets harder and harder over time, right? So I think like most of us can relate, hopefully, to both of those examples. I really feel bad for people who only ever experienced the swamp. We all deserve a nice crystal as well. So, and if we put it more into like explicit terms, right? So these are like some dependency graph visualization created with a tool called Match. And you can see like how it can look like. If it's something it's clean, it's like a definite left to right direction. There is no red, there are no cycles. And then over time, it can get a bit more chaotic, right? We have a lot of red, there are cycles, and you see those lines, they look a bit tangled, right? And this is actually a picture from a real code base, which I've seen by one of the customers. So you barely see any files. It's just like pure insanity of the dependency graph. So it's like a spider went to party, came at 5 a.m. to work, and started like spinning the webs, right? So we would like to stay as long as possible in this part, and if possible, then even completely prevent these other things. And we would like to achieve it really easily with a little investment on our part. So, but first let's do a quick introduction. So my name is Tomas Trajan, Google developer expert for Angular, and I like to say that I build, teach, write, and speak with and about Angular. So build, AngularExperts.io, we are helping customers worldwide, setting up their workspaces, projects, helping them with their issues, teach workshops with focus, of course, on Angular, RxJS, NGRX, NX. Even RxJS still has place in the world, even though we have signals for more complicated async flows, right? Check out our free blog at angularexperts.io/blog and speak at various conferences and meetups worldwide, like your beautiful one. Thanks again very much for the push-based and all the additional people who participated to create this amazing event. It's really cool to be here. Cool. So why does architecture matter, or clean architecture? Well, clean architecture has a lot of positive benefits, and this is for everyone involved, right? So it's not just for us as developers, it's also for the users who get better experience, and it's also for the company itself, so it can stay like competitive on the market, so we have the job, we keep the job, right? So, and what are like the most important signifiers of a clean architecture? So we want to make it, or that it stays maintainable over the long course, right? So we can easily add additional functionality, we can change how something works, so we can react to ever-changing demands on the market, so we can deliver for the users what they are expecting from us, and that we can keep doing that with a high development velocity, right? So we don't want to be held back in like a year, 2 or 3, we still want to be able to ship fast as the project and the code base matures. Right? And also for the users, we want a fast startup time, of course. We want also for us as a developer, good developer experience. We want the fast rebuilds, right? So not that when we save something and then we have to wait for 3 seconds until it shows up in a browser. And last but not least, we want an architecture which gives us a very strong isolation guarantees. So what are those? Basically, if we have like an Angular application, and usually we will have a lot of lazy loaded features, if we have an isolation guarantee that none of those features is consuming anything else from another feature, then we know that if I have 35 features and I changed only one of those, that I could not have had any impact on the rest of them. So I could not have introduced any kind of regressions, and it's much easier to make such a change because I need to understand much less of the code base overall, right? So it's much easier to work with. So, and how does that corresponds in real life? So this is still with the modules, but we will see like something newer later, but it doesn't really matter to illustrate these points because this topic is basically independent from a specific approach, if it's module or standalone, right? So we start with something like this. We have an eager part of the application, we have a lazy part, we have, some core infrastructure, we have some modules, we have some shared widgets. So then usually in the workspace, it would look something like this, right? We would have a core folder, features, shared, or maybe you can call it UI, however you like. So it will look something like this. But this is a hope-based architecture, right? So we created the design doc, we prepared the workspace, we started shipping, but without the support of automated tooling, we are just hoping that everybody will pay attention 100% of time across these 2, 3, 4, 5 years of development of this project, and this is just not realistic, right? Because the lead developer goes for holidays, there is a deadline, and just some stuff starts to slip through the cracks. So then what tends to happen over time is that developers, for various reasons, start introducing dependencies and imports between the parts of the architecture which you would never want. For example, the eager part should never really import anything from the lazy part, right? That defeats the purpose of the lazy loading. Or that we break the isolation between the features. Or that like the shared widget, like a standalone component X, starts to importing something from the actual business feature. Those are the kind of imports which are never really okay. We never set out to do something like this in the beginning. It's just something which usually makes it its way into the code base because there was like just some time pressure or just lack of attention, right? So we can say that those are never really good. So then hope-based architecture is, it's kind of great, and the folder structure will look correct, but the wrong imports will make their way into the code base behind the scenes, and this will break one-wayness of the dependency graph, probably will introduce some cycles, and this will have definitely negative impact on the maintainability and extendability. So the way this usually feels is like you have a code base and you want to change this one part and you start pulling on it, you change one file, and then it kind of feels like you are pulling the whole thing, right? And this can grow to like a proportion where you cannot really move or change some things anymore. So of course that often leads to worse user performance, developer performance, and if you wanted to validate something like this manually, for example, like if one feature is using another feature, you would have to literally click on the feature folder and then start searching for ... and every other feature name. So that would be really, like that doesn't really scale. You cannot really do that, right? So can we do better without hiring 3 additional developers who will only take care of validating our dependency graph, right? So what if architecture could be validated automatically? What if we could get something like this in our editor, right? So here we have an authentication service that's like an example of something which will probably live in an eager part of the application, probably in the core, like some kind of headless infrastructure which should be available for the rest of the application. And now if we tried to import another service which is from the feature, we want to get a violation that this is not allowed, right? Because we would never really want to import from lazy part into the eager part. There is always a better way to solve something like this. And of course, we would like to get this in an editor, but then of course also in our CI, so it will not let us to merge something like this into our main branch. And this can be achieved with the automated architecture validation with ESLint. So that's also something which we already seen today a little bit on one of the slides of the Vojtech, but that was only for the NX. But as it turns out, we can get almost exactly the same in our standard Angular CLI workspace, and I think many of us like work also with those still. So who here is still using standard Angular CLI workspace without NX? So quite some people, right? It would be also very nice to get this kind of architectural guarantees in this environment without the additional overhead of NX. And I'm not saying NX is an amazing tool, but not every tool is suitable for every single use case, right? So sometimes Angular CLI is enough. Great. So the good thing is that most of those projects already have ESLint, and if they don't have it, then they just do NgLint and it will be added automatically with schematics. Amazing, thanks Angular team. And then we can get this validation in our editor on every merge request. So we do not need to depend on hope. And we can prevent all these undesirable imports and preserve the isolation. So basically, there was this code which I found about this, which I found it was very telling. The software architecture is an art of drawing lines that we call boundaries, and those boundaries separate software elements from one another and restrict those on one side from knowing or affecting those on the other. So that's exactly what we want to achieve. We want to have a full isolation between those parts of application so we can evolve them independently and that we know that they are not affecting anybody else introducing regressions. So, and as that highlighted keyword says, this can be achieved with a library which is called ESLint plugin boundaries, which is open source available since a long time. So how can we do this? It's pretty easy to get started with, and it works with the folders. That means it works in Angular CLI workspace, also with ESBuild. And compared to NX, like one of the biggest advantage of this is that it has literally zero overhead, right? Because if you would want to achieve this with your application into multiple libraries, and then you can validate on that level. But here, as long as we follow some kind of naming convention in our folder structure, we can basically create those architectural building blocks and rules between them, which will get validated. So let's say the situation was we had the application, the architecture was really clean, we paid 100% of attention, and we never introduced anything bad. Well, then we can just create those rules, drop them in, it will be green, and from that point onwards, we don't really have to think about it ever again. So you can think about it like a prettier for your architecture, right? It makes it impossible to do the incorrect thing. And it has two main systems. So one is we have to define those architectural types. So for example, we have core, we have feature, and the second part is that we have rules which govern the relationships between these types. So, and this will be illustrated on a very minimalistic example where we will highlight how exactly this works, so then you can take it into your code base and create your own vocabulary of architectural building blocks and start validating your architecture. So the types example, so every Angular application have or should have, hopefully, like eager and lazy part, right? And this will be usually based on folder structure, and a typical example of what is in an eager part is something like a core, which usually contains a lot of headless, infrastructure like logic. So you have your, authentication state, like the current user, maybe like some interceptors, whatever have you. And then usually would have in every single Angular application lazy features, right? So those are the actual features which then implement the business logic and all the related components, services, pipes. And this usually correlates to navigation. Very nice side point there. Even if you start with like an extremely small Angular application, which is just a one-pager, it's usually a good idea to make that your first lazy loaded feature, because that way it's very easy to extend in the future, as you will eventually for sure need to add more of those. Okay, so we have the types. Now what about the rules? Well, the rules are focusing on the fact that we want to preserve two main things. The one-wayness of the dependency graph, so that the lazy can consume the eager, but not the other way around, and then isolation, for example, between the sibling features. So then we could say like, okay, core cannot depend on the feature, but feature can depend on core, so that's the one-wayness, and that the features cannot depend on other features, so that's like an isolation between the siblings. So, or to make it more visual, right? So the lazy feature A can import from core cannot import from feature, and feature cannot import from another feature. So I think that's something which would make sense for most of the Angular applications out there, right? So let's learn how can we express something like this with these ESLint plugin boundaries. All right. So first of all, we have to install the dependencies, right? The plugin itself, and then some import resolver. And then we have to provide a short boilerplate where we basically provide that plugin and some setup so that it recognizes the dynamic imports which we are using in the route configs. And again, you will find this in the documentation. Now let's to address the major version in the room. So this is still like ESLint 8 and less. It's still using the JSON suffix and the JSON type config. The ESLint 9 was released recently, which comes with the ESLint RCJS, which looks slightly differently, but does exactly the same thing. So it doesn't really affect what we are trying to show you here today. So we have this initial boilerplate setup, which is always the same, right? And then we can also provide some kind of preset in terms of like strictness, but we will speak about this later. So once we have this boilerplate, which makes the plugin work, we could run NgLint and see it's all green because we don't have any types or rules yet, but we can start defining those types. So and the first type which we mentioned was core. So then we say like the type core would be everything which has a core as a substring of its file path, right? So how would that look like? If we had a simple Angular CLI workspace with just a single application, then it would be, okay, source up core out service, source up core user, for example. So then the plugin would correctly recognize that those source files belong to the core type. And this also illustrates a little bit of a limitation that those that those things which you use in those patterns of those types, they become a reserved keywords, right? So you cannot, if you have like a feature a core, well, that's not a good idea, right? But I think, the vocabulary will not be too extensive, so it's pretty easy to stay away from this kind of conflicts. But it's just something to keep in mind. And then the second one would be type feature. And again, everything which has a feature in its file path, but /*. So then the next folder, the actual name of that folder, will be extracted and stored in a variable which we call feature. And this will allow us to do some cool stuff after. Perfect. So we have our types set up now. Okay, let's see how it works with the feature first. So we have all these paths, and now we see if we highlight it that we extract the feature, but not just the feature, but also the feature name in that variable, which will allow us to compare them and then say, okay, the order feature cannot depend on the dashboard feature. Cool. So we have this. So now the last part which is missing is to define the rules of who can import whom, right? Because without that, like, okay, we have types, but what is it for? So first rule will be core can consume from core, of course. Second rule will be feature can consume from core. But we didn't say from feature, so why? And of course, default is disallow, so what is not allowed is disallowed. So if you only had these two rules in your application, it would actually fail because we have app component, we have app config, we have main TS, right? So you would have to define those as well. But this would actually work because the feature could implicitly import from feature, but we will make it explicit because that will allow us to illustrate additional way what we can do. So we can say that feature can consume from another feature as long as what was in that feature variable is the same. So if we had, you know, like here, so we say like feature can consume from other feature, like these files can depend on each other as long as the name which was stored as the feature name is the same. So obviously the dashboard component can import from dashboard item component, which is a realistic use case because we have some list and we want to iterate and show those items. So this is how we can express those. And we will use it soon to do even more advanced use cases. Perfect. So once we have this, we will start to get these great errors, which are very descriptive already in our editor, where we will say like, okay, out service, this is probably in the core, and we try to, for some reason, import a service from a feature, and this is obviously not allowed. So it says file is of type core, dependencies of type feature, and that's a big no-no. We don't allow that, right? So and then you of course have to solve it, and if you for some reason miss it in your editor, then it will fail in a merge request, and there is always a way to solve it in a correct way where you preserve the one-wayness, right? Same between the features, right? So if we have a order feature and a product feature, here the message will be even more verbose, where it will say, okay, type feature with the feature order, but other one is also type feature, but the name of the feature is different, so this is also not allowed. So exactly what we wanted to achieve. Cool, but it gets even better because many times people, let's say, reach for NX also in cases when they have, let's say, 3 spas in one library. And that's maybe, that could work, but it comes with some overhead weight. So this is the kind of use case which can still be managed pretty well with a standard Angular CLI workspace, right? So how can we do it? Because then we have multiple applications and all of them have core, right? So like, can we import like core for one application and another application? We would definitely don't want to do that. So this can be resolved with a very repetitive, simple way where we provide the base pattern and base capture for all those rules. So then we say it was not just the core, but if the base pattern of that file path was project and then ***, which will basically be the application name in the folder structure, and then source up, we can extract this. So then how it will look like, instead of just source workspace, we have a projects, and we have 2 different applications, example app and other app. And then, of course, it's both core, but the application is different. So this will, again, prevent us from mixing and matching those which we never wanted to match in the first place. So the same for the feature, right? And then we have to also extend our rules, and it should be already pretty obvious how we want to do it because we already did it here, right? So then it's not just that the core can consume from a core, but core can consume from a core as long as from the same application, right? And the same thing we can add for the feature. So feature from feature as long as it's the same feature and also the same application. So as you can see, you can scale it up to like a medium-sized Angular CLI workspaces when you have, you have your product application, like which is user-facing, and then like some kind of internal admin, and maybe something else, and 3 libraries. This can get you covered pretty well, even without investing into like learning NX and all the overhead of splitting stuff into libraries, because the actual source code of everything stays exactly the same. There is literally 0 impact on the source you have been writing or are going to write, which is very nice. All right, so then how does that look like? Again, the error message gets even more descriptive. Now it's the type core, but also from the application, right? And then it's the type core from another application, and this is, of course, not allowed if you know this kind of import. Great, so what about the libraries? Well, works exactly the same. We can just define a library type. So this, as you can see, allows us to specify this with a lot of flexibility, and it is all within the standard Angular CLI workspaces, so there is no overhead. So for the libraries, we can define the library type, again with the base pattern, and here is very cool thing that Angular already out of the box has, source lib or source up, so it's very easy to distinguish between the applications and the libraries just based on the file path in the workspace. And then also the rules. So let's say we have it very simple that libraries can be consumed by anyone. Then we say, okay, core can consume from core and from any library. Of course, in the practice, you will probably create multiple types of libraries, so there is more complex relationships between them. But this would be a good starting point. All right, so what about the strictness? We already showed that there is this preset, boundary strict, and default disallow. Those are really great for the new projects, but maybe for existing projects, this is too much. So you will probably add it over time. But what it does is it means that every single file has to be accounted for, including main TS, appconfig TS, and all this kind of stuff. And the default disallow means that what was not allowed is disallowed, which forces you to be very descriptive of what you want to achieve. Right. Yeah. So the journey continues, right? So I think this is definitely worth exploring for you if you are starting a new project, because again, you usually have some kind of architecture which you would like to follow, and you also do follow it to a degree until over time it kind of starts breaking down, right? And if you encode it in this set of rules, you can make sure that this stays that way forever without any kind of investment on your side, right? You set it up once and forget, so kind of like a prettier, right? You just set it up once and you can completely forget about the code formatting. Well, this is very similar. You set up the desired architecture once, and then you are just forced to do the correct thing. And I think this is pretty useful and beautiful. And for the existing projects, well, start with 2 types and 1 rule, clean all of that up, and then add another rule and another relationship until you account for all your files, and then you can just enable the strictness, right? And what to aim for, I think this is very important, basically, because the continuum is from no rules to too many rules, right? And if you have no rules, then it's okay, everything goes, you will end up in a swamp, you don't want that. But if you have too many rules, then that's also not nice, because you cannot really move fast and you are fighting against the system, so that's also not realistic and not desirable. So therefore, we don't want this, that's no rules. We also don't want this, that's too many rules, but something like this could be actually pretty cool, right? So for example, that was what we've shown today. Let's say we have a type feature. Well, this allows you to get quick and dirty in your feature. That's a black box, that's completely fine, as long as it's not affecting the rest of your code base, right? As long as it's not poisoning the whole project, then you can just get it quick and dirty, then it's shipped, that's perfect, and maybe then you have more time or need to evolve it in the future. Well, then you just delete it and write it from scratch. It's just a small part of your overall code base, so it's actually possible. So I think this is something to aim for when you are creating your own architectural vocabulary. And if you would like to save time and skip to the best stuff, then I created an ebook, which is an opinionated preset of those types and rules between them, together with the example repository. I update it regularly. Version 2.4 is out now. A lot of content. People like it. Enea as well. He was the one who actually printed out the PDF. That was cool. Now actually the physical one exists as well, so you can check it at angularexperts.io products. You will find it, that's fine, you just Google for it. It has a modern standalone first architecture with a couple of building blocks like layout, pattern, feature, UI, whatever have you. Please have a look. This is how it looks like inside. A lot of code examples, diagrams. More than 1,200 people seem to like it very much. And special code NgGlühwein 33 extra 33% off if you would like that. You will find it if you Google. So until end of January, thank you very much. Very happy to be here. And enjoy the rest of the conference and all the next cool talks upcoming. Thank you.
Nice job, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your nice presentation. So I have an announcement. First of all, first things first, if you have questions, and we would really like to see your questions in our Slido tool, so please put them there. Also, there are already like 20-ish active questions. You find the QR code in every room, essentially, to go to the Slido application. So there you can put your questions. Also, just go there in case you don't have a questions, because you can upvote other questions. So that we have just a good ensemble of questions that we can afterwards ask all the speakers. And now we have a break of 45 minutes. So please enjoy yourself, have a good time, and we see each other back at 5:15.
is an issue with the slides.
Do you have hydration?
I am hydrated, thank you. What is it?
Here.
Nightlight
You
or what?
want this to be extended for built-in, so you can see also here, but also there. So where is the slide?
I have no idea. You changed stuff. It's probably on the other desktop.
Here. Now you
I hope, like, ask him if this is good. You asked him? Because
I just.
Let's get ready. Okay. This is what I want to hear. Okay. So, yeah, he will join us in a second. Give me a second. So, first things first, I want to again emphasize our Slido tool. Please put your questions there. We want to have a nice QA panel. And now, I have the honor and the pleasure to introduce you Hladky, who is, let me say some words about him. I mean, you know him already. I know that you know. But let me tell you something. So, it's really an honor for me. So I met Michael 4 years ago, or 5 years ago, I don't even remember the exact point in time, but on a meetup, on the Angular Vienna meetup. And since then, we kind of worked each and every day together, and I consider him as my personal mentor. Everything I know, I learned from him, or from working with him and our beloved Pushbase team. He is the guru of Angular and web performance in general. He is our CEO, he's our beloved team lead, and please give him a warm welcome, Hladky.
Mic is on, okay. Welcome everyone to this wonderful event. I'm really hyped and I'm very happy. And without wasting more time, I go straight to the tech stuff. The talk is about a very, very fancy feature. Latest feature is still in developer preview. It is incremental hydration in Angular. And it is so far the most advanced loading, splitting hydration tool that we have in frameworks on the market. And I want to do a little bit of an overview and of course then diving deep into what it really can do for you. As an overview, I want to help you to understand the process. For me, whenever something is very, like only one unit, I cannot really think a lot about one unit, so I made like multiple units out of it. I have a breakdown of how the hydration process works. As it is a performance feature, I want to talk about the impact of it. Then we will go deep. I want to show you what event replay is. I want to show you how the component state is hydrated. And in the end, we will discuss a little bit of, after the live coding, a little bit of what patterns can you use to hydrate your application. While it's loading, I hydrate myself. What else should you do while the app is loading? And as server-side rendering and therefore also incremental hydration is impacting especially the loading speed, that's the time that it takes or while you wait until you really see for what you are here. I tried to make it a little bit more approachable, a little bit more real life on how the metrics and the user impact will feel and will look like. And when you start to enter a URL in your browser and you hit enter, normally you're very, very excited, like I am. And I stay very excited at least for the first 300 milliseconds. Then I'm impatient, I admit it, and after a couple of milliseconds, I'm already starting the coffee countdown, right? If it's not showing up right now, I go and get a coffee. No time for that. After that, I'm already done with it. I'm like starting to leave the computer. I'm like, fox it, I don't consume that website. And after the website finally is loaded, I'm already in rage mode. So maybe not as over-exaggregated as here, but I believe many people feel the same. And therefore, we need the feature. So unhappy user is not only really annoying feeling inside of you, but it definitely and for sure as a fact will cost you money. Not sure how it is with you, but I don't want to lose that. I want to have my users happy. My name is Michael. I'm working at Pushbased, very happy member of that company. I have, of course, a strong focus on performance, but also architecture and scalability, especially with NX. That's it for the intro. Maybe let me mention that Pushbased is certified partner of NX. We are extremely proud of it, and a couple of our members are either NX champion or NX expert, and we really, really love the tool and all the people there. Enough of the introduction. Let me quickly show you what I'm not talking about. So a couple of versions ago, Angular's server-side rendered part looked like this. You have the first really beautiful, nice first paint, and then you see a white screen, everything gets wiped away from your screen, the DOM is deleted, Angular reboots from 0, and then it rebuilds the DOM from 0. That was a noticeable impact, was not really nice, and you had no chance to work around that. In comparison, 2 versions ago, Angular shipped real hydration, and 3 versions ago. And you already see there is no DOM destruction anymore. So hydration really means taking over existing DOM and reusing that later on instead of throwing it away and restarting from scratch. Let's understand the most complicated part of the feature, how to configure it. As you maybe realized in the recent releases of Angular, everything starts to get more and more complicated. I'm just kidding. Let me show you how easy it is. How easy it is to do that. You use provide client hydration. That's it. And then you could put with event replay there, and you would already have full hydration, full non-destructive or real hydration. And if you like, and you want to try out the latest pre-release feature, you can also add with incremental hydration. And if you add that line, you could literally get rid of the with event replay because it is intrinsically included in the with incremental hydration provider. So that's how complicated and cumbersome it is to configure incremental hydration in Angular. It's one single line. Whew, that was the hardest part. Now let's go on with hydration breakdown. That's not funny. The first part starts not on your browser and not on your server. It starts when you build your application, because if you enable server-side rendering, also your build will slightly adjust and will automatically in the background, without you even noticing it, start 2 different bundles. One for the client side, one for the server side. The rendering here in the second part is done in Node. Node will kick in, will take the bundle, will execute the JavaScript on the browser, and then will create a string that contains HTML. And this string, this HTML string is either directly or with some enrichment sent to the client. So that was the first part of my hydration breakdown. The second one is about rendering. So on your client, you have to consume this index.html site, and you need to parse it. And already when parsing your HTML site, you can do stuff very well or very not well. There are many, many different edge cases that you normally would have to consider and know and learn a lot about it. Angular knows it already, does it automatically for you, and not even this. If you do something wrong, most probably it has a validation issue, and it will print in the console that you forgot to do this or that, and it will really proactively inform you how to use that, and that is extremely convenient because that also reduces a lot of learning and mental model from all the developers. So after that, rendering kicks in, the browser needs to display the DOM nodes, and after the DOM nodes are displayed and you really see the application, the unhydrated application, you need to fetch the JavaScript, execute the JavaScript, and then Angular would do its magic. What will Angular do? It will, after the JavaScript kicks in, start the bootstrap phase of Angular. Angular will do its normal bootstrapping, and after that is done, it will reach for the existing DOM nodes in the browser and will take them over and add all the event listeners to them. If, and that's really cool, you interacted with your page while that process is ongoing, normally all your interactions are lost. And it's very bad and very sad, but luckily Angular has us covered, and they shipped, I showed it before, event replay, so all your events will be covered, queued up, and when Angular has all the JavaScript and is able to execute, it will also replay all user interactions on the hydrated DOM. So 3 different phases: build and transfer, render, and hydration. And this is how I try to build up my mental model on the Angular hydration feature. What exactly is happening? I mentioned already a little bit. When our application is built, it automatically will include a little bit a snippet of JavaScript that is our event replay logic. I will go in depth with that. That's new in all the steps. Then it will add the hydration markers. That is also new. You see like the bold things. I only want to talk about stuff that really got released recently. On the rendering part, there's not that much new stuff, but the transfer state that now also includes the state of your incrementally hydrated components. Of course, there is stuff that Angular did already, critical CSS inlining, a wonderful, beautiful feature. And you could already pre-render with Angular, but with the latest features, it is not only very, very easy or way more easy, it also includes a couple of nice helper functions. So if you would want to pre-render a paginated page, you can also pre-render every single page of that paginated page. In the second part, DOM parsing and that stuff stays the same. What is new in the render and load part is definitely the initialization of this event replay and record feature. And in the hydration phase, the interesting parts are that we take over the DOM, don't throw that away, start the event replay, record that stuff, and then when incremental hydration kicks in, we would replay the events there, just that you have also a little bit more text to all the nice images. That was the breakdown. I want to talk a little bit about how all those features landed. I'm not sure if you follow closely or as close as Enea what Angular releases. We do it partially. We are like all infected by Enea's research and digging into the PRs. And I want to point out how beautiful Angular's release strategy is, because they knew that already versions ahead what they will do, and in a very, very smart and non-breaking and easy way, they shipped the features in the right order, and every single release, they unlocked small, tiny steps in that direction, and I, for myself, believe that's beautiful. I learned a lot from watching the releases, and I'm sure if you dig in a little bit how they release, what they release, in which order, you will also be able to learn a lot. Just impressive how they do it. Thank you. I like the image. I put it here again if someone wants to picture it. Also give myself a chance to have another sip of water. And then I go on. It's a mantra. Don't guess measure. That is what I tell myself every single day when I wake up in the morning. And I'm like, what a terrible day. I'm not, hey, don't guess it will be a terrible day. Measure it. So I try to also include that in my private practice. But sometimes, as you know, I take the wrong turn. So I want to use it. Funny, huh? I want to use it for one moment to talk a little bit about what this feature will impact. It will impact all 3 core web vitals, but I believe the biggest benefit is in LCP and then especially INP, because we don't have to load and bootstrap the whole application. We can do that step by step. Let's start with the SSR impact. So when we build the application and we transfer that to the browser, it is already rendered HTML, a finished website that also includes all the state of the application. And LCP is, when you look at it, a process of a couple of different steps. You start the initial request and then you have the time to first byte. You maybe saw that symbol already before in the transfer and build step. Then we consume the website, and this is where LCP really gets interesting. The browser starts to track what elements will pop up on your screen, and it will start to track them and name them, like based on their size, as candidate. If the H1 pops up and nothing else is on your site, H1 will be your first LCP candidate. Afterwards, more bigger text pops up, it will say, H1 is not interesting anymore, I have a better LCP candidate, it will take the text block, and afterwards, if you maybe render an image that is even bigger, even more important for the user, it will also throw away the text block and will say, the image most probably is the best LCP candidate. After that, your browser will idle out, and that's the moment where the tool can say, I know which of the candidates is the real LCP candidate, and it will name you this element, will highlight it for you, and you will see what is the biggest element on screen, rendered on screen, visible. The second impact that incremental hydration will increase, or at least what we measure every single day when we use that feature, is INP interaction to next paint. Already with defer, we had a chance to load chunk, preload couple of parts or different parts of the application, either right before we click on it, when our browser was idle, or at a specified time. But it was not working with unhydrated DOM, so you would always have to put a placeholder, and this placeholder would then get flipped over and replaced with some real DOM. It took some time to load the JavaScript, it took some time to execute all those JavaScript files, and now with incremental hydration, it is way less time to execute the JavaScript and way less time that the user really can interact with the page. How does interaction to next paint work? So we start from the moment where the user clicks any part of your interface, and this moment in time could be when your browser is still processing previous work, right? Browser is still busy and you click somewhere. So your click, your input could have a little bit of a delay until the browser is ready. After the browser is ready, it will kick in, it will replay, or it will apply the click event, fire the click event, and then starts to process whatever your event handler is doing. And after that, it will give the browser time to render, layout, and paint the application. And after this is done, your next frame is presented. And that's the moment in time where INP finishes, and it says, like, okay, from your first interaction until the frame is presented, this is the time it took you to get the next paint. From your interaction to your next paint. INP, interaction to next paint. It's a little bit more complicated because it will always take the worst metrics of all of your interactions. So if you have only good interactions and then one single one that takes 5 seconds, you are screwed because it will take the 5 seconds one. If you have multiple of bad interactions, it will drop every 5th bad interaction, but other than this, you will stick with the worst value. So it's pretty motivating to fix that issues. Good. The last metric is CLS. It will also get impacted because you don't need a placeholder anymore that could have slight shifts. You will keep the DOM as it is and just add your event listeners, and that is really, really amazing. But it has not such a massive impact as LCP and INP, so I left it out. Now to the hydration part. How does that work? We have two major lips or blocks. We have on the one side event replay, and on the other side we have the hydration part. So let me start with something hopefully new for you. How many of you know JS Action, a library? I see many hands. I can count them on one hand, like 4 hands up. Amazing. That means nearly everyone will learn something. Let's try it in a different way. Let's try to ask how many of you ever used Google Search? Everyone. Okay, let me tell you how JS Action comes into play. It's a lib, a small helper lib from a framework that no one knows. Inside of Google there's a framework that's called Viz. Also, Google product Angular is an open source outside product, and they try to merge those two products. Angular made for large scalable applications, Viz made for high performance application like the Google search bar, and they internally want to merge efforts and try to reuse all of the good parts, incrementalization, event replay, all concepts that Viz is owning to a certain degree. The proof that it is also working in the Google search bar, you see that here. And now let's see what event record and replay can do for us now that you know what the library name is called. So first we have the event recording, and the problem here is, think about it, how will you be able to listen to an event if you have no JavaScript? Because normally you have like an attribute that is the event name, and then you have as a value the JavaScript handler, event handler that is registered to that event. Well, if you don't have JavaScript, the browser still will recognize clicks on the elements, you just have no real listener. So what they did is they replaced the event name with an attribute that's called JS Action. And in the JS Action they had values, the event name and the handler name. The Viz framework is lazily loading, or let's say chunking the application based on event handlers that is not given in Angular. So in Angular we don't need the event handler name, and we can straight away use only JS Actions and then the event name. So with this in your DOM, you can click on that element without JavaScript enabled, the event will fire, will bubble up the DOM hierarchy, and at the very top you have an injected snippet, the snippet that I showed you before, that has one single event listener listening to your body, and obviously events bubble up, so the body at some point will receive this click here. It will look for the attribute JS Action, will spot the attribute, will go to the value, and will say, aha, that one, if the trigger of it was a click event, I have to record it and then replay it later based on that element. So now the full circle, we add our JS Action snippet to our HTML, we add the JavaScript handler, we add all the markers to our DOM, then we add this one single global event listener to our page. All markers are in, I click on one of those elements, and then this event ends up in a queue in an array and gets recorded until my app really bootstraps. I can demo that. I just need to be sure that the right app is open. I see it is not. I will not demo that now. I will straight away jump to the next page and figure out in my head later on how I can bootstrap the app without wasting your time. And I will show you what DOM snippet is placed at the very bottom of the page. At the very bottom of the page, you have a little bit of script that is a big JSON object that contains the hydration state of your initial full hydration, the hydration state of your incrementally hydrated components, and for every component the name and then the state. For example, if we have a dark mode toggle, you have is dark and then true or false as a value. In real life it looks a little bit different. It is not as nicely to read, but still it's here. You can open up your bundle, you can look at it, and you will try to make sense of it. If you wonder how it's implemented and in which PR the implementation lives, you can ask Enea, he will tell you the PR number on spot. And you also need markers, right? You have this JSON structure at the bottom with all the data, but you don't know to which element the data belongs to, so you need to mark every single component that will get incrementally hydrated with a flag. I call that the hydration marker. I'm not sure if that's the correct term, but I just made it up. And then it has an ID. So you know all the components, the component ID, and then you can map that to the big JSON object. And then you would be able to start your application. You add this JS state to your application. Everything is asleep still. And if you interact now with one of your components, you will go down. You will first fetch the JavaScript and you will go down to the bottom, grab this JSON object, and then add the data to your DOM element. And we now know that our dark mode toggle has the ID 0. I will go to the JSON object, look for ID 0, and then I apply the state. In this case, my dark mode is true. Very wonderful thing. Now, the next slide says live demo again, and now I will have to waste 30 seconds of your time to bootstrap the right application. Let me not embarrass myself too much, and hopefully I'm quick. I will pick this one here, and I hope that it's the right version. Here we go. It doesn't look good. Okay, I need another one. Sorry. How terrible. This looks better. NgServe. Yes. It's not funny. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay, wonderful. Whew. Now I'm a little bit more relaxed. I have something that I can show you. Let me turn off JavaScript and reload the page, and you will see ears. You will see ears and sleeping icons. Not those ears, you will see normal ears. And an ear means that there is an event listener, JS action marker, and I can capture those events and replay them later. And then you will have these sleeping icons, and that are unhydrated components with state markers on it. I will start to turn on JavaScript again. You see the left part is not hydrated, and if I would click on one of those links here, you will see the ears disappear. Click, ears disappeared. Here I can show you the same. Click, ears disappeared. So you see, I can record the clicks and then I can replay them. And I also want to go to a partially hydrated application and show you that the sleeping icons are here, even if I hydrate. I click, sorry, that was the wrong one. Even I click on another page of part of the page. Refresh, yeah. Sleeping icons are here. I click the toggle button, and you see the JavaScript is working. I can toggle my theming, but the rest of the page is still asleep. Good. How is the last part of this thing going? I have to speed up a little bit. Event replay. I have my event queue. I know which content was clicked. I take this element, bootstrap my application, hydrate the DOM, add the event listeners, and then I replay all the recorded events in the right order. And that is one of the last demos that I can show for today. So I showed you that full hydration, non-incremental hydration was working. I showed you that if I interact with parts of the page, other parts still stays unhydrated. Now I will move my cursor. I will remove all the code here from my requests, and I will move my mouse to this like button so that I can favorite or like this movie, and I will click it now. And you see, the heart turned red. That means the click was recorded and replayed. And you also see on the left side that I was fetching a JavaScript bundle that was called movie list component. So the whole movie list component was on the fly, loaded, added, executed hydrated, and then I replayed my click event on the real Angular component. When they're full, there are a couple of other things that you can do, and let me show you how you can implement hydration on a component. I will zoom in, that's it. It's done over the defer block. You put hydrate, and then you can choose of a couple of different timers when exactly you want to start the hydration. Here I did it on interaction, so when I clicked with my mouse on that elements, I started to hydrate them. You can obviously also put other ones. You even can put a timer. You can combine that with the defer feature preload, on which moment in time you want to preload it. But something really, really cool you can also do, you could hydrate never. And when you hydrate never, and you execute that page again, where is my demo, and I refresh that, and I would click. Normally it should not hydrate. Let me, wow. Let me understand where I have the mistake here. The fuck? So, I don't know. I will figure it out afterwards. Huh? It's on the navigation, you're right. But the navigation should not work. Yeah, let me remove that here. I'm anyway overtime, and add it to the component, and show you that last time, and then I wrap up. Here's my list component. No pre-rendering. Here we go. So here I can put. Sorry for the confusion. Here I can put never, and now it will work. Please, demo God, be with me. I click that, and it's not working. We are here on a meetup, so please stop swearing in front of the camera. Let me show you what you could do. You could hydrate that on idle, interaction, or never. It will work, believe me. It's not working on my machine, but it will work on your machine. You can save a lot of JavaScript or save a lot of anger from your users if you do that. As my time is also over, I will switch again to this beautiful image. I don't know if you want to picture it or not. You can if you like. I don't know if you should. What I can say is optimized applications are very efficient. Your users will love you, especially when they have a little data plan or when the internet is not so good. They definitely feel it. Just wanted to point that out in the end. I love this event, and I hope you will have a lot of fun. Thank you.
Yes, that should be plugged in. Thank you very much.
I think that's why it didn't work for me.
Yeah. Okay, next speaker, the best looking man on this conference, as you can obviously tell, is arriving on stage. Okay, we have a little gift session here. You also need to be mic'd up, please, and then you leave the stage again because.
Oh yeah, sorry. Introduce me.
Yeah, would be a good idea. Okay. Please get calm again. Very nice. There's a little bit of noise, but we will manage it, I guess. So, our next speaker. I guess all of you will know him by name because he's the new rising star in the Angular team. He is putting up PRs like crazy. It's impossible to keep up with his speed. He's also, speaking of speed, he's a cyclist. Speaking of speed, he loves to code in trains. And he loves to call himself the random dude that codes in a train. So you will see a lot of pictures on Twitter posting about his office on the go. Yeah, please have a warm welcome for Matthieu Riegler, the best looking man on this conference.
Thank you, Julian. Do I need to? Is it? Oh, you mean it's? Go
to display.
Yeah. I mean this. Display.
We are all professionals here in IT.
It's because it's full screen. Okay. What? I only know JavaScript, sorry.
How many of you hands up ever fixed the printer? Okay. How many of you didn't?
I'm good. And then I need to do this.
Perfect, I made up time.
Oh, it works. Thank you so much. So, thank you. This event is special to me because maybe a lot of you don't know, but last year at the first edition of NgGlühwein, it was the first time that I stand in front of a crowd doing a presentation in English. So very special to me to be able to talk here again. 1 year of doing talks. Very happy to be doing this and sharing fun with all of you. So today I wanted to talk to you about, let's say, in the past 2 or 3 years, the Angular team has been shipping a lot of feature. Every major version has been a success in terms of what has been shipped, and I feel like every team meeting we had after every release, like our next release is not going to be as big as the previous one, and every meeting it's the same way of, okay, we did it again. So Angular changed a lot, and I wanted to talk to you about how it changed and how you would write, let's say, components today. And I want to talk to you about a hypothetical world where the lifecycle hooks don't exist anymore, and how we would write our components and directive without them. So, the name of my talks, Modern Angular, the Lifecycle Hook Free. So I'm Matthieu Riegler, I'm a software engineer, I'm the random dude that codes on the train. I'm part of the team as an open source contributor, and you can find me on every famous social network. So, lifecycle hooks. How many knows how many lifecycle hooks Angular has?
7.
I got a good answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Good answer, I got 8 before. So ng on init, ng on changes, ng do check for ng after hooks, and ng on destroy. I'll go through all of them and show you how you can replace them today with some interesting new semantics. First, the first one is called when you create a directive, a component, ng on init. So this one, we use it, first, ng on init has been until, I think, V17, we had this recommendation on the Angular docs that's told you, ng on init is the best way to do initialization. And it was, until removed it, and because we're thinking like, you don't actually need it anymore. And I'll show you why. An example, ng on init, you have some inputs, either decorator inputs or signal inputs. As you know, you cannot access them inside a constructor. You need to wait that the component has been initialized by the framework. It means the classes need to be constructed, and the framework needs to set the inits. And after they have been set, the framework is calling the ng on init for you, and here it is safe for you to call the inputs and get the values. But how can we replace it today? More than Angular. So we use what we call state derivation, and there is also some delayed readings. First example, when you want to combine some inputs and react on it, you go with a computed, with a basic derivation. So you can read the inputs, for example here, last name, name, and you get a new signal out of it. So this computed will only be invoked when you want to read it, so in the templates, in an effect, for example. Second case, also, when we want to do some advanced derivation in some kind of local state that is also writable. Either we have link signals, something that we introduced in V19, which allowed you to have local states that's derived synchronously. So here, example, I can create a state with reading the name. Or another case, if we want to have some asynchronous derivation, we have the new resource primitive, which allows you to do some async loading and then update the states automatically. All those cases, I'm reading an input and it works either as a property or in the constructor directly. So no ng on it. And the other case is, for example, having an effect. You can have it in the constructor, for example, and the effect in the context of a component will be executed only after the component has been init by the framework. So it means when the input have been set. So here, basic example, no ng on init, and you can safely read all your inputs. But also, another case, a function like toObservable is based on effect. So it means it has the same behavior than effect itself. So when I pass a signal here and I try to subscribe directly in the constructor, here we have an input that gets only read when the component is in it. And here, Michael, I got subscribed, it's asynchronous. We've got some debate on observables. So, like I said, you can do signal input reading without any ng on it. Second hook, ng on changes. You might be probably grasping already that what I presented before is actually what we need for ng on changes. So ng on changes basically is what you use when you want to do something when an input changes. And like I said, we already covered that. Derivation just runs when you update the signal dependency. So reacting on changes is actually at the heart of the reactivity provided by signals. Whenever a signal change, either in an effect or computed link signal resource, it will be reread and react on this. So no hook necessary to update your states with this. Talking about this, I wanted to go a bit more deeply in what we would call effect scheduling. So when does an effect run? When are you being notified that something changed? And the first reactive primitive that was introduced with signals in V17 was effect, which you will get a rerun every time one of the dependencies that get invoked inside the effect gets changed. And in V19, we changed a bit how it worked to have something that is more correct in terms of execution. Alex will tell you a bit more, I think, about it in his talk after. So in this case here, effect will run ahead of your component being checked by the synchronization task. So it ran before, but if you would want to run after change detection, if you would run it when your app is ready because you want to make sure that, I don't know, that your whole app is finished and you want to do some other change after. We have another primitive which is after render effect that runs once the whole app has been rendered, it's been made stable, and you can do whatever changes you want by reacting on signal changes. So two primitives that run at different times depending on what exactly you want to do with them. Next, and this one, I liked it very much when it was released. It was the first new, let's say, new generation of hooks that the team released. Imagine a simple case where you have a component that has some kind of, for example, an interval that runs during the life of your component. To prevent any memory leaks, you want to stop the interval once the component gets destroyed. So what you do, you store the reference of your interval as a property, and ng on destroy, you just clear the interval. So here I have a property, the start of the interval, and then the destruction of it. How we would rewrite that with the new APIs, wrong button. Sorry. Here, we would reuse a service that we are able to inject in our component, which is called destroy_ref. And destroy_ref provides you a callback function on destroy that will be invoked once the component or the service gets destroyed. So here in my code, I create the interval inside my constructor, get the destroy_ref, schedule a non-destroy callback, and just cancel my interval. Just this way, you destroy whatever you want in the context of a component. Another use case for the destroy_ref is not only in the component, but we get something that is aware of your context of execution. For example, you want to have a function that you can call wherever you want, where you say, I want the behavior baked in the function itself directly. So I inject the destroy_ref, I call some service that need to be cleaned up whenever the context of execution tells him to run something to clean up. So here, destroy_ref, some reference that get called when the context gets cleaned up. For components, this happens when you destroy the component, so where it's removed from the components graph. And if ever you call this kind of function inside a root-provided service, it will run only when the app itself is destroyed. So keep in mind that whenever you're doing functions that rely on destroy_ref in a root-provided service, it will only run at when your application is destroyed, so mostly when you navigate away of your app. A good example of this is toSignal. toSignal subscribes to an observable to add values, to set values on signal. So there is a subscribe inside it, and if you call it in a component, for example, toSignal will make sure that your observable is unsubscribed when the component is destroyed by using destroy_ref and scheduling an unsubscribe at this moment. So now the after hooks. Like I said, we have 4 of them. ng after content init, ng after content checked, ng after view init, and after view check. So the 2 pairs of them will run when there is something happening with the content of a component, so content projection, for example, and after view init, after view check, run after the whole component has been init and checked. When we say check, it has been checked by the change detection or synchronization mechanism. Example of the use case, I remember you used it a long time ago already. Imagine you are in an app and you're using some external library and you want to set up for example, a charts library. Charts library often expect a div or a canvas. So you say, okay, I'm checking by a view child a canvas. I want to get the reference, and I pass it directly to the init function. And I will do this once the element is already available. So what I need to do is to do it after view init. So when it's been created and it's present in the DOM. And if ever I want to do something that runs every time we have change detection, we do it in an after check method. How we evolve from this? So without the hooks, if we want to run only once a function, we go for the after next render. After next render will run once your whole app has been rendered, and will init it. So you are sure that when you put something in after next render, your component has been rendered, so everything that should be here is accessible, and you can read a view child and pass it to whatever function you need. So this one runs once, and it can replace both after content init and after view init. The after view init and after content init run only once when it created the first time the template. If ever you want to run every time change detection runs, you do it with the after render function. So it runs every time the app has been fully rendered, so you know that everything is up to date, and Angular tells you here is the best moment to do something, for example, reading the DOM or writing to it. And it will replace the two functions that were called previously after each check. What's interesting about this function is a performance-oriented API. I know that my two best performance experts, or even three, love these kind of things. And the first time I saw that, I was like, why the hell did we make such a complicated API? I went to my perf expert, Enea, behind you. What was really the purpose behind it? I couldn't really grasp the issue. You have to know that how browser work, how do we interact with the DOM APIs and how it affects performance. When you access some of the APIs that, for example, get the size of a box, you get bounding recs, for example, or some scrolling dimension, etc. Those trigger what we call reflow. Reflow is the browser just rerunning all the code to determine the position and the height and the width of everything. Those APIs, if you call them too often, have a major perf impact. So it is important to have less possible of those in your code. And by doing this here, you're telling just Angular the semantics of your own callbacks. So for the cases where you just read the DOM, you use early read or read, and for the cases where you want to modify the DOM, you go for the write, and by default, if you don't specify anything, Angular would just suppose it's read, write, make, so. But it's default, but by far not the best choice. So if you know what you are doing, please call either read or write, and this way Angular will know that it will first read every callback that is just reading the DOM, and then it will do the changes. By doing this, you will have less API calls that will trigger reflow, so we will optimize your rendering of your application by just having the least minimum of reflow during the execution of the after render, after next render functions. And if ever you're interested about all the APIs that trigger reflow, you can check later on the slide that's already published on my site. There is a nice list of all the browser API that trigger the reflow and that can have a cost in terms of performance. Now, this one is partly interesting because I've been doing Angular for, I think, about 8 years, and I've used this one for a total of 0 time. The framework itself uses it, I think, in the NG4 and NGF directive. So the purpose was to have an optimized read of the changes and knowing, do I need to rerun some change detection? Basically, just checking values, and you don't really need it anymore today. Maybe if you want to check for changes, go for effect. So one of the cases, who here has used it, has used ngDoCheck? You, okay. Why? I could have dreamed of an answer, but this one is the best. So exactly. So this is one of the cases. It exists for very specific reasons, but like I said, you probably don't need it. And if ever, there are alternatives that you will already think probably about before even reaching to these ones. But okay, I present you all the new ideas, but I understand totally that we do not live in a hypothetical world. You don't need to rewrite all your components today. You can just leave them as is for now, and maybe it's just like a suggestion today. If you want to write modern components, maybe go with the modern way of writing them. So if you have existing code, no need to refactor everything. Go leave them here, but start writing new components with the new APIs, with the benefits they bring. One of the benefits I very much like, I will retake the example of the destroy ref and ngDestroy. Here, I wanted to destroy to have some mechanism to clean up a component. And if you look at this, there is code related to it at 3 different locations. I have a property declared on the class. I have some initialization in a constructor, and I've got something inside the ng_. 3 locations for 1 feature. That's not great for code collocation. And we could rewrite this in 2 lines. 2 lines that fit in the constructor, for example. No class anymore, no destroy that's somewhere else in the code. I've got everything in 1 location. Code collocation makes your code easier to read, easier to maintain, and you don't forget anything that's elsewhere in your code. So by just having the definition, you get an ID and you pass it to destroy, so everything happens on the same place. And it's the same way that it works with a function. Like I said before, you see that you can extract everything inside a function, and there is nothing else than just calling a function. The function will do all the stuff for you for the cleanup. So with the new hooks, we have code collocation. And this is something I really much like. But we also need to agree that today, the world we're in is not perfect yet. When you declare an input, you try to read it in the constructor, you build your application, everything looks fine, but if you run it, it throws at runtime. So it's not perfect. The question is, we know where we are today, and there is also ideas, what could we improve? Should we go direction? Maybe some ideas, I don't know. Imagine, so how can the framework fill the gaps and understand where we need to work a little bit to improve our life in terms of DX? Some ideas, it's not something that's been worked on, but just thinking about, should we rethink about how Angular works a bit? I know that if you have some React colleagues that come on projects like that, I want to read the input directly because that's how it always worked for me. It doesn't work like that way in Angular. So what if we could have inputs in the constructor available at runtime? It would mean some major refactoring inside Angular, how it works. For you, it would be better. But should we go this way? It's kind of be weird for some people that constructor is not even DI anymore, but also some other inputs. That's an idea we could think about, maybe. But it's also interesting to listen to all of you. You're working with it probably almost every day, and do you know some use cases where everything that I showed you isn't covered? Do you have use cases where you still need the hooks? And I want to say, if it's, please let us know. Open an issue saying, okay, I know that we have new hooks. I know that the previous ones, I needed it for that particular use case, and I wanted to share it with you. And that's what we are looking for. So give us some insights on the usage you have. Maybe we can introduce you to another pattern. Maybe it's something that needs to be added to the framework. So you can provide inputs to the team by teaching them how you use the framework itself. What?
You can provide inputs to the team.
Thank you so much. That was it for me. If you want, my slides are already published on my site. And enjoy the last talk for today.
High five. Good job, man. For the talk, Matthieu. We have another break now for, it was planned for half an hour. We can extend it by 10 minutes because we have a bit of more time. Then we will start back. Can you tell me the exact time at the moment? Huh?
7 will start.
Okay, we start again back at 7 o'clock with a sponsor talk, and then we have our headliner, Alex Rickabaugh. So get ready for it. Woo! Enjoy your break. Where is Steven? There is Steven? Okay, perfect. So, we now have a very short sponsor talk. And let me quickly also introduce the one who's giving that talk for us. First of all, it's from the company Entain. Thanks, can you... Okay, perfect. So now we're good. So it's from the company Entain, which is gold sponsor of this very meetup here.
There are two of you.
From that one. Thanks a lot. Good. And now a couple of words about the man that will show up on stage now briefly. To give you an introduction about the company itself, it will be Steven Jayna, which is, in my opinion, the best manager I've ever worked with. It's always good to work with those people. The company is great, the people are great. We have having a good time and we deliver good stuff because of the environment is so beautiful. So please, a warm welcome for Steven Jayna.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I will keep it super brief. I was just such a wonderful introduction, and I thought to myself, I'll say, you know, I didn't pay him to say that, but actually, technically, maybe I did, if you think about it really hard. but whatever. Look, I'll keep it short. Look, Entain, I'm here to hire or to persuade those of you who are here or you might want to consider working for Entain. And Entain, if you don't know, is one of the largest sports and entertainment companies in the world. About £5 billion in revenue. And the only reason that might be exciting to you, I was trying to figure it out in a taxi on the way here, about 4 billion, I say pounds, euros, 4 billion euros is generated through our Angular apps. And that's kind of cool, and that. So we really care about Angular. I mean, we care in two ways. We want to give like the best experience to our players and also to our developers. So, you know, what are we doing very quickly? What do I want to see? Angular has come such a long way in the last couple of years. I'm not actually an Angular developer, I'm just sit on the periphery, but really I think in the next 6 months, at least for Entain, our app is going to go from something that 2 years ago was frankly quite slow, looked very obviously like a bunch of web pages and products kind of glued together, to, I think, something that's hard to differentiate between like a super premium native app. I think in about 6 months' time with view transitions, with SSR, with some of the wonderful speed and performance work that Pushbased have done with us, it will be hard to tell the difference. And I just think that is absolutely fantastic. On the other side of things, developer experience, we went from 2 years ago, there's some developers from Entain in this room, and I hope I won't offend them, but for a pretty mediocre developer environment, well, we use NX now, we've got a monorepo, we're getting there. Design system, we have 38 different brands. Most design systems kind of handle 1 or 2, so we do some really big, really advanced stuff. So I'll leave it there. I was just kind of give you a taste of what we get up to. But if you would consider or you're interested, we have so many open Angular roles, you wouldn't believe it, at every single level. Coral's here from recruitment. Visit us online. Thank you for having me for a couple of minutes. I really appreciate it. Over to Alex, I think.
Thank you very much, Steven. So in case you're looking for a job in the Angular environment in a really huge company, make sure to reach out to Steven. You plug in your laptop? Okay, so the moment is nearing, the moment that you all were waiting for. The guy, the man, the tech lead, the Angular tech lead since 3 years, who making us happy, who making us as Angular developers happy, because he is responsible for shipping all the good stuff that we all wanted and we requested. And funny story, last time he was also here at NgGlühwein, and in the QA panel, someone asked about all the cool new features, like, please, next time when you come here, you need to deliver our nice new SSR features and nice new change detection zoneless mode. And now he's here, and now he delivered, and now we can talk about that. It's absolutely beautiful, so please, clap your hands for Alex Rickabaugh. No signal is a good one. Okay, tiny technical issues, but that's okay. That's part of the job, fixing laptops and fixing displays and beamers. Okay, the stage is yours.
All right. Where's my cursor here? There we go. Awesome. Okay, thank you very much. Give yourselves a round of applause. You made it. Woo! It's a pretty cool meetup starting at like 11. You made it to the end. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm the last talk of the day. They might have done that on purpose. Thank you for sticking around. I'm here to talk about change detection, and in particular how change detection has kind of evolved over the years in Angular. And specifically, this is a pretty technical talk. I'm excited to be doing that. I've been wanting to do some more technical Angular content. So when Michael invited me, I just took the opportunity to go for it. And change detection for me is a rather interesting term. It is almost, I think, entirely in the online space used to talk about Angular's synchronization mechanism. But actually, it's something that a lot of frameworks share. We all have this methodology of how do you ensure that the UI stays in sync with the state. So it's a pretty universal thing. So we'll talk about kind of what change detection is, how it works, when it gets scheduled, things like that. And that's because of this operation. UI is a function of state. I told you, it's a technical talk. We're already doing math, right? This is the basic idea that underpins pretty much every modern framework, from React to Angular, Vue, and Solid, and Svelte. These frameworks all break applications into two pieces. There's the state, the data in your application, and then you have some transformation that you define that tells the framework how to take that state and generate a UI from it. And so what this equation is representing is that the state of the application completely determines what will be on screen at any given moment. And that's the framework's job, is to help you manage that state and to perform this transformation to generate a UI from it. And as beautiful as that mental model is, reality kind of gets in the way. For one, we can't actually build Angular to completely throw away the UI and regenerate 1,000 DOM nodes every time you change your state. Right? If we just recomputed the UI from the state every time. That would be pretty slow. And even if we could be efficient at that, throwing away the DOM has consequences, because the DOM has state as well. So here I have a simple input element, and you can already see that there are some kind of parts of state that are associated with this input element that we don't normally think about in our application. For one, the user has entered a value here. We might not have read that value out in the framework yet. They might be in the middle of typing it. They haven't pressed enter. But there's text in this input. They've selected some part of it. So they have a cursor position. They have some selection. And of course, the browser cares about focus. A certain element might be focused at any given point. And if you destroy the DOM and recreate it, that focus is lost. So you'd have some very sad users if you just wiped out their form in the middle of what they were typing. So modern frameworks get clever. instead of recomputing the entire UI on every state change, we instead recompute something I would call delta UI, or the change in what the UI should be showing, the change we need to make to the DOM. It's much faster and more correct to update the DOM when things change than it is to completely replace it. That's how browsers actually are supposed to work, right? But different frameworks have different approaches to this, different ways of solving this problem. So take React, for example. In React, you write your components as functions, and they take in the state, and they return the UI, right, the VDOM. React is embodying this concept of like UI as a function of state. They take it very literally. But instead of replacing the UI, React does a VDOM diff. So they take the return of the component function, diff it with what's already on screen, and that tells them the delta UI, how to update. In Angular, we start by computing the change in the state. So we look at the bindings that you've expressed in your template. We do this change detection operation to figure out how the bindings changed, which one's updated. And that tells us what update needs to be made to the UI. So it's really fun sometimes to reduce these big, massive frameworks with thousands of lines of code to one-liners. Yeah. So as I mentioned, we call this operation change detection in Angular. And back in AngularJS, it really was kind of that simple. We had the digest cycle. It would run over the tree of $scopes, the whole application. It would diff all of the data, and it would determine what update needed to be applied to the UI. But change detection has gotten a bit more responsibilities over the years. Today, its job in Angular includes updating the UI. It also propagates inputs. It runs lifecycle hooks. It is responsible for reactivity and effects. And at the same time, it has to make sure that it doesn't break developers' expectations. It doesn't break this mental model that we're trying to give developers of UI being a function of state. So I'm trying to rebrand change detection a little bit. I think change detection is kind of a poor name for this modern process. It implies this like big global operation. And in fact, we're a lot more nuanced now. So we've actually kind of internally stopped calling it change detection. We now call it synchronization, the process of keeping the UI in sync with the state of your application. So let's dive into that. And I think we can start with like what triggers this synchronization operation, right? How does Angular know that it needs to do some update to the UI? And there are two ways in modern Angular that we initiate synchronization. One is when the framework thinks that something might have updated, and the other is when we know that it has. And you might recognize these two scenarios in disguise. The first is Zone.js, right? Zone.js is based around the idea of the framework knowing that something might have happened. An event listener ran, a timeout fired, a network request came back. We don't know if something has changed or not, but we trigger synchronization anyway, just in case it has. And secondly, there are APIs that you call that tell Angular directly, I'm changing something. I updated the state, you need to update the UI, please keep up with me. Those are things like the mark for check API in change detector ref that async pipe will call for you, or things like setting a signal. And this is how zoneless works. Regardless of whether or not you're using signals, if you're telling Angular that your state is changing through async pipe or through signals, zoneless is able to run synchronization at the right time, even without that signal from zone that something might have changed. So this is kind of the fits on a slide version of what Zone.js is doing, right? We monkey patch add event listener so that whenever any operation happens in the browser that might update state, we call this schedule synchronization method to tell Angular, hey, something's out of sync, we need to update. Mark for check, on the other hand, is talking to this thing in Angular we call the scheduler and telling it, hey, the user, the developer, actually changed something, right? We're sending the scheduler a notification, hey, something updated, we need to run synchronization. And as I mentioned, it is scheduled. We don't run it immediately. So when synchronization gets scheduled is actually something that, again, differs across all of the modern frameworks. And there are a few different options. It could be done immediately. Like we could, the moment you set a signal, say, OK, let's update the UI. Let's get the DOM back in sync with the signal. In fact, the Wiz framework you've heard a little bit about at Google does have some rendering operations that work that way. And this was kind of how Solid worked before a lot of their recent batching changes. So what this means is that every signal set line, every time you set a signal, immediately after that, the DOM would be in sync. The framework would run, it would update text bindings, it would create and destroy ngIfs in order to get the UI back in sync with the state. And you set the next signal and we render again. And that, as you might imagine, is not always the best for performance, especially if you're changing a lot of state at the same time, a lot of different signals, or a lot of different observables. And frameworks that make that choice, like Solid and Wiz, have batching APIs where you can say, this is a boundary, I want to run these set of operations and then do my rendering afterwards. So a common way of avoiding the challenges of synchronous rendering is to wait a microtask, right? Wait for one promise resolve. And that makes sure that all of the state changes that happen kind of synchronously in a row get batched together automatically. And in fact, this is probably the most common approach for rendering out there. This is how Vue works. This is how Svelte works. Pretty much all the other frameworks, React included. It's efficient, it's easy to test, and it's pretty fast. So the pseudocode for what that looks like is kind of this. You have multiple signal sets, but then only after a promise kind of delay does the rendering actually happen. Angular with zones does a similar thing, but Zone has some knowledge that that browser APIs don't give other frameworks off the bat. Zone knows when all the microtasks are done inside of an event. And so we're able to kind of delay synchronization a little bit more and coalesce all the microtasks into one rendering operation at the end. So kind of similar, but not quite the same thing. But this approach has one drawback: event bubbling. It is rare, but not unheard of, for applications to have click listeners or multiple event listeners at different levels of the UI. Often you have like some click tracking scripts in the application, or you have a hierarchical UI where you have a tree and every layer of the tree adds a listener to see if someone's clicking on something inside that tree. When that happens, you end up with bubbled events, an event that fires a listener at one level, a listener at another level, and Zone, as well as microtask rendering and everything else, will render every event listener, when in fact you want to kind of batch those things together. So I call those kind of batching strategies that work across multiple events, event coalescing, grouping together the state updates from multiple listeners at a time. Angular tries to do this. Zoneless works this way, and you can turn on an option in Zone.js to make it work this way. And it's surprisingly tricky to get right. So generally, our goal is we want to batch rendering as much as possible, right? Rendering is an expensive operation. It involves the diffing. We don't want to do this if we don't have to. We want to let you update as much state as you can before we synchronize it to the UI. But we want to make sure we maintain some guarantees. We never want to show developers or show users a half-updated UI, right? A UI that's lagging behind the current state or that's showing inconsistent things at any given moment. And it's really important the UI shouldn't flicker, right? If you're changing state a couple of times in a row, it shouldn't kind of render something for a split second and then update it the next frame. So we decided as a requirement, when state changes in Angular, it should be on screen by the next paint. The next time the browser draws the UI, it should be in sync again with the state changes. And one option we had to do this was actually set timeout. It turns out that browsers, when you have a timeout and you have a click that bubbles up to multiple event listeners, all of the click listeners will run and then the timer fires. So that's great, except for the fact that it's not always true. It turns out browsers take a lot of liberty in their implementation here, and sometimes the browser will actually force rendering to happen before it fires your timer. So it'll paint the UI before we have a chance to bring it in sync with the state. Of course, there is an API in the browser where you can ask it, hey, tell me before you paint because I have something I need to get on screen, right? That's request animation frame. And that would be perfect, except request animation frame doesn't work in tabs that are not active. So if you open a link in a new tab, in the background, that page would just be sitting there with a white screen waiting on a request animation frame to render that will never happen until the user clicks over to it. And we want, when the user opens a new tab, When they click over to it, that page should be already rendered, ready to go. Another problem is that in tests, request animation frame is often mocked with a set timeout of about 16 milliseconds. And that just artificially slows down tests. Like, you don't want your tests waiting real time. So neither of these APIs really give us what we want. Set timeout does not have the guarantee that we want, that it happens before the next paint, although it does run in background tabs. And request animation frame gives us the guarantee, but doesn't run in the background. So we just combine them. We actually run both anytime we think synchronization is needed. And whichever one finishes first is the thing that actually synchronizes the UI. We actually talked extensively with the Chrome team, who are working on kind of the task processing in the browser, about all the different options. And this is the one that kind of meets all of our performance and semantic guarantees. So we call it the RAF race, racing request animation frame. So now we know what triggers synchronization and how it gets scheduled. Let's talk about what it actually does. And as I mentioned, that's a lot, right? It's responsible for running effects, for refreshing what we call the view tree, the tree of the UI. And that includes things like DOM updates, inputs, queries, lifecycle hooks. And then synchronization also runs what we call the after render hooks. Those times when you ask Angular, hey, please tell me when you're done rendering so I can do something with the result. One thing to keep in mind is that order is actually very important here. Every UI, especially component UIs, have a hierarchy. And bad things happen if you ignore that hierarchy when you're trying to render. Let me give you an example. So we have a template. This template prints the user's name in one binding, user.name, but it's guarded by this if condition. And this if condition is saying, hey, if the user's not defined, don't bother trying to display the name. So what do you think happens if the name is defined, we set it to undefined, and Angular checks the user.name binding before it checks the if? We crash the browser, right? We try to access .name on undefined. So what's happening here is the if part of the template is guarding the existence of the other binding. It's actually saying this binding should not exist unless the user is defined. It's controlling what data the downstream part of the UI sees. And so parents are able to enforce these kinds of restrictions on children, and we have to respect that when we're updating the UI. So it's not just a matter of refreshing all the bindings in some arbitrary order. We actually want to walk the UI top to bottom and flow the data down at the same time to give parents the opportunity to say, wait a minute, this child shouldn't exist anymore. And it'll crash if you try to check it. The same thing is true of effects. An effect is able to do the exact same thing and control the existence of a part of the UI, a child part of the UI, based on the data, right? Based on whether some data is defined or not. So with effects, we have kind of the same problem. We need to run them in parent-child order, following the natural structure of the UI, in order to make sure that the data flows correctly and that children don't get checked when they're in an invalid state. And every reactive framework that has effects provides the same ordering guarantee. So, speaking of kind of updating the UI, right, we keep track of when a part of the UI is in what we call a dirty state. It needs to be synchronized. Something inside of that part of the UI needs to be flushed into the DOM. And there are several different dirty states that we track for a view. A view can be marked for check. This is what happens when you call a component, change detector ref mark for check. And that operation happens, you might know, all the way up to the parent. So the root component in the application gets marked for check, its child does, its grandchild does, all the way down to the component that actually needs the update. And that's so the change detection traversal algorithm knows it can follow this path of things that are dirty all the way down to the children. We also note when a particular view or component in the UI is dirty through a signal changing. And we keep track of that separately because it has separate semantics. Signals don't really require this traversal all the way down from the top. We only need to make sure that we run things in order. And to make sure we do that, we keep track of when a parent part of the application, part of the UI, isn't itself dirty, but contains something that is. Whether that's a child that needs to be checked with signals, or whether that's an effect that might need to run. And we eventually roll this up and keep track of the application as a whole and what operations need to happen on the application level. Whether there's effects that are at the top level that need to run, whether the UI needs updated, or whether there's after render hooks. And we update that dirtiness through this scheduling mechanism we have. So whenever you call mark for check, you're not only setting the individual view, hey, you're dirty, you need to be checked. We're also telling Angular, the application level, hey, something in this application tree needs to be checked because a view got marked for check. And with that, we can finally kind of look at the change detection algorithm at the top level. And in fact, it's kind of surprisingly tame for all the complexity that it has. So we have this while loop. And this while loop is what's controlling how many times we need to run through the tree. So it's possible that in a lifecycle hook or something, in the middle of one part of the UI, you might set a signal, emit an observable somewhere that makes another part of the UI dirty. And so we have the while loop to kind of say, go back and update things as often as it needs. So we start by checking root effects, then we check the view tree. If the view tree is clean, then we continue on and check render hooks. Otherwise, we kind of go back to the top and check the view tree again, as many times as we need. So when we do start kind of checking views in the UI, we have two modes of operation. We have two ways in which we can process the UI tree. These are the things that allow us to trim away the parts of the tree, the parts of the UI that we don't actually need to visit. And that's really important because for performance, we don't want to walk the entire UI every time we're checking if something is dirty. We only want to look at those things that might have actually changed. And so we want to be able to prune away and ignore the parts of the view tree that can't actually have any updates in them. This is what allows synchronization to scale with the number of things you change rather than scale at the size of your application. So we have global mode, which is the default in zone-based change detection. And when we're checking in global mode, we're checking all of the components that are not on push, right? Or if the component is on push and dirty. And we also have targeted mode, which is the default for zoneless change detection. And in targeted mode, we kind of ignore components unless we have an active signal that they're dirty. They're marked for check, or they were updated with a signal. And the trick is that as the algorithm descends from parent component to child component to grandchild component, it's switching back and forth between these modes. So when we encounter in global mode a non-dirty on-push component, so something that would be excluded, we switch to targeted mode and check its children if we need to. On the other hand, when we encounter a dirty component in targeted mode, we switch back to global. And that's what is allowing components that are updated through signals or are dirty to be checked, even if the parents are kind of on push and would otherwise block it. It's a lot, so let's look at a couple examples. Suppose we're building an application with a component tree that looks like this, right? The red components are kind of default change detection. In Angular, they would kind of change detect every time zone is telling us that something happened because they might be dirty. The purple components are on push. Right? So they shouldn't run unless something actively is dirty inside them. So let's suppose we call mark for check on this right-hand side, kind of middle on-push component. I'm going to mark the components that are marked for check through this process with the C, just to indicate they're dirty through mark for check. So in zone-based change detection, we would start with the root component, which is in global mode. So we're going to clear its mark for check flag and check that component. Global mode will skip the left-hand side because it's on push and it wasn't marked. It will descend through the right-hand side on push component because we did mark it. And we're also going to run this default component at the bottom because it's not on push and we're in global mode. So let's look at the same operation, similar operation with signals in a zoneless application to kind of contrast these two approaches. So suppose we set a signal that also makes the same onPush component need to be checked, right? I'll indicate with the S flag that it's set through signal. And we will tag the root component, but not as needing to be checked, just that it contains something inside of it that might be dirty. It does have kind of a dirty child somewhere in its tree. So zoneless change detection will start in targeted mode. And in targeted mode, we won't actually check the top level red component, right? It wasn't dirty. We just needed to go through it to get to something that was. So we'll visit the root component in targeted. We won't visit the left-hand side. Again, it's onPush, not dirty. We will descend down and check the component that updated through the signal. Great. That will be checked. And because we found a dirty component in targeted mode, we'll switch back to global and proceed down the tree and check the kind of default change detection component in there. And that's because when you have a component that gets dirty, it can push state down to its children. And so they do need to be checked. So hopefully those examples kind of illustrate the main kind of process of how Angular checks views in the right order and skipping the things that don't need to be checked. There's another interesting part of this equation, though, which is what actually gets checked when something is marked as dirty. And the answer today is we do that operation on the component level. So we check the component and all of the views that are created inside of that component together. And let's look at why. So here we have an example template. It has kind of a parent view that has a for loop. And it might have 1 to 1,000 child views for each item inside that for loop. Angular calls those embedded views, you might know. And the top level is reading a signal, items. And you might notice the child views are not reading any signals, right? They just get their item from the parent, from the for loop, as a plain value. And so if we wanted to be able to check the parent, but not the children, or check the children, but not the parent, we would have to separate those somehow. We would have to give Angular specific information that the parent changed, the items changed, but not each individual item, or vice versa. And even without signals, you can see that our APIs weren't really designed for this. When you call mark for check, you're calling it at a component level. It's marking the entire component, everything in that for loop, all of the rows, as needing to be checked. You don't have a way of telling Angular specifically which row, which item needs changed. Basically, Angular was written with the assumption that all of the views in a component, all of the rows in a for loop, et cetera, get checked together. And a lot of components just take advantage of this assumption. They assume that all the lifecycle hooks are going to run. They assume that kind of every operation is going to happen inside that UI. And changing these rules would be quite breaking. So if we want to switch from component granularity to view granularity, if we want to check the individual rows in a table, we need to ask developers to opt in to a different set of rules, a different set of assumptions about how components work. And that's the basic idea behind what we've described before as signal components. And a signal component is something where you promise Angular, hey, I will only ever make a change to this component through a signal. Any one of my views in my UI will only ever update when a signal that it reads changes. And if you make that promise, then Angular can say, OK, I can check these things separately, because I know that the parent is never going to push a value to a child without using a signal to do it. And if those are the rules, then Angular would also have to play by them. So when we have a for loop that's creating 1,000 child views, right, 1 row per item in this list, for would also have to tell you, hey, I'm going to give you the item as a signal, because that's the only way you'll know that this thing ever changes. So for would have to propagate kind of the reactivity from the loop to the loop variable. So in kind of modern Angular today, this change detection or synchronization operation is pretty streamlined. It handles zone and zoneless use cases. It handles kind of marking views dirty through mark for check, marking views dirty through signals. And it does this in an efficient way. It scales with the number of things that are dirty in your UI, the number of changes you make, not with the size of your application. You can have a component tree that has 1,000 components, but if they're correctly kind of on push and isolated, then updates only need to check those components that actually need it. So thank you very much for coming with me on this little journey of exploration through Angular change detection. And I'll turn it back over to Julian.
Forgot the microphone, I'm very sorry. Thank you very much for this wonderful talk, Alex. Please stay here, because the next thing that will happen is we will have a QA panel with all the speakers. So please, all of the speakers, stand up, come here in front of us. Sit down here on a typical Austrian bench. This is how you properly sit in Austria. And of course, we have gathered all the questions, we have groomed them a bit, and afterwards we will have a raffle. So for everyone who put a question into our tool, or we will also have questions right here, you will be part of the raffle. For all the anonymous questions, we need to figure out who sent them. We try to. And then there are some gifts. So we need to check the technical stuff here so that everyone is visible on the camera. Is this good? Perfect.
Can we hide this? No signal?
The no signal? Yeah. Okay. So this will be now your microphone, right? You have to pass it afterwards. Like, this is what I pass to you, and then you pass it around on your own. I will ask questions, and let me quickly mic up myself. Okay, Alex. Ready? Perfect. Okay, everyone. Again, by the way, this is what I forgot. Thank you, Alex, because you represent the Angular team, and Angular was platinum sponsor of this meetup. So this conference. Thank you very much for that. Great. So we have a couple of cool questions. I tried to put together in the very beginning of our session some general questions that I guess like we have different opinions on that, and you can pass around. We try to get different answers to that question. The first one I really like, because it's like, is there anyone in this room who actually prefers single file components? A couple, but not too many. Okay, so now the additional question, which was not part of the questionnaire, but I just want to ask that, is what is the benefit? Enea, you want to start?
No, just keep it here so we can share.
Okay, but Enea, you can start with that. What do you think about single file components? Is that a benefit, or isn't that a benefit for you?
I think they are great, and I think that we should start use them more, because this way we will at least tell the other developers working on our apps that, hey, we need to, let's say, split our components from 1,000 lines of templates to at least, I don't know, maximum 200. 200 is still too much, but still, it makes you, let's say, split components more. And we should start splitting them, so if we don't get maybe view level change detection, at least the templates that have to be checked will, of course, we'll have to do less work. At least that's how I see it.
Okay, interesting take. Do we have another take on that?
Can I play a devil's advocate here?
Oh, let's go,
so
Tomas.
A little bit of like a devil's advocate. So basically, like what tends to happen, especially in like application development, is that we do not know the requirements, right? Like they are very vague. Like we want to move in some direction, and like maybe we'll get there, and who knows, right? So then if we start to like extracting like really tiny, smaller, components which are really good fit for single file components, we may end up in wrong abstractions because we didn't know what we want to achieve, right? So therefore, like in the world of application development, especially when it's like, you know, if you are migrating something which already, or rewriting something which already exists, you know where you want to get. But if it's very exploratory, then, you know, like a page component can be a good start, and then you have maybe 3 pages, and then you should extract 100%, right? But maybe if you start like with tiny things and you put some arbitrary rule like not more than 50 lines of template or whatever have you, or less than that, you might end up with wrong abstractions, which then kind of people will try to still stick to them over time, and it can turn nasty as well. So it depends, right?
Of course, it always depends. Yes, please.
That's an interesting point, right? That you might have different answers to this question, whether you're talking about a UI component, which should kind of be smaller and simpler, or a route page, which, you know, you might want, even though it's a lot longer, you might want to see all of that information in one file. I think I'll just add my perspective a little bit, which is kind of coming from the place that code is read more than it's written. When I'm navigating Angular applications that I don't know, which happens a lot at Google, looking around the code base, I find it very frustrating to switch back and forth all the time between looking in the component file to see what's happening in the UI, and then, okay, it's binding this value. Where does this value come from? Where is this observable produced? Go back to the component side. So I kind of see components in the
yeah, I just want to maybe add another question, because I really like the approach regarding the UI component. I totally agree. I always use split screen because I want to see what binding is used and what not. And luckily I have a huge monitor that I can see everything. But what is about a hybrid approach? What do you, like having UI components maybe like as a single file components, and having maybe container components maybe split up in more files? Is it an approach you follow, or like I follow this approach actually? And what do you think about that approach? Okay, I got nodded, so I just need 2 persons to nod, so that's it. I have my approval.
Second the motion.
Yeah. No.
Vojtech first. Go first. Good, the microphone is shorter here, yeah. Yeah, no, so I like this container presentational component style. I use it all the time, and there it's just natural that your components tend to be shorter. And, well, container components contain more TypeScript, but if I have 2-4 lines of template because I'm calling the UI components, then why not inline them? And the same is then also true for the UI components. Maybe I just have 2 inputs, maybe 1 output. These are 4 or 5 lines of TypeScript code, and the rest is then the template. Why separate them? Of course, as Tomas said, if you are in exploration phase, you start to write on a component. Of course, you want to wait until you know what you actually want to have, but then you always kind of start to refactor, and then you can always come up with container and presentational components.
Vojtech.
Yeah, so my impression there is that we can write single file components for quite a while now. And it is really weird that, for example, the ESLint preset for Angular tells you that the single file component shouldn't have a template longer than 3 lines, which, you know, it is enforced in the default preset. And that's where I'm a little bit stubborn, because I'm like, okay, what if I like to use it when there is even 7, you know, when there's every attribute on separate line. So it's really weird. I like to combine the approach. For me, the routed page usually is much bigger, 100 lines is pretty normal, because you want to see everything at one place. You want to see how the UI looks like. If you are putting a bunch of things together, naming things is hard. The more you abstract, the more horrible names you use, the harder it is to actually understand what the routed page is doing. In small dump components, of course, when you are up to 10 lines, whatever you prefer, just do it. What I like is the discussion that was happening on the single file components, like if people would switch completely, if it would allow for the enums and other features to actually be possible in the TypeScript file, I would definitely switch. I would, most of my files would be single files then, but right now, the only thing I see, like why I wouldn't do the routed page with even more than 20 in a single file, is because of the split screen. The thing is that I have a workflow in my WebStorm that I always open template here and CSS and TypeScript here, because you never need TypeScript and CSS at the same time, and you always need the template and one of them at the same time. And it's beautiful. And I cannot imagine going without it.
But I mean, you can open the same tab 2 times.
Yeah, but then... But then if you, for example, have prettier and it refreshes something, then you get weird things when like it jumps and it's not good. Or when it collapses, it also collapses in the other thing. It's clumsy.
Keep the microphone. You have an additional
We
take on it,
understand that WebStorm is really good.
Yes, Code could do that too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all of those wonderful answers. Let's hop to the next question, which is a signal-related question. And I have to ask which Michael asked the question, maybe later. There are a couple of questions. Oh, it's from you. Okay. Yes, what's the difference between a computed and a linked signal?
Okay. So, yeah, maybe I should have all of you answer. At first glance, kind of nothing, right? They both kind of do a similar operation of deriving a value from a parent state. But link signal returns a signal that you can write to. So you can change that value away from what was derived. And it will stay different until the source, the parent, says, oh, I have a new state for you. And then it goes back to deriving a value again. And so the example I always give for this is if you have a UI that's showing a selection box with a list of options, right? You have your options and you say, well, maybe I want to start the selection on the first one. So I want to derive from my list of options what the first one is, and that's going to be the selected state. But then the user can come and change that selection state. So if I have pizza toppings and there's cheese and pepperoni and pineapple, I will start with cheese, but the user can change the value and select. And so you can change the state of the link signal away from what you initialized it to. But then the restaurant comes along and says, okay, no pineapples on pizza, right? That's evil, we don't do that. And if the user had selected pineapple, then their selection is no longer valid, right? So the option that you've chosen is only valid in the context of the list that you were given, the kind of input source. And that's link signal.
Anyone wants to add?
Some pizza, by the way.
I know, that's why I
Good
picked
that
that example.
That.
Very good. Who likes pineapple on pizza?
Very little amounts, okay.
That was a statement. Let's go home.
Okay, question to all of you from Alejandro. What is your favorite Angular change from the current year? Like from this year?
Link signal for me.
HMR, even though it's experimental.
Okay, let me quickly hook into that because we just received a new question, especially around that, and then we can answer that as well. And it's from Dan. What are the technical limitations of hot reload to be reality in Angular?
You've used it more than me.
I think currently it's a little bit hard to check when the component class itself changed, and that change should, let's say, reproduce a refresh or not. Or it should just replace that component and, of course, run the change detection through it for the template or not. I think the templates one is becoming the default, like you can have HMR template by default. I think it's in v19.1. Not sure, but there's a PR. The CSS is already the CSS is already enabled by default in v19, and I think the, let's say, changes on the class-based one will have to. I think there's a commit, not a PR yet, for it, but I don't know if it's making v19.1 or not. Maybe later.
Okay, so no limitation, it will be there.
I think there will always be limitations when it comes to changing a class, because it's hard to understand if that breaks, let's say, user's code, or I don't know how framework, let's say, runs that code. So you never know if, I don't know, you change some service inside that provider, or change some state inside that, let's say, provider that you have provided maybe in your component. Should you refresh the service too, or the component? It's too much state to know. You have to do, let's say, change detection on TypeScript level.
Okay, that's the next big thing that we will see.
I like when Alex says yes to.
Thanks for the elaboration, Enea. Let's continue with the favorite feature one.
Definitely the standalone flag true by default. Huge change for everyone. Totally kidding, but thank you. I believe you were the guy who pushed that through.
Biggest PR ever, 1,500 files.
Kind of joking, but it's still kind of nice that that has become the default thing. When you teach someone new about Angular, you don't have this whole like module thing, and you never have to explain it. Beautiful for people who are starting off. On a more realistic side, the changes in SSR are beautiful. It's making the experience a lot better. Debugging
only one.
Okay, guess that was mine.
Okay, so my favorite feature is actually the signal-related migrations, both of them. It's amazing because that's something that's, like, I would say undervalued, because if this wouldn't exist, most of our projects wouldn't migrate to signals just because of the complexity. So it is making signals possible, I would say. And Enea, thank you for the warning on the unused imports. That's quite important.
Why me? It's a team that
Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't know it exists, and I thought like, Enea probably did it because no. So then not thank you. Thank you. Thank to the team.
Pass it to.
Sorry. Oh, yeah. My favorite feature today is a bit like what Chris said. So standalone by default, but my favorite feature is actually what's coming in terms of want to reduce boilerplate and having a field less than standalone true. And the team has already said that they want to go with removing the double import. So my favorite feature is actually something that's not here yet, but the general idea of reducing the boilerplate on your component is what I'm very looking for, and probably all of you too.
So they said from this year. Are you saying it will ship this year?
This year, I'm already. So you might know that I live in the future.
He has 2 more weeks to implement it.
So I live in the future. This year is, of course, 2025. But you know that the team never commits on a feature, but ships what's ready. So if it's ready, be there. If not, next version maybe.
Thank you. You want to pass it over to Michael? You also have a favorite feature, Michael?
Quick and short, I love that we can again use DI on the server side. That got removed recently in one last release, and was not using it until they had the feature in. So now I'm using it again. Thank you, Angular.
I also very much like the linked signals, because before, like when we wanted to synchronize state, we did it with the effects. Then we saw the video from Alex and Ben that like don't do that, and actually have a computed, like a pattern with computed which returns a writable signal, but it's a bit verbose. So therefore, linked signal kind of can fix all those use cases. So that's a definite improvement in our code base, and it's like very easy to understand. It's like it uses that keyword so you understand what's going on. So that's a really, really cool one. Thank you very much for that.
I heard functional components are coming, maybe? No, just kidding, just kidding. Especially from a lecturer perspective, I'm running a lot of Angular workshops. I'm so happy about the default standalone flag. It makes it so much easier. You can't imagine how complicated it was to teach Angular models and ECMAScript models at the same time. So I'm really happy for that. Thank you so much.
Maybe we can discuss functional components later, but for me it was definitely the resource, because we kind of were always asking ourselves, we have now signals, but how do we deal with asynchronous tasks? HTTP request is something we always have in application, and now with resource we have something for the complete picture, And we also know where Angular is now going into the future and how this is actually possible when we are talking about optional RxJS. Can we actually do something like switch map, canceling requests, and resource has this all built in? So.
Very good answer. I like that a lot. I also like resource. Yeah, I also like the resource one. It's pretty good. I like to have something opinionated in that direction as well, because Angular is anyway very opinionated, and obviously everyone who loves Angular loves the opinionated way of doing things, and having for this particular use case another opinionated set of tools that we can use is absolutely good.
I would say we don't love the opinionated things. We love that we can come to another Angular project and it looks the same.
Oh,
yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's a very, very, very good point that you make here. Okay, so I have also a couple of specialized questions where whoever has also expertise in the field is like invited to answer that. So one from anonymous source for Martina.
So security and
security, exactly. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? So what are your thoughts on taking security a step further, exploring a new authentication that doesn't rely on tokens or cookies?
I mean, first of all, the browser needs to implement it, basically, or some there are some work that extend OAuth, basically. But, I mean, when it comes to browser cookies, we are focusing right now a lot on how to store securely a browser cookie. Chrome, for instance, sets some cookie attributes per default, like the same site Lux attribute. And I love that approach, but I think it's really hard to find another protocol from scratch, basically. OAuth isn't that bad. OAuth 2.1 isn't that bad. OAuth 2.0 was really bad. But I have another, like some kind of extensions. So maybe if you want to dig a little bit deeper, you can take a look at FAPI. It's like if you are in the financial or medical sector, FAPI brings another security level to OAuth basically itself. So I think it's good to don't reinvent the wheel, to take that what we have. Access tokens aren't that bad, you just need to take care of them. Basically, in the end, it all comes down to identifying yourself and with privileges and whatnot to a server, and there must be some self-contained token. That's what we hated. That's why we hated cookies so much, because there needs to be a state and whatnot. And now we have our beautiful backend APIs that can just be a token sent to it, which is self-contained. It just comes down into securing everything. If I would make a wish on security, I would love everyone to drop Internet Explorer, and my second wish would be that maybe browsers dropping support for previous versions of HTML and whatnot. That the browser finally focusing on the newest features and whatnot, and don't have to fix our broken HTML. I think that would be a better start to trying reinventing OAuth or whatnot.
Thanks for clarifying, and I didn't know that Internet Explorer is still a thing.
It's so hard.
I thought it's dead for a while now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, or maybe I just wish, yeah, maybe.
With my wish, I want to unwish your wish.
Explorer, exactly. Okay, next one would be for Rainer in particular. It's from Elise about microfrontends.
Okay.
What are the strategies to share state between microfrontends?
Yeah, the question is, first of all, if you actually want to do that, you have to be very careful, because at first you try to be as much autonomous as you can. You're investing a lot amount of time, and then kind of sharing state means via the backdoor you are kind of reintroducing this coupling. So careful. Only start sharing those things when they are really necessary. Maybe security things or something like this. I would be careful, even if we would not say state management, that you say you use NGRX or RxState or whatever. You might not even want to bound to the technology. Maybe it's something also what Manfred is always saying, a simple event bus or something very simple that acts as a communication between the microfrontends should be enough. Yeah. But always keep this in mind. You're doing microfrontends in the first place to be separated teams. You don't want that they work together, and with shared state, you are bringing it back. So careful.
Okay, so in general, it looks already like an anti-pattern if you introduce shared state between micro frontends.
There are exceptions, of course,
yeah,
but
okay.
In general, be careful.
Okay, thank you. Do the other speakers have any experience with micro frontends? Because I personally do not have that much of an experience with that. Do you have also an opinion on that topic?
I have a follow-up question. I mean, I'm sorry. There is, like micro frontends, they have iframes maybe, so they cannot, it's the same origin policy, they cannot really access anything, but there's also, like, beside local storage and session storage, there's a shared storage, where they can, is it a proposed way? What do you think? Have you heard of that, and is it a way to share state, basically?
No, I've not heard of it, but in the end, there are different implementations, so what might work for iframes might not work for module federation, so whatever approach you go, you will have some way on how you can share things. Yeah.
Thank you. Vojtech, you look so good now. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Okay, next question. I'm sure it's related to Matthieu's talk, but I guess everyone has an opinion on that. And that's the question about, will lifecycle hooks get deleted in the future or not?
In 25 years, maybe?
In 25 already?
So it's like...
in 25 years.
So it's like, if there is a reason to deprecate them, of course they will be deprecated, but if they're used everywhere and we can't delete it, because one of the things that I've learned by collaborating with the Angular team is that Google uses Angular a lot. When I mean a lot, it's about 4,000 apps, and some of them are more or less updated. So the Angular team cannot delete the features that's still used. So it means that if it's removed, it means either there is an automatic migration that will help you migrate your code, or it means that 4,000 apps at Google have been rewritten, which less likely to happen. So it's safe for now. If it's deprecated, means probably it's like a soft deprecation. So we recommend you for not using it and go for the new APIs, because we think that those new APIs are what you are looking for, and the old ones have problems that you might not be aware of. And this is like a hint for you to go toward the new APIs. And Alex has.
Yeah, just to add to that, we won't remove lifecycle hooks for the components that are there today. They're part of like the core story of Angular. So as long as you have components, you'll have lifecycle hooks. The exception is signal components, which is kind of a planned feature that looks at how state updates are communicated to components and removes a lot of the options from beforehand for updating state, as well as the options for observing that state updated, because everything is kind of being pushed into the reactive graph. And so signal components, for example, will not have the like ng after view checked hook. You don't need it. You're getting that update through a signal changing rather than through a method being called on the component. So signal components may not have the same set of lifecycle hooks, or nearly all of the lifecycle hooks that existing components do, because you have other channels to get that information. So it will very likely be kind of similarly to standalone. Like, we don't remove the old thing. There's just a new way of doing things that has different kind of features that you play with.
Maybe I can provide like an example from like the industry, right? So we basically rewrote like a relatively large custom component library to use signals in 2 weeks, and part of that was we were able to get rid of every single lifecycle hook. And now it's just so much simpler, right? Because it's like, okay, you have computed, and then if you have, like, of course, in the custom component library, you will need content children, you will need view children, but this plays so nicely together with computeds and effects, whatever you need to achieve, that like the mental model got much simpler, so you feel like it's lighter to work with that, so it's definitely worth it. So we're really able to get rid of every single one of them, and even like the constructors, we end up like with maybe 3 constructors at the end of all of that. So yeah, it works, it's nice, and it's beneficial.
Did you want to?
Isn't that what Solid.js has? No lifecycle hook at all. And you know what they did? They introduced as some kind of NgInit on init lifecycle hook, which doesn't really play as an on init lifecycle hook, but people are so comfortable and so used to lifecycle hooks. Solid introduced this kind of on init lifecycle hook, even though they don't need it at all. That was really fun to see, basically.
Yeah, and just to kind of close out the topic, I guess, you might be sitting there wondering, like, why does like Angular seem to have such a vendetta against lifecycle hooks, that we want to get rid of them so badly? And I don't think we do, but also we do see problems with them. I debug a lot of code in Google 3 when I'm doing updates. Google 3 is the Google code base. When I'm like fixing, changes that we're making in applications, trying to, make them compatible with effects, timing changes and so on. And one of the kind of, you see things when you look across, hundreds of applications worth of code. You start to see patterns in how the framework pushes developers to sometimes do the wrong thing. And those are the kind of deep changes that we're trying to make to Angular with, reactivity going forward, is like, how can we design a framework that pushes you towards good patterns rather than kind of pushes you into bad patterns. And it's only through the feedback of, looking at the framework used at scale, do we get to even notice those things. They're not problems you can discern just looking at the design. And one of them is that when you have an operation that the framework is doing that is sensitive to the time that it happens, that is a very big opportunity for bugs to be introduced. When developers start unintentionally relying on guarantees or timing that might not be always the case. Input setters is a great example of this. I've seen applications that are sensitive to the orders in which those inputs get set. And sometimes that comes up as, you make a change and you reorder the inputs in your file, and then all of a sudden your dependent, code using you breaks because they were relying on the fact that one input setter executes before another. I've seen this case with effect timing. I've seen this case with ng after view checked, style things. And so we're trying to kind of insulate developers a bit from these sensitive places where you are observing the system in a state that is incomplete and inconsistent. So that's what Signals gives you. That's actually the main differentiation from RxJS, is RxJS has a concept of time. The observable emits at a given point, and you've either received updates from other observables or you haven't. Signals are always consistent all of the time. So you never observe a state where kind of A has changed and B has not yet updated.
Very good elaboration, and thanks for closing the topic. There's a new question rising to the moon at the moment. It has the most thumbs up at this point. It's just arrived 6 minutes before. It's for Matthieu and for Enea. So you two had a PR, that's what's stated here, about warning on too many change detection cycles. And can we visualize this in the Angular DevTools, like the React Scan tool?
So different question in one, actually. So we had an idea, that's something that Enea had for a bit of time. So just warning people when something happens too often, like change detection. Too many change detection can be a warning that probably there is an issue with how Zone.js works. And if your app is slow, it's just because you have not change detection, but way too many change detection. And the first implementation we went with worked well, but didn't integrate the way the teams wanted it. So the feature we still want it, but we are looking into providing it differently via the Angular DevTools. That's the first question. Second question is, can we get this information already in the DevTools? Somehow, yes. If you go to DevTools, to the Performance tab, the Profiler tab. The Profiler tab, if you do a recording, you will see every time there is change detection happening. If you see that in a few seconds you have hundreds of them, it means that you have a problem. And this is your starting point to investigate how many change detection you get. The third question was...
Visualize in the DevTools like the React Scan
So
tool.
the React Scan. So the way React works in terms of change detection, I think Alex can confirm that. Angular doesn't work the same way, but there is a DevTool. If you go on the profile. Now I'm thinking about the rendering tab in the DevTools. You get something that tells you every time an element has been updated, it will flash. So this is exactly what you are looking for. Every time that element flashed, it means that Angular has did a change detection on that component, at least on that DOM element. So if you see way too many flash, it means that Angular is doing way too many change detection on those elements. So we don't even need that React extension. We have the native dev tools without any extension that will tell you this. So dev tools, rendering tab, and the features like flashing elements, show rendering elements. Want to add something maybe?
Yeah. So the APIs that was used for that feature that we showed, like that console log that you're running let's say 13 change detection in 1 second, it was based on a private API, and it's not good when you depend on private APIs. But you can always import those things on TypeScript, and of course, no one will yell at you, except Angular team. So basically, if you want that, you can just go copy that source code. It will also work on your, let's say, apps, and it just works the same. But please don't, otherwise Alex here will yell.
It's also really easy because now we have after render. And after render will just tell you when a change detection happens, so.
Yes.
Yeah. No private API needed anymore.
I mean, we know Angular, but sometimes we just want to do stuff way more.
We complicate stuff because we're developers.
Okay, it means that just a console login after render will do that for you.
And also measure performance, that measure time. And of course the time.
I wanted to say one more thing, and that was the paint flash. That's pretty important. Like if you haven't tried it yet, go to the DevTools and enable flashing whenever the DOM repaints, because it is pretty nice when you have a component that has view change detection on default, not on push, and you realize that when you enter and hover over the component, it flashes like crazy. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. To Michael, one SSR-related question. Yeah, who would have thought that? Which applications benefit the most from incremental iteration? And there's a certain understanding around that it requires extra effort to implement this, so like give us some cool use cases.
In general, applications that are like user-facing, I would say the users of that applications benefit the most, not the application. At least there is this claim, right? And I want to disprove that already immediately. Like any performance improvement, may it be server-side rendering or whatever else you use, also on an admin interface that is only used inside of a bank somewhere hidden in the cellar from, I don't know, people. They will feel it, they will use your app more, so every user will benefit, not only the user-facing web shops. Now back to the server-side rendering part, the deployment and all of that is obviously not as trivial as just putting some static files somewhere. You need to be able to execute a node on the server. You maybe want to like enrich the HTML that is served in an edge worker or somewhere else with additional information, and there are additional tricks, additional code, or additional technology that you might have to use to get it done. But yeah, that's how you do it. It's like part of the game.
So in which context would you never go for SSR? Like what is red flag? You say, okay, I don't even try it because it doesn't make sense.
Well, a very small app is, I believe, fast enough. If I only have like a special hosting, you want to also add something?
Basically a dashboard that's only dynamic data, that is not for public use, that doesn't need to be referenced by web browsers, by search engines. So just having SSR adds a complexity, adds a cost and everything. So SPA are great for many cases. If you want to do an app more than a web page that is public facing, you will probably prefer SPAs because they are way easier to write and to develop. But yeah, of course, in some cases, SSR is what you want.
Okay, I would add to that, like if SEO is not important and data fetching is the main latency in your rendering process, like you have to wait many seconds or several seconds for data, then it's actually better to get the client bootstrapped as fast as possible and not block your rendering of the application on the server waiting for data.
Yeah, from my experience, I would tell you that anytime you are building an app that is primarily a PVA, like it is meant to be, installed as an application on mobile phone or desktop, if you create an SSR in a way where you try to do, crazy stuff, or even simple things, you just render a page, you are creating more problems than actually solving. So every time you do a PVA, don't bother. There are cases where it is ideal to combine the pre-rendering with the client rendered PVA, and that seems to be an ideal state, because then you can just have few pages that are pre-rendered, static, not changing, and everything beyond certain point in routing or after login is just client rendered.
Okay, so we explored SSR. Perfect. So next one, directly to Vojtech.
Oh.
Are the Angular ESLint rules good enough for a project, or would you consider something else? Like, for example, the example given here is Airbnb config, and the question is from Matthieu.
Yes. So there are many presets on the internet, like Airbnb, that offer very nice rule set. The Angular ESLint is pretty good, but most of what it actually combines are Angular specific things. There is a whole rule set meant for template. There is another rule set meant for the TypeScript, the components and rest of the TypeScript. So you should always have the Angular ESLint preset, just because it will tell you all the things about how, prefer new control flow, prefer standalone. It's great stuff, at least as a warning. And for the other presets, definitely like you can go for the Airbnb, but that is very React focused, or it's not in an Angular world. What I like to recommend instead is actually the Sonar has the ESLint rules also publicly open sourced. So we do use them in code push up, to be honest. Like we actually extend their preset. And there is also new fork of RxJS rules, which are quite good. That's also where you get the unsafe take until. That is actually a rule that is preventing you from having memory leaks. So something that has to be in every app. And then I also recommend every time you have a case that you are able to somehow lint, try to create a custom rule, because creating the custom rule is really simple. It's just a function, and as I said in my talk, telling ChatGPT or Gemini to create you that rule is good enough. I can later on show you like my conversation. I told it, create me this rule for checking inject, so I don't use the constructor parameters. It created it, and then I was like, okay, but it is checking every class. Make it so it only checks Angular decorated classes, and it added the check, not like a regex or something, actual like TypeScript, AST. So beautiful. To this day, it works.
I can add something about the Angular ESLint. So the author of the plugin tries to follow the official recommendation by the team. So if you use the default, and if the recommendation from the team, for example, from the guide and everything, if we update the recommendation, the ESLint plugin will be updated with the same, so change of rules. So we saw that recently. I don't remember which part. I don't remember, but so just so you know, if you go default, you'll get updates with it. So it's interesting to use it.
No, I would just say that we as developers have a lot of rules to follow, and I'd like to not put any more rules to follow on ESLint. That's it. Anyone else?
We still stick to ESLint if no one else has a take on that latest question, but it's not for Vojtech actually. It's actually for Rainer and Tomas. Like you can share your answers. It's like, how would you compare Sheriff to ESLint boundaries, the module boundaries plugin?
You want to start first?
And what are the biggest pros and cons? Like if you compare them together.
So I think I'm pretty qualified to answer because after my talk, Rainer was very nice to show me how the Sheriff works and all the APIs and stuff. So I think I have a pretty like fresh knowledge about that. So basically, I think like the Sheriff is just it's like a spectrum, right? So like from like the most simple use case, which is like basically like Angular CLI workspace most likely will already have ESLint, so that also represents the least amount of friction, like from the stakeholders. It's already there, you just add a couple of lines of configuration and you can get some benefits. But the downside of that is that it only functions in one dimension, as far as I understand, out of the box. So you can, you can have your types, so you have a feature, UI, pattern, core, whatever have you, but you cannot really easily extend it to be multi-dimensional, like that you would have to. You will have these types, and then you will have like scopes, for example, or domains. As far as I understand, this doesn't really work that nicely. So that, and when you realize you would like that and you would need that, then it's a great time to switch to Sheriff, because then you can also argument to your stakeholders, okay, we went as far as we could with this thing, and it was like as cheap as possible, but now we could benefit even more if we invested slightly a little more, because it's really not like a big deal, right? It's just that there can be resistance from the stakeholders from introducing any additional third-party tooling. But then the Sheriff is pretty amazing, because again, it gives you all this kind of validation without overhead still, just based on the file path, compared to something like, which is even more advanced with NX, which gives you like then the most amount of flexibility with NX plugin boundaries, but it comes with the overhead that everything has to be a library, right? So you have covered all those cases from like a very simple to medium to like a really advanced use case, and then now you are having the knowledge of which tool to pick. And then if you know you are going to grow, you can go like immediately with the Sheriff, right? Because you already see the future because it's clear. So I would summarize it like this.
Thanks, that makes it much easier for myself. Yes. Yeah, so I think we come from the same sides, Tomas and ourselves. We understood the problem, we see the need, so it's good that everyone has the awareness that you want to have tools like this. And yeah, I mean, if you are the author of a tool, of course, it goes like this. You are in the design phase, you look at all the alternatives which are out there, and you say, okay, given the technical constraints, I want to make the best tool available. So obviously for me, I would always say pick the Sheriff. But yeah, I think you also have seen it, it's not so bad. Yeah, we also try to make it as easy as possible as well. So we had huge discussions internally, and I was always kind of advocating that Sheriff should also work even without a configuration file. So it should just be necessary that you only add it to the ESLint. And what happens then is that Sheriff identifies modules based on the existence of an index TS. But of course, if you want to do more, then you will need the Sheriff config, and then you can do much, much more like barrel-less modules and whatever you now have also said. Good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Does it make sense to have a like migration from ESLint to Sheriff?
I'm thinking more for a migration from NX to Sheriff, because when you have an NX monorepository, we still want to be able, we still want to give you the opportunity to use Sheriff together with NX as well. And yeah, for that I would say it also makes sense, but yeah, also for the boundary rules. We just need to take a look, what is it worth? I think what will come first is a schematic for Angular, where we say it makes sure that ESLint is installed, it registers itself, and then we can see what users are requiring, what they are demanding, and yeah.
For an X, you have to remove all the libraries as well then.
No. So the libraries would stay. So we don't want to kind of replace NX with the libraries. All the tooling from NX should stay the same. But if you want to have a mixed approach, that you say, you want to have a library protection for your modules, and also you want to go into the libraries and want to have certain folders as modules, as you have shown it, then this should work together. And then the question is, do you want to now really have two ESLint rules, one coming from NX, one coming from Sheriff,
doing the same thing. This is what I meant with a migration script.
Based on the syntax, I saw it looks pretty mechanical, so it should be worth it to invest like that, migrating one-to-one, because it's almost the same actually. So it should be possible. Matthieu?
Matthieu wanted to add something to that.
Yeah, I want to do a meta comment. It was really funny to me to say, I saw that Rainer was like, I need to see Tomas talk. And after the talk, they were like, we need to talk. And you see this kind of conference, meetup, etc. It's good for you, but it's also great for the people that build tools because they are challenging each other. And like, we have the same problem. We saw different possibilities of how to fix it. We need to discuss because by sharing, we show that we also care about the issues and we all learn. And that way makes us a community somehow.
Big love.
Big love.
Thank you so much. No, everyone is loving each other. It's so beautiful. I still have another question, though. We cannot just wrap it up now. Yeah, more, of course. So another question from Michael for Chris.
Yeah.
So you've explained us how we can like prefetch HTTP calls by just like a link is getting visible on the page to be like speculatively saying, okay, the user might end up there. The question is there a danger that you can DDoS your own backend with it?
Yes, there is definitely a danger. Maybe I should have prefaced the fact that you really want to have cacheable requests, because if not, you're just going to be repeating the same request over and over. Some data that you're fetching might not be able, for example, a post request or a WebSocket, something of the sort, you might not be able to do it in the same way. It's something that you should use something like Cloudflare in between so that you actually cache the request somewhere else, apart from just the browser, and that's basically where the DDoS potential comes in.
Follow-up question, when can we have AI speculative links, you know, get analytics and know what to load? And can we do that?
There is a tool for that. I don't know how the integration would look. Guest.js. Yeah, it's
So it exists.
So we can use it with speculative links.
The reason I asked that question is because we build
Wait a second. Go ahead.
Thanks for the answer. The reason I asked the question, it's not theoretical. So we build a big application with Next.js, and it does this by default. And we did DDoS ourselves, so.
Might or might not have done.
But it can only happen with Next.js,
By default with Next.js. Yeah, that danger is very real. Hopefully your servers did okay.
It was not the problem.
Okay, that's good.
So is it because it is Vercel sponsored?
We got the master tonight.
Okay, I'd say considering the clock, final one, spicy one. Okay, spicy one. So.
Like spicy.
What are
Not again.
What is spicy?
What are like the benefits for Angular to have a functional component authoring format?
Function-based.
It's, yeah, first
to have functional authoring format for components.
It's never have been functional. React isn't functional, it's just function. So first, correct the question. First, as I want to say, do we need it? Maybe, we don't know. Do you want it? Maybe, we don't know. Yes. Does component today have a problem? Yes. How can we improve this? This is the question.
What is the problem?
Verbose, and a lot of boilerplate, but not only, scope, etc. So I think Alex will have a lot of things to say about this. But first, maybe let's try everybody and then Alex.
I'm fine with the answer. I understand the problems you mentioned. For me, the biggest problem is that sometimes it looks in templates that you are actually using, like JavaScript or TypeScript, but you are really not. And yeah, if this gets solved, I will be very happy.
Can you show your happiness?
You kind of mentioned, Alex, that you're not removing the lifecycle hooks, and so all those things are changing, not going to change. But if we have a new formatting style, I guess...
You just don't have to port them over.
Yes, so that's a good way to not have that continuously growing. I like the idea of soft deprecation too, even though I don't see that happening.
I fully honestly don't care at all.
I think Michael has a point. But no, so for example, like again, like a bit of a devil's advocate, so I'm like an avid user of schematics, like integrated in editor, so I don't feel the pain of boilerplate at all. Or even something like a double import in a component in an imports array, I don't feel that pain because I just use the selector in a template and WebStorm does it. So if you don't feel the pain, you don't see the problem, right? So if I use this kind of tooling, I don't feel the pain, I don't see the problem. But what I do see and what I do remember is that once we start to have like the actual JavaScript like functions with like function keyword, then we start to create like a function scope and we start to create closures and the developers get very creative and we will still get, 200 lines component, but not with the classes, but with the functions and closures and weird stuff and state like all over the place. And I see this as a real risk. Because that's what people do and what people also did in the past, so we know it happens. So then the classes at least kind of mitigated it to at least some degree. So it's just something which I think should not be forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, I made this joke in the beginning, but I also like everything what Tomas basically said. I'm not a really huge fan of function components. Basically, I also don't see the problem of boilerplate, but maybe most probably because I started with C# and I mean when there when you generate anything on .NET, you get a lot of stuff and it feels so familiar and whatnot. So I actually love the class-based components, to be honest.
And you are right.
Yes. Yeah. So I love the component decorator. I love that it's now decreasing again regarding the properties, what's there inside. That's really important, actually. I see that many persons are actually don't like the huge imports array over there, so they would like to have this removed, basically. But if this is all gone, I don't care. I would love to have class-based components still, but yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar to what Michael said. I mean, I trust the Angular team that they know what is necessary, but I still want to know it. So I think that is also important. If we need to make certain changes to our codes then we should know why. And I had the luxury to be part of a panel discussion which happened this week together with Enea, where we had Jeremy Elborn, and he brought the usual reasons, which we know already from NG Poland. Namely, the TypeScript is not directly executed in the template, selectorless. And then I asked him, yeah, but this is not a reason why we should go to functions. You can also do this with the class. And then he mentioned two very important things. He said, first of all, classes have constructor, and then you have ng on init. This is something you require for classes. And there are certain things you cannot do in the constructor, but you can do in ng on init. With a function, that just goes away. The other reason was that he was saying if we're talking about components, then usually the API of a component is the input and the output. But with class, you have properties, public properties, and they also need to respect that. So you have two different types of API, although there should be just one. This is also something where I then understood, okay, now I understand more and more the reasons why maybe functions could be better. Yeah, we will see. He said there are a lot of other things on his table which he doesn't want to mention, but he said the more and more things which will improve the current format, the more and more we will see that it goes from a class towards a more function approach. Yeah, so this is... And Enea also said something quite good.
So my opinion would be that I like how Angular has been stealing good ideas from other frameworks. I like stealing new ideas. Like we got a new control flow, and it's really good, and of course has improved the developer experience. We got signals, and then we have other cool stuff now, like pre-rendering and get static that get pre-rendered paths and stuff like that. And I think now it's time to steal maybe some cool ideas also from React. I don't hate React. I love it for some things. And of course, I think having to create a component and just writing just a function, I think it just is just great. And for the fact that I also love the single file components, having everything in one place, let's say, that are connected together, to me makes more sense than having things separated and having to open different files, or I don't know, moving, let's say, editor around just to find the right place where my code is located. So yeah, stealing ideas from frameworks is great, because of course they got some things right.
If I would have to pick a framework to steal idea from, it would probably be Svelte, not React.
For me, it would be solid. Signals and functions, love it.
I would steal a feature from Angular.
I mean, React did steal our compiler, so no. There are a lot of great points. And I think kind of going back to what Matthieu said at the very beginning, like we genuinely don't know. I'll tell you kind of how it's worked so far. Like we definitely keep track through looking at feedback, through working with applications ourselves, through talking to developers at events like this. We keep track of complaints. We keep track of kind of feedback. We keep track of reports that, hey, Angular is kind of, not as efficient as I want it to be here, not as good of an experience as I want it to be here. And we see a lot of those problems in component authoring today. I think Rainer mentioned the kind of, like being able to reference things that are outside of the class, or inputs not being set in the constructor, and those cases. And pretty much for all of those so far, we've been able to say, like, okay, well, we could design, scoping in the compiler such that you can use an enum inside the component class. That's something we're considering. We could make it so inputs are set, kind of directly, inputs are available when the constructor runs. The input function would have to like talk to some input map that exists outside when you call it. Cool. We can design solutions to all of these problems. Sometimes those solutions are transparent. Sometimes you as a developer feel the friction a little bit for enums, right? Or for referencing things outside of the component scope. We can do that probably for anything you import into the file. We can't do that for things on window, because the default resolution of a name inside of a template is this dot. So if that name doesn't exist in the lexical hierarchy of the file, whether that's a local ref inside the template or whether that's an imported enum, we have to fall back to the component property. We can't treat it as a reference on window, and that's different than how JavaScript works. So some of these fixes for the developer experience can't quite get to where we want to be. And we noticed a pattern as we consider these solutions across all of the different problems that we're seeing, is we could solve it in kind of a funky way with classes, or it would just work if they were functions. And so I think that's how we're going to approach this problem, is like, what is the best developer experience that we can create for classes? And what is the best developer experience if we kind of cast our net wider and try to do some, what's the best component experience that we can define with no constraints? The team really doesn't like my enum component idea. I don't know why. But yeah, so the answer is kind of, we don't know if functions are going to be what we want. Maybe it's something more Svelte-like single file components. That's Svelte. That's a good experience.
It could be that, and you could still split the HTML to another file.
Yeah. Yeah. So, we'll approach this as a research project. We will kind of, experiment with different syntaxes. We'll do user studies. We actually hire an agency that recruits developers of various backgrounds. We'll tell them we want, a couple of new developers and a couple of developers with, more senior experience. We design studies for them to go through a problem-solving process. We did this for control flow, actually, to choose between the syntax that we originally liked, which was hash-based, hash syntax, and the syntax that the community proposed in the RFC. We did user studies, and developers found, we got a very clear signal from the response that developers felt more naturally about the syntax. It made more sense to them. It felt more intuitive. So we'll approach it with kind of that level of data-driven decision making. And there will always be an RFC. And Google has however many millions of class-based components. Class-based components are not going anywhere.
Do I have to be worried about my attribute component selector? Like, can I still do an anchor with my tag that will turn into component?
Yeah, Angular's ability to use kind of like built-in HTML elements as the host element of the component is not going away. That's a core feature of Angular. The way you reference that in a template might be different, but the underlying element will still be an anchor tag, and you'll still be able to say this component needs to be an anchor tag.
Thank you so much for elaborating on this topic. I think that was a very nice final question. Everyone had to say something. Especially Michael's opinion was extremely helpful. That you don't care. That was lovely. Because I sometimes
he's just tired.
I sometimes also feel the same way. It's like things are changing. I don't care. I just take it and it's good. But we now know.
And I'm also tired.
But we now know in what amazing hands our beloved framework is sitting. Like if you listened carefully to what Alex said, it can only be for the good. Like how careful they evolve our framework. It's really beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you all the speakers for being here for QA, for all the conference day, for all your talks. Thanks to the attendees. We have one additional point in the end. So it's the raffle, so that you can win something. But before that, please, a warm applause and a very loud applause for our team here.
And maybe can we have an even bigger warm applause for the organizers of this great, great event, making this possible, having a live stream, the tech, everything worked. We had a great interview there. So please give a warm applause for the organizers.
That was really necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael, yes, Michael.
What? Thank you. Thank you for still being here, and thank you for managing to come up the stairs. It's a challenge.
I almost didn't come.
Okay, QA panel is closed. Please stay here for the raffle. To our online viewers, we have to say already goodbye because we have a camera issue. I've noticed and got notified by our technician here. So we will close the stream for the raffle. So thanks for being here. Thanks for watching us online. Goodbye.
Angular, Angular, Angular.
And now it's